Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowances made for fair use purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, scholarship, and research. Fair use is permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
Connection grow. Legendary passion grow. Bold and sexy. Legendary passion grow. And sexy. Legendary passion grow. Bold.
Hola, family. Hold on one second. Gonna tap after. All right. Hola. Let me get to the girls, the legends, the statements, the stars, the icons, the moments, the vibes, the vibration. What's going on, mi amor? You said I was finally. Yes, you made. Oh my God, Mother Noni. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Are you still at work? Okay, understood. We about to roll a blunt. Honey, yesterday and today have been days, honey. A moment ago, the police just left my house because I'm like, nah, we're not about to play around. We're not about to play. Can y'all hear above me the dogs barking? Can y'all hear that? Now, I hope y'all can, because I want for my tenant, oh, they don't bark, you're a liar. They do bark. And bottom line is, I'm not about to go back and forth with you. That I can see you've taken my kindness for weakness. That's cool. But the buck stops here, and it stops the fuck now. Get them dogs about my house. That's just how it is. Because I've been more than gracious, more than kind enough. Y'all have seen multiple times on this show. We're live, and then the dogs are in here while I'm recording and streaming. We're not about to go back and forth. Yeah, because I'm like, bitch, I'm not about to go back and forth with you. I'm going to just call the police. We're in my house. I'm not about to negotiate and argue with you about nothing. Especially when I know I've been over backwards. That has been the case. And if you don't want to see that, that's your fault. Who cares? You don't see it. Great. Not about to sit up here and worry myself. Bottom line is, get them niggas out my house. You don't like it. You don't like it. Great. Then you can leave. It's all hours of the night. He not here. I got to be up at 4 a.m. Your dogs are stomping and barking and hooping and hollering. Oh, they don't bark. They don't do this. I don't care what you think. I just told you something. And then wake up to do laundry. The load finish since I've been living here. Never had no issues with my washer, my dryer. This nigga touched my dryer, ceiling is broken. Today I go up there to do my laundry. It's water all over when I do one load, it's water. I step down and there's water all over the floor. Why? And the last person who used it was you. And when you were using the dryer, I heard some clinking and clanking. I'm like, what is this nigga drying? And now the dryer not working again. And it's not the breaker because I went down there. He put a whole new thing down there. So yeah, I'm aggravated because nigga, I'm not here. You for this the amenities are there, but not for you to be breaking up. Respect my shit. There ain't no fucking laundromat where you can be throwing big ass blankets and whatever the fuck you want into my domestic ass washer and dryer. Oh, I only washed 2 loads. I don't give a motherfucker if you washed 1. You were the last nigga down here using it. Did that not happen? I don't give a fuck what you saying. This nigga don't take no responsibility. He telling the police when the police came, because I'm like, this nigga is he's the narcissist. I was just saying what I'm like, this nigga's delusional. Had the nerve to tell me I'm a weirdo because I be dancing outside. I'm like, girl, you are insane. You're jealous. That's plain and simple. You're jealous. How am I weird? Because I dance outside. You're stupid. And if you want to call that weird, cool. I told him, I'm like, you're nobody. I don't give a damn what you think. Your opinion. I'm weird. Cool. Get them niggas out my house. I don't give a fuck what your opinion of me is. Get them fucking dogs out my house. Then he telling me, oh, why? Because I sent him a nice text message. I have another tenant. Your dogs are barking all night. I have to be in the morning. She can't sleep. Your dogs are waking me up. It's not fair for her. She's paying. She's right next door to them. It's not fair to me. It's my house and they're right above me. And I was very nice with him in that message. And he knows that. I've been nothing but nice with you. So fuck you. I'm not about to, it's no more. You breaking up my washer. You breaking up my fucking dryer. Your dog's flooding my house. You breaking down my door. Your dog's running through my neighborhood. Shitting and pissing through my house. Talking about, oh, stop being pissed on. You a fucking liar. The nigga be lying. You be lying. And oh, this and the fourth, he making it like it's such a torture to be here. But your lease ended in October. I'm so horrible, so weird, so all these things what you saying. Why are you choosing to stay here month to month from October all the way down to almost May? Why don't you bounce about my shit then, since I'm so weird? What'd I say about you? That you're choosing to be around this nigga who's so weird and so different and so what you saying? Like, nigga, you're overweight, you have high cholesterol, high blood pressure, and diabetes. I'm like, you used to work with dead bodies, not me. You're used to dealing with dead things. Right now you're beating a dead horse. You should know when you're doing that. You've been around enough death to know. Oh, this ain't your house. Your mom left this to you, and she left it to me. You got that right. She left it to me, so it's my house. You sound stupid. I'm like, nah. You went over the threshold, my friend. You just can't see that. Because you can make believe in your mind I'm some unfair person, whatever how you want to come across. And the police, he was clearly on my side. Because then you even started reading off the text message. Matter of fact, I'll go to it. I'm like, okay, all that's showing is how I was reasonable with you. And so now that I'm on this level with you, it's for a good reason. I'm about to sit up here and play with you. Let me show y'all. So I wrote him, I said, what's up, such and such? I'm not going to say his name. I pray all is well. The babies are barking excessively when you aren't here. They just woke me up again, and they are disrupting my other tenants' sleep also. I'm thinking perhaps we put the kennel outside in a cool area around the back near the shed. So if they do bark, we can still sleep. It isn't fair to such and such, my other, or me, really, as I'm trying to be sleep so I can be up at 4 a.m. for work. I tried to overlook it, but now it's affecting my other tenant living right next door. And then the barking all while you're gone, or when she's trying to sleep during the night, it's something I have to address. Also, I get paid Tuesday, so I'll place the order for those teeth chews. Sabine had eaten up some teeth chews that he had sitting around. I'm like, nigga, why don't you take all your dog shit and put it in your space? You're not paying for storage. You don't get to have all your shit just all around my house. But the bottom line is, if he ate him, I'll replace him. Because that's what I do. I take responsibility. That's what you do when you grown. But I said also I get paid Tuesday, so I'll place an order for those teeth chews then. And mind you, he also had chewed up some, I don't know, like the tip of like one of his containers plus another container. But my thing is, your dog's flooded my house. My floors down here, all that work that I put in to repair from the flood that had happened years before, just to turn around and have his dogs flood my work, and now the wood is warped and you can't even shut the fucking bathroom door because there was water coming out of my ceiling, water coming out of the roof of my bedroom ceiling, out of my light fixtures. You can't. You ought to be trying to walk on eggshells after all the fucking damage you've caused in my house. But the fact, the arrogance of it, he told me, I told him what I just read to you. The dogs need to be outside because it's not really fair. The situation, they're right next door to my other tenant and they're loud and they're excessive. But that wasn't a negotiation. I was just being nice about it because I want to keep peace in my home. But then he never, and I went as far. Hold on, let me tell you. Then he wrote, understood. My only concern is when it rains. So I wrote to him, I'll think of something when I'm at work. And that same day I wrote him and I said, I have a gondola type thing my last tenant left. You can use that during this period. It's a simple thing from the look. Hit me on my way back, talk about on my way back from work. I said that will protect them from rain, in parentheses, more or less, and still allow them to be outdoors in the fresh air. So I think that works. Now, he never responded back to that. Instead, what he chose to do is just take the dogs from being next door to being in your room, but they still bark and we can still hear them. So he just totally ignored what I said and just did what he wanted to do. So when I wake up and I'm seeing water all over my floor mixed in with your dog hair, which shows me that's another thing I have to get on him about. When you use the dryer, each time you use it, you need to clear the vent. Each time, not every 6. Once you dry something, you take thing out and you clear it. That's how that works. But never had no issues with my washer or dryer before him. Now he's here. This now the second dryer that's acting stupid. And now my washer is leaking water. So he come downstairs telling me, well, what that got to do with me? And I'm like, what do you mean what it got to do with you? You was the last nigga to use it. Well, I only washed 2 loads. I don't give a fuck if you washed 1. Clearly, it was something you did. Because you were and I remember when I walked past that door and heard him cleaning and sweeping in there, which he never do. So which shows me if he's doing it now, it must be a reason. Why is he I don't hardly ever see this nigga clean nothing. And that's fine because I'm like, as long as you don't be dirtying up the common areas, I can live with that. But because last time you touched my dryer, we had an issue. This time when I saw that, I'm like, it made me go on alert and remember. And I remember hearing, thinking this to myself, what do he got in that dryer that's making all that noise? But again, try not to micromanage. But you see, now my shit ain't working. So I was already pissed. I'm like, are you kidding me? I'm here to do laundry so I can have my work clothes ready for the week. And when I'm asking him at first, and I sent him a text message, I was like, you did laundry last to my knowledge. Because I'm saying that to be diplomatic, but really he was the last one to use it. So I said, so I'm going to ask you if you know why the washer is leaking water. In all the years I've washed in this machine, I've never had issues. Now it's leaking water everywhere. I said, also, your dog hair is all in the dryer. I open up the dryer, it's dog hair all in the dryer. If when you do laundry, you need to clean that up. That's how it goes. Not no maid service. I'm not about to be cleaning up after you. So I was absolutely fucking pissed. And I should be. I just fucking brought this dryer ain't even haven't been here a whole fucking month. Already had issues. It was just fine before you touched it. So no, I was not, and I was in a be peaceful mood. I've done enough of that with this nigga. I'm like, no, fuck him. Because he is full of shit. That's how I really felt about it. I'm like, no, I don't give a fuck about his feelings, his comfort. I don't give a damn my approach, because I've been nice with you. I said, I don't plan on replacing this washer or dryer anytime soon. Whatever you wash must be reasonable. No large loads anymore. If you need to wash your bedding, you'll have to do that at the cleaners here on out. Like, don't be washing no crazy shit in my washer, period. I never had no issues, ever. Now I have all these issues now, back to back. I'm one dryer breakdown. I got it. And that dryer was in good condition. Never had no issues, ever. Him, what that got to do with me? I'm asking you because you was the last nigga to use it. And so when that conversation kicked off, then the next thing I said to him was, and also, why are your dogs still in my house? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do I mean? Oh, well, they're in my room. Okay, I told you I don't want them in my house. They need to be outside. Well, I put them in my room, so I'm like, what do you mean? And he doing his hand like this gesture, like they're in my room, so that should be good enough. I told you, them dogs cannot be at my house. And for the reasons that I just read to you in that text message. Okay. When they flooded my house, I could have put them out. Being too, as my mother would say, being too nice. But right now you fucking with my other tenant. It's disrupting me and it's also disrupting her. And she's gonna be here for 6 months. You're doing month to month. You're on the priority list, on the list of priorities. You're not at the top. You're not living. It's not just you and me here no more. You living now. We got a third person, and you got to respect her too. Like you the only nigga living here. The fuck is wrong with you? And then he telling me, "Oh, you're a weirdo. Look how you're dressed, nigga. You never seen it. Somebody look this cute. You're just jealous. That's actually what it is. That's actually what's really happening. See, I'm in shape. You're not." And he was telling me, you be outside dancing, you be looking weird, you be outside looking like a weirdo, whatever he was saying. I'm like, you're nobody to me. What you think, you don't know my background and what I've done in the industry. So whereas you call yourself being, he was like, oh, look at my IMDb. I'm like, I don't give a fuck if you had 1 million credits. What you do, any nigga on the street could do. Let's be clear. It ain't like you bringing something totally like you reinvented the wheel. You're a PA. You hold the camera if they allow you to, or you might just be picking grapes for whoever you working for. It just depends. Anyone can do that. I could do that, and I guarantee you they would feature me more if I was doing it. He telling me, oh, you be outside looking weird and all this. I'm like, you know what? You need to cut in on that. That might help you too. Maybe you can drop some of those pounds. Yeah, no, we was going at it because I'm like, nah, because you're gonna see a whole other side of me because I've been nice with you. So since now you really feel like that's the right way you want to go with me, now it's a different side. Because I'm not about to play with you and keep bending over backwards for you. And then you taking my kindness for weakness and then have the nerve to try to flip it like I'm being unreasonable to him. This fucking nigga had the nerve after he broke my door off the hinges to tell me, well, what about my deposit? How am I gonna get my deposit back? I'm like, what do you mean? Oh, well, how does that work? I said, well, when you leave and I survey the area and what damage has been done, then I'll get a quote. And when I get that quote, if there's any money left over after the damages have been taken care of, you'll get whatever's left. That sounds about right. If there's anything left after between your dogs and he telling me small claims, no, nigga, I'll be taking you to small claims. I don't think you're understanding. You create damage in my house, and now he had the nerve to tell the police officer. And I told the officer, I'm like, you see what you're dealing with. This is a person who don't take responsibility for nothing, and he been like that since I've known him. And as a tenant in my house, things will happen. It's always like, I'm not about to play with you. And when I give you a reasonable directive, it's going to happen. We're not about to play. And right now, I'm timing now because he's still here. I'm like, them dogs need to be outside today. Or I'll just be calling the police back, and then it's going to go into a whole other thing. What do I need to do? Because I'm not about to be in my house feeling uncomfortable. It's not going to happen. Him and them, he's like, well, I can go. You ain't getting shit back. Because right now, what you're doing is you're breaking the terms of the lease. If I, as the landlord, am telling you something and you're refusing to do it, lease broken. You're not getting no money back, and I will see you in court. Like, if that's how you want to run it, we can run it. I guarantee you no judge is going to be on your side with that, though. You come to someone's house who's being reasonable with you. As he was reading the text to the cop, the cop was looking like, this sounds reasonable. And I told the guy, I'm like, so you see how I reached out to him? So the fact that you're seeing it where it is right now shows you what? What it was is he couldn't believe that I was telling him that, and that when he told me what he said, I didn't just let it go like, oh, okay. I was like, no, they need to be outside. And when I wouldn't let up, it went the way it went. I'm like, I said, okay, I'm gonna just call the police. He was like, yeah, call the police. I'm like, don't worry, I am. I'm about to argue with you. Bitch, I have too much shit on my plate right now. I'm not about to sit up here and argue with some nigga who is irresponsible. You in my house right now. You're not about to tell me how it's gonna be. Period. That's not about to happen. Especially when you know I've been nothing but reasonable with you. We're not about to play that game. You can do that with someone else who will allow for that to happen. I've been more above and beyond. And he had the nerve when it came to that door. Oh, what was it? He locked himself out of the room. Now he's talking about, well, I can't confirm that I locked the door. So I'm like, so what you trying to say? You think that I got up and did that? Because it was at that time it was just the two of us living here. So I'm like, even that he can't admit that he locked himself out of the room. I have him on tape knocking that door down. So it don't matter what he's saying. Bottom line is, it was your room. You locked yourself out. I'm like, he was like, oh, the lock has a lock on the inside. I'm like, yeah, like most bedroom doors. So because you're too stupid to really know how to work a doorknob, it's not my fault. And you thinking I'm about to come out of pocket for that? He threatened me to say he would take me to small claims court over him knocking the door off the hinges and me gonna do what? Use the deposit to repair it? You want to sue me for that? Have at it. Good luck. Please. I'm about to play with you. This is my house. Oh, your mother and yeah, you're right. My mother, the queen. Was I supposed to like affect me negatively? I had a mother who thought enough of me to leave me some shit so that a bum like you can be in my house and have a place to stay. Oh, this, that, and the fourth, your animals. I'm like, there's nothing you can tell me about my animals because my animals are my responsibility. Those are my kids. So when they do something, I'll handle. You acting like your dogs are on the same level as mine. This is my house. This is their home. All of this belongs to them too. Because they're my animals. They roll with me. So this is their house too. And the difference is I signed up for those dogs and this cat. I didn't sign up for two big ass unruly dogs fucking up my house. So what you trying to say? You're not making no sense. That's how I felt about it. He trying to say, oh, well, his dogs, my dogs what? Because my dogs are behaved. I'm like, ain't nothing you could tell me about me, boo. Oh, I'm weird. He was like, oh, you're weird. I'm like, please. I've heard worse from way better. Let's be clear. I'm about to sit up here and argue with you. I'm like, we just gonna bring the police in. He was like, oh, it's a civil matter. I'm like, it's a civil matter now. But another part is, I'm like, this man in my house, when I'm in my house, don't be following me around. Oh, I wasn't following you around. You were saying something about, I'm like, I don't give a fuck. You can address me. You don't need to follow me where I'm going. Because that's going to take this, don't follow me. You're going to take it to a whole other level. I can talk when I want to talk. And he knows this is the first time we ever had a blow up like that. I'm like, nah. So now you can see, like, if I'm like this, that there's a reason. Because in all of our other disputes, I kept my lid on with your ass. So you're not going to make it like I'm some unreasonable person that's just always falling out. Because there have been plenty of things that I could have, but I'm like, it ain't worth it. It ain't worth it. But some nigga telling me to my face in my house what he not going to do on something reasonable that he even said out of his own dumbass mouth. He was like, he even said, understood. So you saying you understood what I said. My only concern is when it rains. So I gave you a solution for that and you ignored it and did what you wanted to do. So you was just full of shit. So ain't nothing you gonna tell me about me. I'm like, nigga, please. You should hope. I'm like, honey, please. Oh, I'm weird when I dance. Honey, you wish you can get down and be able to get back up. I'm like, those knees ain't happening. I'm like, you need to focus on that high cholesterol, that high blood pressure, and them diabetes. Oh, I don't have diabetes. You sure? Let's get them eyes checked. Like, we're not about to have a read down because there's nothing you can say. For anything you can say about me, I'm so weird. I'm so this, I'm so that. If I'm so bad, why have you chosen to stay here month to month? It's not even like you have to because the lease is over. You can leave. I'm so awful, then get out of my house. We can solve it just like that because I have another tenant and a full-time job. I don't need you here. So you're not about to leverage that against me. And I can get a whole other bitch who will have respect for my home in that room. As soon as you leave, I can show that room. I'm not about to sit up here and play with you. The show will go on with or without you, especially when you're trying to sit up here and make like I'm some unruly person towards you. Nigga, suck an egg. Because that's just a blatant lie. Been nothing but reasonable with you. Period. Ain't no room for negotiation. Been reasonable with you. And most niggas wouldn't have taken as much as I took from you. Your dogs flood my house and I'm still trying to work with you. But I already had it in my mind. I'm like, once he leave, I will be getting a quote for all the damages when his dogs flooded my house, which I have video of. I'm like, nah. Especially you acting like you giving me your ass kiss, girl. Like, who do you think you are? That's how I really felt. Like, who do you really? I would never be in nobody's house acting like that. and then trying to address them like that. Like the way he did his hand, like whatever, they're gonna stay where I put them, regardless of what I'm telling him. I'm like, oh, okay. Let me call the police before this shit. Because one thing about it, that's what I'm saying. Don't be walking up on me, you and your big brolic ass. Because where I'm from, that's not the move. And I'm saying that's why I told the police. I'm like, no. He's like, oh, I wasn't following him. I'm like, all right. And like I told the police, and like I told the dispatch, I'm like, send somebody out here now for this escalates. Because he don't know me. I know me. And I will have the power of God on my side. You're in my house. And God, and you act like you so about the church, then you should know how it goes. You're not on the winning side of this argument. You're actually on the very wrong side. I don't give a fuck if you can see it or can't. You taking advantage of someone who's been nothing but kind to you and reasonable with you. So at this point, I don't give a fuck what the nigga got to say. And the cop told me, oh, well, since it's month to month, the 1st of May is coming up. I'm like, in all honesty and truth, I will be 100% okay with this nigga. I don't have to see him again. And it'll make it easier for me for my commute when I go to work. I don't have to, can you back your car up so I can get to work? I could just go. I'm like, no. See, you got the nice side of me. You wanted that though. Because you could have just people, it's better when you take responsibility. He telling me what that got to do with me, like the whole energy. What you mean what it got to do with you? I'm bringing it to you since you were the last one to use it. And when I used it before you used it, there was no flooding. The dryer worked. I was able to wash all my clothes and dry them all. Suddenly you touch it and I can't do either. Without it, the washer flooding and the dryer won't cut on, period. What that got to do with you? Something happened. And I'm bringing it to the person that I had knowledge who used it last, which would be you. What it got to do with you? Like creating new expenses for me, new issues for me. I break my back trying to repair down here. And all these things that I taught myself to do, I did that. To have this nigga and his dogs that he think are on the same level as my dogs. Some other nigga dogs come to your house and flood your house. You gonna feel that? I would be pissed if my dogs did that, but it would be a difference if it was my babies that did it. It wasn't. Some dogs that have nothing to do with me, that are not my responsibility, did it. He telling me what that got to do with him. All right, don't worry. Because I'm not about to do that with you. Nigga, I have shit going on. Oh, someone sent the seed? They sent me a notification, no sound. Thank you, Jessica. And guess what? I needed that seed too because I get paid on Tuesday. But what I realized is this next payment, I am going to get my car up and running because I'm like, okay, yeah, I paid some bills and stuff, but why is my money going down so much? And even though those Ubers are not super expensive still, they add up because it's like, it's about on average $10. Then you leave a $3 tip. That's 13 going, 13 coming, 13 going, 13 coming, 13 going, 13 coming. I'm like, that's my car insurance right there. So I may as well just go ahead, get insured, get everything running so I can be able to get to work and not have to be paying so much through travel expenses. Because then that's also cutting into my earning ability. You know what I'm saying? And that's another part. I'm like, girl, please. He said to me something like, I'm like, girl, a nigga who's on the DL cannot tell me nothing. I told him that. I'm like, you're on the DL. And he was like, oh, you wanted me. I'm like, and I had to think about it. I'm like, you know what? That's where I knew you from, isn't it? Because before he became my tenant, I'm like, why do I remember this guy? But I don't know from where. Maybe I met him. I kept thinking to myself, but he just actually, of all this time I've been knowing him, he just reminded me how I knew him. That I couldn't remember that. But the point is, he was like, oh, you wanted me. And I'm thinking, is this the nigga who one time we FaceTime one time? And I decided then I didn't like him, honestly. I'm like, I don't like this energy. So I let it go. We didn't talk after that. Then he reached out to me with respect to being a tenant. Since he been here, nigga, I never have given you a clue, sign, a smoke signal, anything to let you think that I liked you. Because it's just not the case. First of all, never mind physical. You just, the way you move, you're irresponsible, in my view. Like the way he has handled things with me, I'm like, nigga, what would attract me to you? But regardless of that, definitely, I'm like, one thing about it, you saying I look, because he was saying how I looked was weird, like what I had on. I'm like, that shows me you're jealous. I'm like, because honey, you ain't ever seen a bitch. I'm like, you can't slip into my garments. I told him, I'm like, no. I'm like, I said, when I be outside dancing weird, how you said, maybe you should get in on the action. Might help you drop some pounds. Work on that high cholesterol, high blood pressure. Get them diabetes in check. Oh, do. Look me up. I'm like, nigga, look me up. What you doing, anybody could do. The things that I have about me, when you Google my name, are things that I'm being acknowledged for directly. Not, oh, I was a part of a film with 300 of the niggas in the background. Like, nah. And if I had no accolades, because I was like, girl, please. I told him, I was like, Miss Thing, you are beneath me. This whole situation is beneath me. Let the police hurry up and get here. That's what and he was like, I'm not beneath you. You're beneath me. I'm like, how can I be beneath you? You living in my house. Oh, your mother's house? Girl, okay, that's old. That don't work because it's still my house that she left to me. It's mine. So that my mother left, great. I had a woman in my life who loved me. I hope you have the same. Oh, my mother's an attorney. Great. So maybe she'll leave you a house too. What you want? Because you being jealous, whatever this is, because that was all jealousy. When the nigga first met me, he was like, "Oh my God, you can sing," and now he want to act like he was king about that. Like, oh, I was just joking. I didn't mean you could sing for real. That's what a hateful, jealous nigga would do. The nigga know I can sing. The nigga know I can dance. He know I'm talented. He know I got a look. The nigga said that to me day one when he met me. Oh, you have a unique look that would work. Now he want to renege because he can't take the fact that I can know how to stand up for myself and I know how to address shit when it needs to be addressed. So now suddenly I'm not talented. I'm weird. My dress style is weird. You mean the one that you said was so unique that stands out? Oh, you mean that voice you was like, oh, you used to sing background vocals, but I have a voice that can be lead? When you told me that? So then that just makes you phony and a liar then. So again, no matter how you cut the cake, it's showing how you're fake. Because I don't say things I don't mean. But the thing is you did mean it because I can sing. And regardless of whether or not you would have ever said that, I would still know that. I don't need you, a person that is nobody to me, to tell me that I can sing. And look, when he was trying to say how weird my dancing was, I called up a woman that I just met yesterday from the barbecue, who, when I was out there dancing, you know what they said? The house, not just one person, the house. At the end, they gave me my flowers. They were like, that was a spiritual experience. Honey, you touched every blade of grass. I was like, let him do what he's doing because there's something happening right now. And when I said, oh, I'm so weird. I'm sorry. I said, hold on 1 second. So I called her up. I said, Mama, yesterday, did I give the girls what they came for or not? She was like, honey, and she gave me my 10. She was like, baby, you ate it up. Do. He couldn't take it. I'm like, okay, so I showed you mine. Show me yours. Let's call up somebody from where you're coming from to say how incredible, how amazing, how earth shattering, how you're the light, how you bring the energy into the room. Let's see what girls will stand up and say that about you. Let's see how many girls say you're the life of the party. We're not going to do that because if you put me in the front and you in the front, it's an easy decision. That's how I felt. Because if you coming at my neck, that's how we gonna roll it. That's how the tape gonna roll. Because I'm like, no, I've never disrespected you, but now you feeling you about to disrespect me? Nah. You should be the way I've bent over backwards for you. You should be trying to figure out any way to stay on the line of peace. Not trying to argue with me. Not trying to tell me no stupid shit I ain't trying to hear. Because again, I know myself. I know who I am. So I know that I'm fair. So if I'm saying that you're taking advantage, that's what it is. You don't have to like that about yourself, but it's true. You don't like it, so you don't want to hear it? Tough. You have absolutely taken advantage. You don't like it. So what? You don't like it. And I'm letting you know about yourself. You can never come for me. I don't care what you say. Oh, I'm weird. Oh, what you saying now? I can't sing, girl. You already told the truth about it when you first came. I didn't ask for that compliment when you was, oh my God, you can sing and ooh, wow, I didn't know you could sing like that. And because now you telling me about your background to like illustrate the point. You're jealous. That's all. And I've come up against bitches like you all through my life. Truly. 1 minute you see the truth about it, but you can't take it. Now I'm weird. So that shows me you just been hating all the way along. So you've been peeping me all the way along and just having these weird ass thoughts in your head because I don't think about you. I don't think nothing about you other than don't tear my house up. Have your rent on time, and that's it. We don't have to talk. That's not a prerequisite. But now you think you about to what? On the strength of you not trying to follow instructions on something reasonable I said. Now you think you about to come at my neck? Oh, I'm weird. I dress weird. I'm like a nigga in a bonnet sitting here overweight in my hallway that my name is on the deed. You're not about to tell me nothing. You look crazy. Then he telling me I look crazy. I'm like, bitch, I'm dressed for the day. You looking like you just rolled out of bed. Ain't ever been a bitch to tell me, oh, this ain't, bitch, you know I'm cute. I don't care what you say. You're just mad about it because you can't take the fact. Oh, look, your lips are dry. Like, what you trying to insinuate? What you think I'm doing coke, bitch? Because I'm getting your level, and I'm, you know how when you get on that level, because I'm like, he was like, oh, your lips are dry. I'm like, and you really don't understand. I've already heard it all before. So my lips are dry. So what? Because I'm dealing with a bum, and I'm not thinking about chapstick. I'm trying to let you know what time it is in my house. Because what it was is we could have stayed peaceful in how it was. Because that's how I prefer. But you're not about to play with me ever. Ever. That's not about to be the case. I'm calling the police. This nigga I'm like, nothing to me. I don't care what you have to say, on what level, because now that you've brought me to this point, especially a nigga like me who's trying to keep my peace, and now we're at this level. At this point, I don't really care what you saying. The cop was like, can we negotiate? I'm like, the negotiation was, I could have just told him to get them dogs. And that's what it was. That's what it was. When he was saying to me that he wasn't going to put them outside, I said, you know what? That's okay. You don't have to worry about them being outside because now they have to leave my house. I don't want them here. You're a tenant. You're paying. I don't want them dogs here. They're disrupting myself and my other tenant. They got to go. I want them dogs at my house today. Oh, they're not going. They're not going. I said, okay, I'm going to call the police. I'm not going to argue with you. When the police came, because what I really should have told them was, them dogs are not registered. That's illegal. So now what? Is it still civil? Because I'm not about to, and if them dogs are not out of my house by today, how we agreed before that cop left, because the cop was on my side. He was definitely on my side, period. Because I asked him, I say, how would you have handled it, officer? He was like, I said, okay, thank you. So we don't have to get into the minutia. Because you know that if you were in the same situation, how would you respond to somebody telling you something on something where you're being reasonable with them and they really feel that they have grounds to tell you some stupid shit? I'm gonna have to call him back. Yeah. I'm like, how would you take it, officer? He was making faces like, I'm like, exactly. So I'm like, I'm not a person I'm not enjoying doing this. But I'm also not gonna have nobody disrespect me in my house that I have fought to keep, that I am doing so much to bring it on accord. And then he had mentioned something about, oh, there's probably snakes in the backyard. I'm like, if there was an anaconda back there, them niggas would still be outside. But the whole point is, I don't have to explain to you what I'm doing about my line. You wanna know why? Because you're not that nigga. Here's what I'll tell my audience, but I'm not going to break it down to him because who are you for me to break this down to? My ex got me a weed whacker because that's already a plan. The reason why we haven't cut the grass is because the lawnmower we have is broken. And he needed to do something with the warranty so they would give him his money back. And but it was a whole thing about that, about you got to be with the lawnmower. You can't do it if you're not, we need the lawnmower in front of you. There was a whole thing with that. And it just kept dragging and dragging and dragging. But again, I'm not an insecure person. Who cares what you think about my yard? Guess what? It's my yard. And when you get to where you going, you can manage it how you want to manage it. Couldn't care less. But regardless of what you saying, them dogs need to be out the house. And I told him, I'm like, my friend, you're upset because you are on the DL. I'm like, a nigga who can't even be himself can never tell me nothing about me. Period. Full stop. There's nothing you can say because you're not even living in your truth. So what you about to explain to me? Nothing. Nothing. And then people when it's then that's when they try to make it like I'm the bad guy. I'm like, I'll be the bad guy. I'll be whatever you want. Don't care. Because you know why? Because I know me and I know that I'm fair. So me knowing the truth about it is enough. I don't care who. Oh, here he go again. Here I go again. About what? How would you respond? No, I'm not about to just be walked all over and somebody to tell me in my house how it's about to happen. Nobody would accept that. Or if you would, good. Let you do it. Let you deal with it. Because I'm not about to sit up there and take that. I'm like, he may be a tenant. Them dogs are not. Every month you come to me. Oh, my condo not ready. This, that, and the fourth. And you say you need more time, I give it to you. Despite the fact that I really wanted you gone. I've been wanting him gone. Just on the strength of his dogs. It wasn't even so much that we were having other than him breaking down my door. But the real issue was his dogs. But he needed more time. I figure I have the space. Why not give it to him? You think you about to disrespect me? Nigga, you can get the fuck. I don't give a damn. The fuck is wrong with you? You are insane. Because you were supposed to been gone back in what? October. October? Yeah, it had to be October because, yeah. Because November, December, that's right. Because I'm like, it was 2 months before the new year. You were supposed to be gone. And that's what I'm saying. I'm like, you see, now you dredging all this up, but it shows me you're the weirdo. I'm not the weirdo, baby. You are. You wanna know why? Because you're choosing to actually stay and live with this person you claim is so strange. That's what you did. I told my issues with you are about your dogs that I've explained to you and have tried to work with you on. But now you're trying to make it like I'm some weirdo, I'm some this, I'm some that. I'm like, Miss Thing, you claim I wanted you back that one little FaceTime we had, honey, please. Now you living in my house. Have I ever hit on you once? Have I ever tried to be seductive to you once? So what you talking about some FaceTime? Like you're the weirdo. You're the one who actually still remembered that. Because I was trying to think, where do I know him from? I couldn't remember till the nigga was sneaking nigga men into my home or bringing them in and being all secretive about it. I'm like, oh, so he's on the DL. That's what he's giving. Because I didn't know what his, and honestly, I didn't care. Only reason why it came to my recollection is because I would see men like being like to me it was sneaky, but I was like, if that's what type of time you on, fine. I don't care. But you're not about to call me out and call me some weirdo, bitch. Everything about me is out in the open. People know my story. You telling me to Google, Google me. Cause I'm actually in the light, you're in the dark. All that church you be listening to clearly is not helping. No, he today was the boiling point. I'm like, nah. And then I'm thinking in my mind, as fair as I've been with this nigga, he have the nerve to disrespect me in my house right now. That's when I was over it. I'm like, second dryer that's not working ever since you touched it. What it got to do with you? Your dog hair is still the residue of what you did in here is still in here. What it got to do with you? It's not working anymore. You were the last one to use it. I'm asking you, what the fuck did you do? What do you mean? What do it got to do with you? In any well-rounded person who is sane and thinking would understand that. But he don't. He's what it got to do with me? What it got? It's like the arrogance of it. I'm like, hell nah. You are arrogant as all fucking get out. Talking to me like what it got to do with me. And then have the nerve to want to threaten me to go to small claims court over him breaking down my door. I mean, that's what you call insane. Oh well, I feel like it wasn't my fault because I did it by accident. That's what he told me. Something like, well, I didn't do it on purpose. Okay, so your honor, when I slammed into this bitch trunk and I was texting in my phone being irresponsible, I didn't intentionally kill her or maim her or total out her car. So I shouldn't have to pay for it. Intent is not the issue here. It's that you did it. And they have the nerve to tell the officer, well, I can't confirm that it was me. Like, and then I'm saying, so what is he trying to suggest? That when he left, I went behind him and locked him out of his room? See, that's some small, petty. I'm like, you too petty for me. Who are you for me to be doing stupid shit what he's trying to put out into the ether? That's some dumb shit maybe you would do. I would never do that. Fucking insane. Now he's trying to make it like, well, I don't know that it was me who, well, if you didn't do it, it only makes sense to reason. What you trying to say, that I did it? My nigga, I was asleep. You know how I woke up? Because you coming here, taking a hammer to my door, a knife to my door, and then eventually breaking my door down. And when the footage, what I got is from me in my bed, just pointing the camera at the hall. Like, in case this nigga, and now that I see, I'm like, so he will nut up. Like, try to make it like it's not his fault. But we got you on camera knocking the door down. So there's no way you're going to be able to explain it. But even on that, I told the officer, I'm like, but you can see how even with this, how he's being like not wanting to be accountable or responsible. So now it's his bedroom door. He locked himself out. He did that. And he was like, oh yeah, because the lock is on the inside. And I'm telling the officer, yeah, the lock is on the inside, like most bedroom doors. Like most doors. Typically, the lock is facing the inside. Is it rocket science? Typically, the lock is on the inside. And most people have enough sense to know that if I'm on the opposite side of the door, maybe I shouldn't lock it. That's my fault, girl. You're insane. But he was trying to pit it off like it was me tripping. I'm like, I don't care what you're saying. I'm too smart for you, and I don't care what you're saying. Because I still feel the way that I feel. I know that I'm being fair with you, and you brought it to this point. Because I don't care what you said. I strongly believe whatever the issue is with that washer and dryer is something he did. He could say all day and night what he got to do with it. It was fine when I used it before. You used it last. Now it's not okay. One time that happened, and maybe it was the dryer. Like, okay, maybe something happened. Now 2 dryers? No, I'm not about to play this game with you. And the officer was like, oh, it's month to month. So May is coming up. So you don't have to actually decide to let him stay. And I'm like, yeah, it will be a hit for the money, but also I can bring another nigga in that room if I wanted to. So it would just be temporary. I'm like, oh, you can go. I have options. Yeah, that got really ugly. It got really ugly. And I haven't had to be in that energy in so long. And I try to avoid that because it's, even though I may have been in the right, it's still a low vibrational energy. I don't like it. But at the same time, it's something that I do have as a tool, and I know how to stand up for myself. I'm not gonna be pushed around and spoken to any kind of way. Now I've tried to avoid this, but he was leaning heavily on too. Because I'm like, when he called me a weirdo, I'm like, sweetheart, you're a bum and you're a loser. What you think about me is next to nothing because you're nobody. I told him that. He was like, I'm somebody. Why don't you look me up on IMDb? He going through his phone trying to show me. I'm like, honey, he's talking about, I have 70 credits. I'm like, if you had 10 million, you would still be trash. So your point? Like, I don't need to look at that. Get that shit out of my face. Stop following me. I'm not following you. I'm not following you. You are following me. Leave me alone. The police are on their way. Now, I don't care what you have to say no more. We're done. Because I know me. And if I'm at this point with you, it's your fault. Period. Because I'm reasonable. You're not. So, nah. The cop was like, what, can we compromise? I'm like, what's the compromise? Because the compromise was to put the dogs outside. That was reasonable. It was fair. It's in text message. You said you understood. And then you went and did the opposite. And then didn't send a message or nothing to say, oh, this is what I'm thinking. And you just did it. Totally ignored what I said. That was the compromise. So now I want the dogs gone. But then he was like, but by the end, he calmed things down and he was like, okay, how about this? You said before you wanted him outside. I'm like, mm-hmm. And to a point I was like, and guess what? And the niggas can never come into my house. They outside, they stay outside. Now they live there. Because before I was just saying, while he's not here, they need to be outside. Because when he leaves, they have anxiety, whatever, they be barking all day. So when he's not here, they need to be outside. That was, to me, was fair, and it was a compromise. He said no. He told me to kiss his ass. He didn't say that, but that was energy. Like, they're in my room, whatever. He did a hand to me. He said he didn't do a hand. He did a hand. He did a hand to me. So I was like, no. After he turned around and said, understood, now you doing a hand telling me, well, I'm not putting him outside. I'm not doing that. So he's saying fuck me and fuck my other tenant. That's what he was saying. I don't care about y'all's comfort. I'm telling you, that you talking about you're paying rent. She's paying rent too. You think you above her? And nigga, this is my house, and I work, and I told you nicely in the text message. You chose to get off from the course. Like, I've been doing things to keep the peace. You chose to stop that by not taking care of my shit and by totally disregarding what I told you about your dogs. You chose to do something totally opposite from what we've been trying to do, which is you get them dogs get on my nerves, whatever, but let me try to keep the peace. Let me try to work with you. But why should I work with you when you talking to me like that? And when you are ignoring what I'm telling you, why should I feel the need to come to you calm and this and that? No. Because now, since when I told you nice, you ignored me. You acted like you didn't give a fuck what I had to tell you. Now, pleasantries are gone. That shows you the entitlement, though, that he felt after totally disregarding what I'm saying. I'm asking you a question that's fair for me to ask. Because now you have to understand this is now the second dryer. Why shouldn't I ask you when I clearly saw you were the last nigga to use it? My other tenant wasn't here. She's out doing what she's doing with her Dungeons and Dragons. I think it's pretty cool. It's a lot of information, but I think it's cool. But my point is, she wasn't around. So it was you. I have a right to ask you about that and to inquire about these dogs. He just figured, I'm going to do what I want. He's not going to tell me nothing about it. So that's where it went wrong. Because I'm like, that you could talk to me like that after I have bent over backwards? Then you have the nerve to tell me stupid shit that are actually lies. My dancing is weird. Girl, God loves my dancing, and not only God, people love my dancing. You're a liar. That's why I call homegirl up. I'm like, yesterday at the barbecue, I literally did at the barbecue what I do in my front yard. What he was telling me was so weird and strange. I did that at the barbecue. And let me tell you what happened. When I first got to the barbecue, there was a table for spades. People were playing spades. They had a lovely spread on the inside. But, it was pretty chill. Right away, I got the party jumping. Like, it was just, y'all know me, I'm jovial. First of all, I'm talking to people. I'm social. I'm a kind person. I'm easy to get along with. I'm a fun person. I know who I am. And then I got my plate. I ate my plate because I had purposely didn't have lunch when I was at work because I was knowing I was going to a barbecue and I wanted to have room to enjoy the food. So, boom. I eat my plate. I had taken an edible. My homie gave me an edible before we got there. So the edible I felt was time release, but I was feeling something. Plus, I had rolled a blunt before we got there. I had me a cute little shot, and everybody was so concerned about me. My friend was like, "Oh," I'm like, "You are underestimating me, sweetie." But I appreciate the concern because he was like, "Oh, Quadir, y'all don't wear him out because y'all, if you give him too many drinks, he'll just get tired. So don't, and he's not gonna be on the level y'all thinking." Like, trying to say, like, don't. Which I understood. I mean, I felt like he was just looking out, like, don't be feeding him drinks and all this other stuff. I mean, in my mind, I'm like, so that was even a funny moment to me, at least. I'm like, hold on. All the times we've gone out, I said, have I ever been vomiting and falling over myself, or have I always kept it together, kept it very cute? He was like, no, friend, there's a difference between sloppy drunk and then what did he say? He said something else, but his point was, no, you're definitely not sloppy. You always keep it together. So he gave me that. But he was saying, like, he's going based off of two different times. One time we were out all day. We had started with church. Then I went to my other homie house. Then when we carpooled to a fashion show. Then we left the fashion show and ended up at a book signing. Now, when we left the book signing, we were supposed to go to a club. I'm like, I'm tired now. And I was tired that day because I felt like we was in the sun. It was just a lot going on. But it was just more like, because by the time we got to the book signing, I was falling asleep because now mind you, I probably could have lasted longer. But you know what it is with me? I'm a person who was an extrovert, right? But I'm also an introvert in a different kind of way. It's like I'm not the standard introvert. My introvert is this. When I come, it's a supernova. It's going to be energy. It's going to be light. It's going to be good. That can extend if we keep the energy high and on the level that I set it. But if we sit down and now we're sitting there calmly, everybody's sitting, everyone's quiet, no music, and we're just sitting there, mind you, we've been out in the sun, we've been drinking. Did I have a blunt that day? I don't know. Want to say yes. Let's just say, I can't remember for sure, but let's just say yes. So I'm high, I have a buzz, been out all day, got the word to church, like it was just a lot going on. So by the time we got to that book signing, and we was just sitting there, I tried to stay awake. Oh damn, I knocked my blunt on the floor. I tried to stay awake. I was like, okay, really fighting it. But I was falling asleep. And my homie, the one who, and I'm gonna give you another example, what I know he's thinking about. But look, so he was like, friend, put these shades on, because he's fabulous. He always got like 6 pair of shades on him, Prada, Gucci, this, that, and the fourth. Which one should I wear? So he always got an extra pair. So he saw me, he was like, friend, put these shades on. So that way I was sleeping, but you really couldn't, maybe you could tell, but maybe it was more discreet because they were dark shades too. And I didn't want to be rude because I really wanted to stay awake. It wasn't because he was boring or anything. It was just because we had just been so so fast moving. Damn, I'm not clicking none of the comments. Let me see. Insecurity was definitely shine on his. Yeah, I'm like, girl, please. I don't care about that. Because one thing about me is the legendary status, the legendary card stands on its own. I really don't have to tell you about who I am, what I've done, what I do. Because I'm like, girl, you saying IMDb. Girl, I've worked with people too. And when I did it, though, I did it as talent, not whatever you about to show me. And the point is, I really don't care. Really, all in all. But we moved past that. Hold on, you said, and consider people like that need to, right. And I was trying to hold it together. So you want to start the eviction process if he overstayed his welcome. The thing is, again, like I said, God knows best. All I can say is I know I did my best with that situation, period. I know that. So I don't have no feeling about that. What I could have done better, how I could have did it better. I know that I've been fair. I've tried to be diplomatic, patient. So now, as a human being, that I've had a moment where I reached my limit, that's okay too. For what I have had to endure and for the peace that I had to release in order to allow, So I'm like, no, I'm okay with it. I don't feel no kind of way about it because I know that I didn't say nothing wrong. And I had every right to be frustrated that you use my shit and now it's not working. You may use the amenities, but you got to take care of my shit. I'm not the person, don't use the washer, don't use the dryer. But now, when shit like this is happening, no, I have a right. No one's going to tell me different. No one's going to tell me no, that I was wrong to address him. I'm absolutely the right person to address it. Like, nah, you're not about to do that. And what? You're a Morehouse alum? I saw you with some Morehouse girl. You a Morehouse alum? They must be handing out degrees, bitch, because I don't see it. I don't see where the money from the education went to. Because if you was around it how they claim they making it, how they make them, you should have understood where you was dead ass wrong. Period. What I will give him is at the very end, once it was like, okay, he gonna put the dogs outside. He was saying like, oh, that's very kind of you. Like he came back to a nicer point, so I'm okay with that. But I'm still hot with him. So the cop said maybe I'll give it some days before y'all talk or whatever, a week or whatever. I'm like, yeah, maybe we need to do that because I'm still not happy with him at all. Don't you ever come for me like trying to make it like I'm some strange person. You know that's not true. You're just saying that. You've been living here all this time. And the worst thing you can say is that I dance outside. So what type of black nigga are you? You're the one killing black boy joy. The worst thing you can say is that I dance outside and I'm strange, I'm odd because I'm dancing. This nigga never seen me do nothing weird. All he sees me do is take care of my babies, clean my house. He may hear me stream from time to time. He may see me dance, but what have he seen that was weird? To me, weird would be I'm coming upstairs and I'm not wearing no bottoms. I'm just naked. I'm walking around the house naked. I'm doing like weirdo shit. Like I'm like, the worst thing you can say is I dance outside. That shows me your argument is weak. I thought it was supposed to be Morehouse. That shows me degree don't mean nothing because I don't have a degree and I'm still smarter than you. That's how I see it because I'm like, if you from appearance to this to that, you're not going to contend with me. Let it go. We're not about to do that. Especially when I know I've never overlorded. Oh, do you know who I am? I've never. So that's why when he's still on IMDb, I'm like, girl, I can trump all that and I don't even have to try. Really. Because the difference is too, honey, I've been to the mountaintop and I still can work on this level at this job, this little job that I have, and still understand that I'm that bitch. You wanna know why? Because that IMDb, that job, none of that don't define who I am. I'm still an artist. I will always be that. And I'm very secure in that. So, okay, IMDb, I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't need to pull, I don't have to contend with that. It's irrelevant to me. Like, and you're still under my roof. So you tell me I'm nothing. How how can something come from nothing? You're living in something that came from something. What are you talking about? I said I told him I'm like I'm so all these things, but you're choosing to be here month to month to month to month. So what's really going on? Like, so you're just lying. You're just saying things to like make an argument for yourself that are not true. You know that I can sing, you know that I can dance, and you know that my dancing is very spiritual. I've gotten that many times. That's what I'm saying. So him saying that to me, I'm like, you're someone who don't mean nothing. When I step out into the world, that's all the proof that I need. And even if nobody told me, I would still know. But I'm telling you, everywhere I go, when I really channel my energy, people love it. So you telling me it's weird is just you're just showing me that you're jealous and you don't understand art, but you work in the field. That's why you're behind the scenes, where someone can tell you what to do, because you're not an artist. You don't know what art is. You don't know how to create atmosphere. Someone got to tell you. See, that's what I'm like, don't let's not do that. Because that's you telling me I look weird. I'm like, sweetie, I be when I'm dancing, I look strange. He told me how I was dressed was even what I had on right now was weird. I have on blue jeans, this hat, some Van sneakers. He just was saying stuff, in my opinion. He was just talking at that point. He was just, oh, you look weird. You are weird. Your dancing is weird. You can't sing. I was just lying. So it's really showing how you have no character. Because to begin with, you're lying. All of what you just said is you're lying. When you first moved in, you said my voice was beautiful. And that you would know because you sang in a choir, you did this, you did that, you sang background vocals for all these different gospel artists. So you would know, right? So your first thing to me was to be like, bitch, that's you singing? Wow, I didn't know you could sing like that. You have a beautiful voice. But now he's saying he was lying. Girl, please. So either way, no matter how you cut the cake, you're full of shit. Because if you were lying then, you're a phony nigga. And now, if you're making up a lie to go against what you first said, which was true, then you're still full of shit because you're lying now. So either you're lying now or you were lying then. But either way, you're a liar. Because who even told you to have to say that to me? You could have just said nothing. But you heard my voice and you heard it live. And you knew that it was good. And you felt moved to take the time to say that to me. But now he want to say that, oh, I was just pleased. I was just lying. No, you're lying now. But either way, you showing me something about your character. Whether you want to see that or don't. You showing me how fake and phony you are. You're a fraud. Because, honey, this is me all the time. You're not going to see me some other place. I'm a different person. This is Quadir. You are not who you act like you are. You be living behind mask. That's why you're mad about my freedom and how I move. And I never would have known that until you exposed your card by making up lies about me. That's why I called that girl up. I'm like, at the barbecue yesterday, what did it give? None of these people knew me, by the way, including her. We just met yesterday. I got her number yesterday because she was like, "Oh my God, you are my boyfriend, honey. You are my spiritual." I was telling she was genuine. And then people were just giving me different speeches like your energy. Oh my God. She was like, this ground is, they were talking about how the ground was, but it was sincere. And all I was doing is what I always do in my front yard. When I'm dancing and I'm talking to God and my mother and my ancestors and I'm out there dancing, I don't care what, you can't tell me nothing. Because they was like, oh my God, you was in your own world and you just created. She was like, you couldn't tell me. She was like, when he was out there, she was like, no, let him do what he's doing because he's every place he's touching. She was like, let him touch all of it because he's anointing the ground. That's what she said. And she was dead ass serious. So you see how God wanted me to hear that first? So on today, when this nigga said what he said to me about being so weird, all I would have to do is remember less than 24 hours ago, you just heard people who didn't even know you from a can of paint coming out of their way to explain how you are a light and how it's spiritual, it's holy, it's this, it's that. Just before he came to me telling me how weird I am. So it's like, girl, please, I paid him. And see, the thing about it is I really am okay with it because my thing is you're lying now and you're showing me something about your character. You're upset because I'm confronting you about something that has to be addressed. It do. Because you're going to be here. You got to take care of my shit. I'm tired of you fucking my house up. Fucking up my shit. You can say, oh, I didn't do it all day and night. But I know before you moved in here, I didn't have these issues. Now I do. That is true. So regardless what you're saying, I'm like, be reasonable with me the way I'm being reasonable with you. Don't you ever disrespect and be like, oh, put your hand to me. Like, it's whatever. I'm not putting him outside, as he was telling me. Like, what made you think that would be okay with me? That you would be able to talk to me like that and it was going to be calm? And what? You were just going to go on about your day and I was just going to be like, well, I guess that's that. To me, it was the arrogance of it. Like, he really thought, like, I don't understand what he thought that was going to turn into. Because we had another issue where I told him, okay, you're putting your trash in the wrong trash can. That trash can is for overflow. So what I need you to do is to take the trash you've put in there and put it in the trash that I take to the front. And he was making that into a big thing. What I'm telling you is fair because I'm the one who even handles the trash to take it to the front. You don't do that. I do that. And the least you can do is put your trash in the right trash can. How is that unreasonable? I'm not asking you to drag it out to the front or drag it back, but you can put it in the right trash can. That you can do. But he was making it out like, oh, I was being mean about it. Like, nigga, you a grown man. I don't have to coddle you. I'm nice just by default. Like, my natural disposition is kind. But I'm telling you something straightforward. You're a grown man. I don't have to baby you. Because then he came back, oh, the second delivery was better. I'm like, Lord, give me strength, give me peace. Because this nigga's about to annoy me. The way I told you the first time actually was okay. But to keep the peace, I came back around and was like, let me calm down. Because it was just straightforward. It wasn't nasty. It was just saying, this trash can is not to be used unless the main trash can is full and nothing can be placed in there. In that case, then you may put trash in the second trash can as overflow. When the trash people come on the day that they come and it's empty, then because it's also not you put the trash there, then I have to dig it out. No, whatever you put there, if it's your trash and you know you put it there, then when the trash can come back, it'll be your job to take it and put it in the can that, because I'm not handling people trash. Because when I lived here by myself and that's how I used it, I had to go in there and dig my trash out and put it. If I can do it, you're not too good. You can do it too. So I'm not asking you to do nothing that I haven't done or wouldn't be willing to do. Nigga, when I was here by myself, I did it. And I wasn't feeling like it was trash. It's not about that. But we all here, all of us here are grown. And am I being unfair? Is that unfair to say? No, it's not. And I don't mind taking the trash out front because that's what I would be doing anyway. So it's like, all right, that's like just an added little small bonus. I don't mind taking y'all's trash to the front, but I will not sort through your trash. I will not take your personal trash out of your room. And I'm not handling your trash. Put your trash in the right can and I'll take it from there. That's it. That's fair. That's easy. That's all. Nothing I'm saying is unfair. None of it. So that's why I be like cool with it because I'm like, no, I'm fair. I don't care. I don't care about nothing else. That he keeps trying to make it like I'm being unfair with him. That's how he's trying to come across like I was being unfair to him. And I'm just like, it's delusions. It's delusional. I'm being unfair with you. Okay. So yeah, like I said, the cop said give it a few days so we can both calm down because like I said, that definitely worked me up. Like I couldn't believe that he thought that would be okay with me and that it would just go away or something. And that he just purposely did what he wanted to do and just thought, okay, whatever, like it is what it is and what you like you can't tell me nothing about it. Like it was just that he did that. I'm like, why did you make that choice? And when I ask you about the washer and the dryer, don't tell me what it got to do with you when I told you very clearly in the text what's going on because you were the last to use it. So it will be fair to ask, well, if it wasn't leaking water before and the dryer was working, you used it last, what happened? And for your response to be to me, what it got to do with you, incorrect. If someone drove my car and before it was not having no issues, and when they got their hands on it, suddenly a tire is flat, the engine is weird, like then I would ask the question, what happened? You were the last person in it, weren't you? And when I had it, it wasn't having these issues. What's wrong with that? The very first time we met each other. Right, like working with each other. And I'm all for that. I don't mind teamwork. I really don't. But I don't like people taking advantage of my kindness. It's never going to fly. It's not going to fly. Mother Bianca says, if they're not taking out the trash, then it's right, period. Hold on. You said, and as for the washer, I can't stand not being able to wash my clothes. Right. And right now I have one load that's wet and I can't dry it. And then the rest of my clothes I can't even wash because how am I going to dry them? And now it's just another problem for me to have to fix. So now it's like, no, if I have to buy another dryer, you may not use it. And that is going to be on period. You may not use my washer or dryer, period. You're going to have to go to the laundromat. Because I don't because especially when something happens and you're going to tell me what it got to do with you. So now when I replace it, you may not use it. Figure it out. No, especially who's going to tell me what it got to do with him. As if that's my own personal problem. Like he don't have clothes to wash. He thinking he could just break my shit up and then just bounce to a laundromat. No, you have to stay over there because if I have to replace another fucking dryer, you may not use it. You're not going to break 3 fucking dryers in my house. 1, okay, we'll let that slide. Now 2, fuck that. What it got to do with you? Like I'm just here to be fixing issues that he's creating. And oh, I only wash 2 loads of clothes as if it takes 10 to break a washer or a dryer. It's what the fuck you were washing, my nigga. What the fuck you were drying, my friend. You could, in them 2 loads, you could have washed the heavy ass, thick ass blanket that you need to put in an industrial washer. What it got to do with you? There's water on my floor. That's what the fuck it got to do with you. You were the last one to use it. What it got to do with him? Are you stupid? You can't be this dumb. I thought you were from Morehouse. Or is that just some shit you bought offline? Because we can all wear some shit. Oh, I went to Harvard. Bitch, we can all perpetrate. Like, did you really get a degree, girl? Because it's questionable. Anybody else would say, you got a landlord like that, treat him right. Do not disrespect. Because most of the time, when you move in with someone, they're fucking nightmares. This is a nigga who leaves you the fuck alone, let you have your space, and only address you when it needs to be addressed. You gonna cross me, nigga? Fuck you. I told him, I was like, girl, fuck you. For real. Because I'm like, I don't give a fuck what you saying. You showing something about yourself right now, and you just can't see that. It's not the wrong time to say it, baby. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. That means the world to me. Thank you. That's what I'm saying too, Jessica. I'm like, girl, that's why I was like, I don't care what you, because it got to the point where I'm telling him, I'm like, don't care. Don't care. Because he was like, well, I'm going to tell you anyway. I'm like, honey, you just putting hot air into the ether because I'm paying it. It's like, I was just talking through whatever he was. I'm like, I don't care. I don't care about nothing you talking about. Because at this point, you're showing me that you're full of shit. That's all I'm getting from this. All I'm getting from this is that you's a full of shit nigga who does not take accountability whatsoever. You like to pass. How this a nigga who tried to sell me a broken TV, knowing it was broken. Gonna tell me, oh, I asked him, I'm like, what are these lights? He telling me he was gonna sell it to me for $100, bitch. Like, you show me you full of shit. You full of shit, nigga. And I didn't call you out about that because I figured, why? I didn't buy the TV. It's paid. Because he telling me when I saw the lights, I'm like, well, let me plug it in and see if it works. Because at first I'm like, maybe I'll buy it if it's worth it. So I'm like, I say, let me see the TV. He plugs it up. I cut it on. And in the background of the TV, you can see all these lights, like these circles, all around the TV, like all through the picture and all this other stuff. And I'm like, what are these lights? Like, that's very distracting. What is that? Is there a way to turn that off? He was like, oh no, that's a feature that he's telling me some bullshit about. Oh, that's a feature of the TV. That's like a new feature they have. So when he went outside to take something to the trash, I just did a quick Google. I looked at the brand. Maybe it was an LG. I said, LG TV, lights, flat, like lights behind the picture. Distracting. I Googled something like distracting lights behind the picture. If you Google that now, you'll see the type of TV this nigga tried to sell me. And you'll understand how that's a malfunction. All videos talking about that TV are talking about how it's not supposed to be like that. But he told me it was. So I'm like, you full of shit. And I really peeped that about you early on. But to me, I didn't feel it was worth it to address it because why? I didn't buy the TV. But it's like, so when he's telling me things like where he thinks he's about to like what? Undermine what I think. Girl, do you know who I am? See, because you've only seen me be me, like kind and like what I naturally am. Dancing, being creative, being me. You've never seen the hustle, the grind, the fight. You don't know me. Not the way you think you do. He telling me, well, you don't know me either. I'm like, okay, I know enough to know you's a dumb fuck nigga that's up here in my face talking stupid like you have ground to stand on. You don't have a leg or a kneecap to stand on. You don't have the hips. You don't have it. That you want to argue and try to contend with me on some shit where you dead ass wrong. Period. Ain't no degree, ain't no, uh, there's nothing you can bring to me that's going to try to justify what you thought you were trying to do to me. In my home, disrespect me. And tell me, basically, kiss your ass. What it got to do with me? And it was the way how his face and all what he was doing. I'm like, rolling his neck and all this to me. No, don't talk to me. Like, so that's what ramped it up was his whole energy about it. So right from that, I matched that energy. Like, what you mean? You was the last nigga to use it. Like, especially you coming to me talking to me like that, like with these eyes and rolling his neck with that bonnet on. I'm like, my nigga, let's be clear about something. There will never be a day on any calendar, lunar, Chinese, or American, where you will be able to straighten me and get me together under my roof. Like, now I know. Now watch when I be working with Tyler Perry and you got to bring me my glass of orange juice, Mr. PA. Yeah. And I'm going to be nice because I have grace, so I'm not going to be nasty with you. But just remember, because look how God works. Watch what God do. God is so funny to me. Just because he tried to play me and make it like I had no talent when he knows that's not true. Watch how something opens up for me where now you bring me my juice. You bring me my grapes. Maybe I'll give you some cigars like Cedric the Entertainer too, if I feel like it. I'm like, do you understand this is what I do for a living? Commentary? You just give me content. Oh, something where you dead ass wrong. And it never would have been nothing had you just would have had respect and would have handled it with common sense and grace. But you chose to come to me like, what it got to do with me? With this energy of defense. So I met you where you were and then you didn't like it. So then don't come to me with that energy. So you don't like this energy I'm meeting you with, but you thought you was going to come to me and talk to me like, why are you talking to me about it? Rolling your neck, talking to me crazy? But he's delusional. He don't hear himself. So he don't know he's coming across that way. But you are. So when you talking like that, let me come to your level so you can understand maybe a little bit better. I didn't appreciate that. I'm like, hell to the fucking no. And then gonna walk away from me, turn his back, do his hand, walk away from me. Girl, let me just call the police. Let me call police. Because I'm not gonna do this. He acting like we on equal footing right with this. We're not. I don't give a fuck you paying rent. I don't give a fuck what you saying. This is still my home. You acting like we totally equal in this. We're not. That's where you keep getting fucking confused. Like we about to sit up here and negotiate. I give you a reasonable request. Now you think we about to sit down some motherfucking place and what? Negotiate? Your comfort supersedes what? Hers and mine? It's an inconvenience for you? I ain't trying to hear it. Telling me, oh, my dog's not to go nowhere. I pay rent. I'm like, my nigga, you pay rent. You're a tenant, not them dogs. And regardless of that, get him out my house. I'm not about to keep. I already told you nicely the reason, but now you want to play stupid. So we gonna play stupid for stupid. We gonna match. Now you can see how you come across. You sound fucking stupid. And honestly, I could never come across dumb. Because everything, even in what I was saying, I was making sense. You want to try to read me, girl? Let me read you. Because you saying, oh, I look weird, but you are weird. I live my life out in the open. There's nothing you can say. Oh, your dogs, they're my dogs. This is their home. That's why I'm like, this is their home. You're a guest. You're living here temporarily. This is their home. Before you were here, they were in that room. They were in this room. They were in that room. But regardless of that, my dogs make a mistake, I can fix that. It'll be my responsibility to fix that. It's another thing for a whole other nigga to come in here with their dogs that are their responsibility that they neglect. That's what I'm like, you abuse them dogs. You'll never be around. They be in the cage all day. So I ain't trying to hear you. I don't want to hear nothing you have to say. It got heated. It was really nasty. I'm like, I've been trying to hold it together so he could leave in peace. But today, when I was washing my clothes, between that, my washer, something being wrong with my washer, and my dryer totally not working at all, won't even cut on, and he totally disregarding what I told him about them dogs, I was like, this nigga have lost his mind for real. And if them dogs not, if he don't honor what he said when that cop was here, I'm calling the police again. And this time, I want to do a write-up. I want to do paperwork. And if they're not out by today, I will be starting that eviction process. Because I'm not about to keep going back and forth with this person. And shit, anything, let me tell you. I'm like, don't play with me. Because Allah be with me, be on my side. I told the cop, I'm like, you saying it's civil, but I'm calling you now before this shit escalates. And you can see how it could. Now, if another call get placed and it's for a different case study, it's not going to be on me because I called you already and tried to handle the situation with the proper authorities. And you told me it was civil. Because I'm not going to have you telling the cop one thing, you told me one thing, we had an agreement. I don't give a fuck. Honor what you just said, what you should have did when we first spoke via text. And you said you understood. Ultimately, you agreeing to basically do what you already agreed to do already. And sorry for not catching all the comments, but I just want to get that off my chest because that just happened today. I was supposed to go live earlier, but then this happened first. I had this set up to go live, to roll a blunt and go live with y'all to tell you, really, I wanted to talk about the barbecue. And I was going to be washing clothes and I was going to take intermissions because I'm washing clothes in between, got to be washing and folding clothes, trying to do, me, I'm not really a multitasker, but I'm trying to do better. And then I started to load and then discovered that. And I was like, okay, I have 2 loads of clothes because I stay on top of my laundry. I said, let me do my whites, let me do my colors. I did whites first. And I wanted that load to be done so I could have that going in the dryer and then start that second load. And then while we were live, then maybe I could just be folding some clothes. Okay. But when this happened, that threw everything off. Because I'm like, oh no, this got to be handled right now. And I don't feel like being nice about it. Like being like, oh, what's good? Like, no, it's showing me something. You showing me you taking that for granted. My kindness. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Not gonna happen no more. What the fuck is wrong with my washer and dryer, my friend? And why the fuck them dogs, them niggas are out my motherfucking house? I'm not gonna keep playing with your ass. But anyway, now I'm on a more serious note. I really did want to talk to y'all about this barbecue. It was incredible. I went with 2 of my homeboys. The other person, I met him a long time ago, but here's the thing. Let me tell you something. A, be good. Because NIEs ain't having it right now. 2 of the guys were my friends. That third guy, I met him before a while ago. I can't tell you exactly when, but I feel at least a year or 2 at the park. And I'm trying to remember the exact circumstance. I think he was like, what was he doing? Selling like lemonade or something. And then, but he was kind of all over the place, I remember. And then also, I'm trying to figure out how it came down to me now. Like maybe he told me, oh, I'm a dancer. Da, da, da. And I remembered that about him. So then I ran into him again at the Christmas party. I saw him. I acknowledged, hey, how you doing? But again, he be all over the place. And one thing about it is certain energy, I'm like, it's just be too all over the place sometimes, like doing a lot for me. But I mean, it's not, I wouldn't say I had a problem with him though. I didn't. It's just like I said, it would be like a presence that I'll be like, oh, is he coming? Where is he? If he was there, that would be fine. But I'm not calling for it. You know what I'm saying? And he was just very interesting the whole time. But here's the point. He's a dancer. So, okay, like I told you, what happened was I had got my plate and we had the moment inside where everyone was like, well, they was like, oh, like, but really what I was saying is it looked like, because it wasn't just my friend, because even some of the people who didn't know me, when he was saying what he was saying, they were agreeing, but it felt like because the one girl, her girlfriend, who was like, "Oh, I feel like I'm gonna like him," and she was like, "I feel like I'm just sitting." She was just saying a lot of good stuff, but she didn't. Even, I mean, from the beginning. So for me, she was like, "Mm-mm, I don't know. I'm gonna like him, so we need to get a shot in him. We need to get him going so we can get on the same level because you need to catch up because I've already had this many shots in." So the girlfriend was like, "No, you don't need to do him like he don't need to come in here and do 2 shots and a drink, and he don't need to be drinking like you." So when he said that, the girlfriend was agreeing with him, and then people were. It was a funny moment, but what I sensed was, wow. At least how I took it, my perception of it was like there was a protection. Like what I imagined in my mind was like if you know how like you see different performers and they get to a certain level and then people will be like, "Oh, come, let's drink, let's do party drugs," and everybody just kind of lets them do that or don't really. I'm not gonna say everyone because I'm sure there are other people like, "Girl, that's not a good idea." But a lot of times we hear about it where it'd be like, "Don't nobody who loves them who's gonna say something." So I did. It was a good feeling to know. I knew I was okay, but that people were really like, "No, don't take advantage of him. Don't do nothing that's gonna have him like he needs to enjoy it." That's what they were saying too. Like he needs to enjoy it, like not be like, "What you doing? What you trying to? What you are?" And then I think because they thought I was slender, like I think it was things to it. But it really did feel like genuine loving concern. But I'm telling you, I'm like, listen, right now, other than that edible that I took, and then hopefully this blunt that I'm about to get into, already, I'm already sober. But what I'm telling you is, I know how to handle myself, and you will see. Like it's that's just a better way for me to show you because they didn't know me, and that was fair. Him. Oh, and I was telling you about what made him say that. So what made him say that was that first time I told you when we went to church and all the other things. The second time was what did he, oh, we went to the wine fest first. Mind you, I had been up since 4 a.m. because I went to work, came home, showered, did what I had to do, got dressed. We went out to the wine fest, which was incredible. Then we turned around, we went to the Dogwood Festival. Then we turned around, we went to a drag show. Now, the drag show had music, but we were sitting down because when we got in there, they was like, "Oh, honey, please take the VIP seating." And I was like, "Oh, that never happens." Okay. So, yeah, it was nice to have some quote unquote VIP seating, but now I'm sitting down and the drag queens were coming out. That night, I just felt between me being exhausted for the level of what it took for me the other girls who was living, alhamdulillah, I'm talking about me, what it would have took for me to get up on my feet and to really be like, "Oh, oh, oh," like I'm awake again. It just wasn't. And actually, I skipped a step. Before we got to the drag show, first, we went to another bar and had daiquiris. And I ordered me something like a Bob Marley daiquiri where it was like, and when we was at that bar, the edible really started to kick in. Like, and I was like, what? I feel like there's something extra going on, but I don't know what. And then I thought, oh, that edible. I'm like, why am I suddenly starting to feel? And I remembered I took that edible. So then, boom, we went from that, and which was still, and I was at that point, I was just really coasting out, just in a good vibe, like just enjoying. But when we left there, we went to the drag show, and like I said, some of the girls, they're legendary because as I was growing up, they were around. I remember them. I was like, oh my God, she's still out here, good, and she's still performing, and I can appreciate that. Um, and I only had as far as singles go, because I'm like, girl, I'm to a homeless person, I would probably give it up, but you're not. It's not giving that right now. Right now, it's giving. I need to conserve my coin, but I do have $1 on me, and I will give it. I will. But the girls the lineup that was coming, they were like just not hitting the marks. I'm like, maybe I would have gave them one of those $5 bills, but the level of performance that it would have had to be, it wasn't there. So I was like, no, I'm gonna stick to my initial thing. And then later on, I really did need that $5. I feel like God be giving me tests. When is the right time to give? When is the wrong time? Like, just because you came to this drag show, which you didn't intend to come to, But I was just rolling with the punches because I just went to hang out with my homies. Like, we can go wherever, but I didn't plan on that. And I'm not really a drag girl anyway, honestly. And people always be shocked. I'm like, I'm an enigma, honey. Like, there are things about me. People be like, "Oh, you don't watch RuPaul's Drag Race?" I'm like, "Girl, no, no, I really don't." Now, certain things I know a little bit because my ex really watched that show, and I would walk by and it would be on here and there. But even outside of Drag Race, I'm just not there. When I'm around it, I can enjoy it, but it's not something I'm like, "Oh, we got to go to a drag show. It's been too long. We got to go see drag queens." It's a different art form, and every medium is not for everybody. I've done it, but that's why I didn't last because it just wasn't really for me. And also, when I would dress that way, then people would say to me, "You should stay like this." I remember that. You should stay as a woman. Even people who, I think I told the story years ago, but that time where I went for my friend and her mom, they wanted to see me in drag, and anyway, I showed up. And when I got there, they was taking pictures. This was back in the day where you could, like, roll the shit back and snap it. But in the flash and all that, they was like, "Oh my God, honey, no, we did not know it was like that." They was just, and it was all love. It was all sincere. It was nothing negative about it. But I just, when they were telling me you should stay like this, I've heard that before that moment. But then when it was coming to people that knew me, even just as Quadir, the person, that they we're so like taken away by that. I'm like, ooh, I don't want to get stuck in this because I don't love it enough. It's not something that I'm doing this so that I can have and find an outlet to express my art. Because when I would go, I would sing live, and what my plan was, but I just didn't stick around long enough because I didn't want to do it as a drag queen. Like, no, because then when I get somewhere, they're gonna be like, "Oh, we knew you as a drag queen. We don't have an interest in you regular." RuPaul can do that sometimes, but even with that, bitches want to see her dressed up. Really. It's like now that she's older and she's been around, she's lasted. Now people are more okay with seeing her, like, because now she be doing interviews and. But I'm talking like in her height when she came out as RuPaul, that's what they wanted. It wasn't like, "Oh, come on to Arsenio and we want to talk to you and really get to know you, but come as yourself." No, we want to see you in drag and give the persona, give it. But now she can do that because she's legendary. She's been around. Um, I told y'all this time when I saw RuPaul in Hollywood, West Hollywood, and I saw her. We saw each other, and I could tell she knew me. But then her energy was giving, "Girl, I'm not about to give it to you." So then I thought, I'm not gonna give it to you either then, because you're a legend, I'm a legend. We're different kinds of legends, but bitch, I'm somebody too. When I saw Jussie Smollett, that's why I hate that he did what he did to himself, but he was a sweetheart. Daryl Stevens, I forget the other girls' names who were the cast. I remember their stage name, but not their real name. But the point is when it's the energy of where you can feel that person is not an asshole, then I'll give it up. But with Miss RuPaul, I sensed, I'm like, So when I sensed that, I'm like, "So what you thinking? I'm to run over there, Miss RuPaul." I'm not about to do that. Now, had you would have had an energy where when I looked at you and it would have, especially with you being, I'm like, okay, I'm not gonna be another bitch on the street to gas you up. We could have gassed each other, or it could have been something else, but I was like, "No, I'm gonna let her go on about her day in her hot ass 3-piece suit with pink and blue and green pinstripes. I'm gonna let her march like Coretta down Selma, like if that's what she wants to give today." Because she was out there with her 3-piece suit, like always. She was definitely dressed how she would dress. She had her little shoes on. I was like, okay, well, at least she really is giving RuPaul because she was dressed as RuPaul, like what I would expect to see him in. But it was just that energy. Maybe she had a long day that day. To be fair to her, she could have had a long day. I'll give her that. I don't know, but and I was also like what 23 at the time, so I just had a smaller threshold for like, if her day was bad, what they got to do with me? Like, because the way I always felt was if my day was bad, I still wouldn't show up to around any person and be like, "My day was bad, girl. I don't give a fuck how I'm acting towards people." I don't believe in that, and I never believed in it. So, but back then, I was just more like, Give a fuck. Like, since I saw that energy, I was just like, I really don't care. Happy Saturday. Is it Saturday? I thought it was Sunday. Yeah. Or maybe you're on a different part of the world where it haven't hit yet. Mm-hmm. You say, yeah, just like a person with glasses, it's kind of crazy to see them without them on. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, so I did not, I'm not against, listen, I want to be very clear about it. I'm not against the drag medium. I've done drag and I may even do it again as part of a elemental art moment. Does that make sense? Like, for example, let me see if I can say this right. In Mother Pat, and I'm thinking, what else? Really, now that I'm thinking about it, there's a whole slew of it. So here's my example. To me, when I was in Bloodied in a Mess, Mother Pat, that was my element of drag, if you want to call it that. It's more like androgyny to me, but okay, whatever. That's my element. If I were ever to do the full on, like, but even with that, even when I did drag, I never went the classic way. Let me use my natural face and just make it beautiful with makeup. I don't want to have the crazy high arched eyebrows and the thick white filler in the eye, like, and them crazy, like, and all when I see it and it's done well on a drag queen, I like it. I'm saying for me, what I'm describing now is for me, what I don't want. But I'm not against it, and I employ when it's for my art, because if I do, just like before, if I do too well with that, then I don't want it to be another thing where I've fallen into, like, oh, he's funny. Now he's a comedian, and that's the only thing he can do now. Oh, when he gets dressed as a woman and like the corsets and just making that into a thing and like really making that into a brand, I just don't want it to be something I get stuck in. If people know about me first as me, then when it's an element, they'll see it, appreciate it, and when it goes, they'll understand that to be like, okay, we get moments. And it'll be more often than not, we're not going to see him perform in no shoes that he cannot dance in. And he's not ever going to come out here with a breast piece. We know that. And there's nothing wrong with that. And there's nothing wrong with the girls who wear it. It's just a matter of taste and what you do as an artist. But how do we get, there was a reason we got to that. I don't know. Oh, yeah, because I was saying, so when people, and then men would come to me and say things to me like, I will buy your breast. I've had that happen to me like 3 times. In the course of that window, I was doing drag. Someone took my number then when they saw me doing drag, and then we talk and they talk about they're gonna buy my breast. I'm like, oh, now I see. I did that so well, they thought I wanted to do it full time. I had the nails on. It was just a level of, I don't know, just natural femininity that when they saw me dressed as a woman, let me tell you what happened at my job. Let me explain to you why. At my job, I was in the bathroom looking like this, shoulders like this. And this had happened to me multiple times. This man walked in, and when he saw me, he stuck his head out, he looked back and looked at the sign. Then he looked back, and then he was so sincere about it. And it was funny to me because he's being sincere, like, not sure, whatever. I'm like, no, you got it right. I am a man. He was like, and then he was like, my bad. I'm like, so that's me clearly being a man. Now, if I try to affect it in a way where I'm like going out of my way to make it like it's drag, like to come across that, then it's like, and nothing wrong with it. But for me, I'm an artist, so I want to be able to change, and also I'm comfortable as a man. It's like being expressing in this way. I'm okay with that. But I also have a feminist side. I like employing that, but I don't want to get locked in. And I know that's what will happen because it already happened. And I wasn't even really giving it. It was like baby drag queen, not knowing anything. But I still had enough of an eye and knew how to work my face. And they were like, oh my God. And I'm like, I don't want to be transgender. I don't want to be full-time drag. That's not what I'm doing. Nothing against nobody. Me, Quadir, don't want to get locked in. But look, with any of the other things that I do that people like, I get locked in. So I knew that's something about me. Like, if people see something about you that they like and you do it well, they don't want to see nothing else at that point. And as an artist, I can only be funny, or I can only be this or that. I'm like, let me be an artist. You'll see it'll be great if we just authentically let it flow. And let me just be comfortable being me. I'm me. I don't want to be, I'm not, I don't have any secret desires. Like, I'm not trying to be nothing but me. You get what I'm saying? Like, people take things wrong. I hope that came across the right way. Yeah, like buy me Stacy. Yeah, absolutely. 3 different times that can come to. I'm sure if I really thought long and hard, but really that comes to my mind. That first one was that guy who took my number at the club when I performed. And I don't know. Again, and I guarantee you, this is not a story that is usual. Ask around. Am I lying? Who will admit that I'm telling the truth about that? Because it is true. If you come as a drag queen and you are like, especially when you're barely doing it, like not really, you're new and you don't know what you're doing like that, but you have a good enough eye and you come in and you're poised and it's all that. Watch, tell me I'm lying that people don't come to you and say, you should stay a woman and I'll buy you some titties. I promise you, that is a thing because it happened to me 3 different times. And I knew even before that happened, okay, this is a means for me to be able to do eventually, because that was my goal. But I said, even if I don't have my music where I want it at that point, because this was when I was like 18, 19, I gave it up early because I'm like, no, I can see where this is going. So back then, oh shit, where'd it go? So back then, it was even more like, girl, please buy me some breasts. You can buy me a car if you was gonna be my boyfriend. Like, as a man, girl, you are confused. I'm not trying to do that. But you gonna throw some cash at some titties that I didn't even ask for. Like, that is presumptuous, bitch. What makes you think that that's what I'm going for? I'm like, girl, I gotta get up out of here. Now my friends are telling me, oh my God, stay. Like, it was so much pressure that I even slept in that drag that night. Bitch, I even slept in the hills because I'm like, they loved it so much. It was just pressure. I'm like, now I feel like if I wash this makeup off and take this wig off, they're gonna be like, oh, like now that they like that, they're gonna be like, oh. So now they need to like, I need to go home, and then when they see me again with no makeup, then they'll be back to normal. I was like, oh, I don't want to disappoint. Now that they with that response, I mean, it was like snaps. Girl, no, I can't believe it. No, I'm not. This is not real. They were to the point where her brother coming downstairs, like, what is going on? I'm like, oh my God. I did not know. And she was like, I saw you. I didn't know it was you. I saw you walking past the window. All I saw was hair flowing. I said, no, bitch. When that door opened, I miss them. I hope they're okay. I really do hope they're okay. Because they were super genuine and they loved me and I loved them too. But sometimes their love was so like overwhelming because it was like, no, where is Quadir? He need to come. Like, actually, where I am in life now, it would be more appreciated. Back then, I think it just, I didn't understand it. How they were like, so, because in any way, they were like, better not nobody mess with Quadir. The mama too, and she had an ice pick in her car that she did not play about. She had one gold tooth in the front. She had an ice pick, and she would be like, when we go to different place, she'll put it in her purse. She did not play. Neither did her daughter. The mama was super light skinned. The daughter was super light skinned. The son was dark skinned. So that's where I'm saying, for me, I'm like, we all brother and sister because they had my back. When they be talking about, oh, they acting light skinned, I don't know what that is. I feel like when a good person's a good person, because to me, I'm like, no, they was down. She put that ice pick in her purse and was like, and I dare. It's like, ooh, all right, I believe you. But they loved me, and it was like they would invite me to everything, birthday parties, hers, the son's, anybody's birthday party that was in the family. And when I come to the event, then it was hold on, cute, Quadir got to sing for us. So I was always singing the happy birthday song. They loved me. But when I came in drag, it just went through the roof. I need to look her up if I could just remember her last name. Because I thought about looking her up on Facebook, but and one time she wrote me on Facebook, and I'm like, how long ago was that? I'm like, shouldn't that email still be here? I looked for her. Her and one other person, this girl, I told you about her years ago. But it was just like, and she included me. When for the daughter birthday, it was only girls can come, but I could come too. And spend the night. And then in the morning, she made it was a spread. We had eggs, we had pancakes, we had. She really, I loved her. She was a sincere, good woman. I pray her life went good. I hate that I lost contact because I know that they cared about me. I know that they cared about me. And the daughter reached out to me, and then it was with that ADHD. It's like I lost track, and then by the time it was like, oh, okay, don't forget to respond. Then I'm doing something else, and then just time. And then when she crossed my, I'm like, let me go look for it. I'm like, where is that email? And maybe I could just search her, but what's her last name? Her first name is too common. But I'm like, if she's in my friends and I type this first name, will it come up? I need to try that because I didn't try. I just thought of that as I'm talking to y'all, but I'm like, let me try that. I really hope she's okay. You're saying, do you think that's why many of these drag? I would see again. You said because many of them think they look better that way. And on honesty, I would say this. I don't watch that show. So you telling me that is the first time I'm hearing it about you talking about RuPaul's Drag Race, right? I don't know about them transitioning, but what I can say is it happened to me, and I know I'm not the only one. It's just the way how it happened, it felt too easy. It felt like a thing. I'm like, oh. And I had already had thoughts of not wanting to be sucked into a thing where I can only be this. So that was already on my mind. So now that I'm being told like, oh, we'll buy you breasts, you should stay, you are so this, I'm like, and then when that happened, I'm like, oh yeah, it's showing me. It's like I know I can make it work in this industry, but if I do it, and I would have to put my best foot forward because if I'm gonna do it, I'm not gonna do it sloppy. To where I'm at, I will do my very best. And if I keep doing this, I think I'll have success, but then I'll end up resenting that now when I try to show something else, it's gonna be like, we don't want that from you. No. Girl, we paid to see you come and give us legendary drag and to give us the hills of the extravaganza. We came for that. I want to sit here and see you do this. Like, I just didn't want to get sucked in. But I feel that way about a lot of things that have happened with me as far as talent goes. And it is what it is. Some things you can avoid, some things you can't. Like as far as like the comedic thing, I don't mind it. And it's really not something to avoid. It's just to say I can do more than that. And it's always been in my mind, just in general, with all the different things that I do. Because even with music, there's other things that, if God allows, that I creatively would like to do. That it's like, but there's so many other things I'm trying to tackle. It's like I can't even think about that right now because I haven't even made the first promise come through the way that God intended. So I have to work on that. You know what I'm saying? And work on. I be friends with these drag queens, and once they saw, hold on, let me see. Hey, Slender. You said, yeah. You said, yeah. A lot of the girls on their transition. Wow. Yeah, y'all are bringing the news to me because I didn't know that. I do know that they have had transgender people on there because, like I said, my ex he was a fan, and you hear a little bit about that back and forth as I'm going back and forth through the house, but I didn't know that people were leaving and transitioning after having been on that show. Didn't know that part. You said I used to be friends with these drag queens, and once they saw that I didn't want to do full time like them, they dropped me out. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not an insult. Like I said, I was never. That's never been my medium. I did it as a means to an end. I figured it was something it will be a way to get in and to be able to express my creativity. But I always had it in my mind. I knew that wasn't really what my heart was calling for. Like, I didn't have a desire to do that like long term ever for even when I started. It's just what expedited my exit was that what I thought would happen started to happen. And I was like, yeah, I don't want that. And that's okay. Some people are gonna want that. Nothing wrong with it. It was just not my choice. Um, yeah. The barbecue. So that's what was making my friends say, don't give him too many drinks because he needs to last all day. And, you know, like it just came across like the way I was taking it was like, this is, on one hand, I am delicate. I'm tough. Like I'm multifaceted. It came across like this is a different kind of spirit. Don't get too liquored up. In a different kind of spirit in a good way. Like, because that's when I was saying like, because I was just joking around. I was just having fun with it too. Like I was like, come on, you know, you've never seen me out where I wasn't giving the girls Hail Mary full of grace. He was like, no, that's not. I'm like, okay, okay. I'm just making sure because I do serve the girls. Okay, so we know that. Okay, all right. But so anyway, boom, I had my plate, and I was just out there vibing. I went to the spades table. I don't play spades. I'm not trying to get cussed out over these books. I'm not trying to do that. But I don't mind watching it. It's like like just seeing the energy and. And then after I had my plate, I saw the spades table. I spoke. I fixed me a drink, took me a shot on my own, and then made my drinks, was sipping on her. It was just simple because I saw some cranberry juice. I got some vodka. I took a vodka shot that made a cran vodka. And I had my drink. I took some sips. I put her down. And when I got out into the fresh air, I lit my blunt. The music was playing. We were out there, great energy going on. We're outdoors. I'm thankful. I'm looking at the trees of creation. I'm looking at the moon. I'm looking at the grass. I'm looking at these beautiful melanated sisters and just all of the good energy, good vibe, delicious food. I'm saying all this in my head and just being grateful, like really just taking it in and being present. Like, thank you, Allah. We made it to our destination safe. It took forever because they did live far away, but we were patient. We made it. The sun is still out because the moon was out, but the sun was out too. That's why I'm like, why are people acting like that's? I mean, it's miraculous, but I've seen that seem like all my life, pretty much every day. Is it unusual for that to be the case? Feels like I see that all the time, but not to be like, oh, don't appreciate it. I'm just like, people be acting like it never happens. I'm like, maybe, maybe not. Okay. But the point is, that's what I was thinking. Then, once I finished with my blunt, hit my vape, my edible is slowly working her into my system. My belly is full. The music is right. What happens next? I put my drink down. I put my blunt into my purse. I put my purse in the seat. Honey, Mother danced down in mind, body, and soul. I, as always, because I'm not one way online and one way around this person, I am consistent. And I will be my genuine, sincere soul wherever I go. So when I hear and it's good vibe, it's and I can see that there's this like an energy back here where I can do this and do what I do, then that's what I did. And baby, when I say baby, honey, let me tell you, sweetheart, I was dancing and the spirit was just channeling. And I was just taking the energy, the manna from the sky, touching creation with it, like doing a transfer of energy, taking something from where we are, grounded on earth, sending it back up into the celestial heavens, and just really just trying my best while I'm here. That's what I'm saying. Like they saw me dancing, but I had thoughts in my head. I'm talking with God, I'm talking to my mom, I'm having real thoughts. I'm like, while I'm here, mommy, I want to leave a a sincere energy here that will mean something. And I did that. That happened. And I knew as long as I stayed humble, which is me, so I'm like, I know I'm not gonna be like, oh, I'm the baddest bitch. Let me just be dancing out of arrogance, like just to show y'all bitches I can dance. No. And then for me dancing, then other people started dancing. Next thing you know, now we doing line dancing. I mean, it was like now the electric. They was bringing some other stuff that I hadn't heard. I'm like, oh shit, this is some new shit. I'm like, what is this song? I didn't know the dance nor the song. It was like a country song that was hip hop, but it was like, what are we doing? Square? Like I didn't know what it was, so I sat that one out. But the point is it triggered an energy. And then they would be doing their thing, and I would just be dancing around the yard while they were line dancing and just touching the land and just trying to touch the areas, like to like leave a genuine imprint in this home of safety and like peace. I was trying to like, and then by the end, for her to sit, not even for just her, I'm thinking about this one speech that this lady whose home it was that she gave, but throughout the night, people were coming to me like, and that they didn't know me from a can of paint. But then they was like, and I was like, it was just I'm chanting for the girls. It was legendary. And then the one girl, at one point, I was in deep thought, so I went down like on my knee, but just to really touch the grass and just I was just again, I'm talking with God, I'm looking at the moon, I'm like just giving God all the credit for all of it. I'm like, everything I'm doing dancing wise, everything that I'm doing energetically is only possible because you did it. I don't get emotional because for me, this shit is real. That's why I'm like, I don't play around. I know how to do it all. I can stand up for myself. I know how to be sincere. I'm a protector. I'm a defender. I'm a leader. I know how to take good directed guidance and follow when that's what God is calling for. I don't have an ego where I'm like, I can't do it. I'm too good. I know me. So when I'm sitting there and I'm having real conversation with God, like, here's like, we're doing this. Like, this is for you. For all what you give us. Like I said, I don't get much about it, but it's true. I'm thinking like, let's leave a good energy. Like, this is a gift you gave me that I can share and really do something to affect the atmosphere in a good way and show people what that feels like and what that looks like. It don't have to be drama. It can be peace and love. And the one sister, that's what I was gonna say, it's things that happen. But when I went down to touch the earth and just be with God, like it's all you. It's all you. Everything. Anything good about me that people like about me, I don't get emotional about it. But I'm like, that's because of you. You gave me my mom, who is a queen who did her job. So now it's my job to really rise to the level that you're commanding. That's only fair. Be careful, sweetheart. They're chasing after my watch. Let me take this off because the sun is reflecting, and I'm like, why is everyone getting worked up? And they're hearing my voice, but they're just loving animals. That's what I'm saying. These are my animals. These are my kids. I'm like, anything good. And so for when they say what they're saying, I'm like, so Allah gets all the credit for that because that's Allah. And when I can do that, it's just my goal is to show you it's a proof. It's all for God. Anything good, anything you got to say, you saying, that is God. And I'm just doing what's in my soul, what God put in my heart. And I felt if I just do what God put in my heart and do it with a humble spirit, it'll happen the way it needs to happen. And when I went down, I must have been down for 1 second. She ran over to me. She was like, "Friend, you need a water? You need a water? Oh, you about to be my boyfriend." Like, not like for real, because she got a girlfriend. She meant like my homie. Like, you about to be my boyfriend because you are my spirit. You are me. I love you. She was like, "You need a water?" I was like, you know what? I'll take a water. Thank you so much. I looked down, I looked up. She got a water bottle for me. Like she was just it was just so much like the affirming and people like really explaining to me that so they don't know what I'm thinking in my head. So what I'm saying is they're saying that to me, it's like it was just a celebration in heaven and on earth. And that's how I was saying in my mind, like, I can see the angels. I don't want to get emotional about it. I'm like, it's like something is happening. It's like, and I would be a part of that. Like, really, like, sweetheart, be good. Move. You're not in trouble. I want to be a part of that. It was just beautiful. And like, people saw the energy I was putting. And so let me get to this other. There's so many beautiful moments, but this was very touching for me because I'm like, I didn't tell you what I was thinking, but you knew. You had to. But then that one guy who came, I heard him. This is what's funny, but I had too much grace. Because at one point he called himself, because he was upset about it, because he's a dancer, and I kept encouraging him, like, come on, aren't you a dancer? Let's dance. But he seemed like, I guess after I was doing what I was doing, then he was like, maybe, I don't know, he clammed up. And I'm like, wow, okay. I can't stop doing what I'm doing because you don't want to, like, I'm trying to tell you. But then he was like in the background, like, oh, let me show y'all how to do this line dance. Okay, that was cool. But I heard him at one point, he had said something like, oh, like he was lightweight making fun of me, but it wasn't like, but he knew he could only take it but so far. Because he was like, oh, I don't know where he is, but he is not on this planet. Honey, he is somewhere. Like, because I was, like I said, touching the earth, feeling the sand in my fingers, and really watching the grains fall in the dust. And I'm thinking, wow, like understanding, like really like going down, like I was having thoughts in my head, like understanding how creation happens, like ashes to ashes, dust to dust. And even with it all works in unison, because when you look at this, I'm like, I'm seeing minerals in the dirt, and I'm saying, even with the things you don't even think about, with makeup, these are minerals, like things of the earth. And I'm just seeing how like, we came like different, like fruit. I'm like, the lipstick, the dirt, the makeup, the consent. Like I'm like, it was just like I was understanding and how all of it is provided right here. It's too perfect. It had to be God. You can see it's all through creation. I'm like, even the dirt, everything has value. What God does is none of it is wasted. All of it makes sense. It's what the decisions we make that we falling short, but the creation is perfect. Everything works in perfect unison. Like even when it be dead earth, like it's suitable for other things to live. You know what I'm saying? And to create life through creation. Like that's what I was observing. So when he was saying that, I'm like, I know he's just a little salty because he feels like he's the dancer, and I guess he didn't know I could dance like that because when he met me, I didn't. He was the one out there dancing, and I didn't feel the need because it wasn't a competition. I saw you doing your thing, and I was like, all right, keep it going. So I guess maybe when he saw me dancing, it was like he just didn't. Because that's another thing. When he came outside, he was like, "Have you gotten it all out of your system yet?" I'm like, that was in the beginning before I really started to shut it down and really connect. Like it's happening. I felt like literally it was like a feeling of I'm feeling literally like there's manna dropping directly out of the sky. That's how I feel. I feel literally, whether we all can hear it or not, there's a celebration happening that vibrationally I'm in tune with. And anytime I take from us and hand to them, they're handing from them down to us. And what I'm trying to do is take this and touch as much ground as I can that you can be left with that feeling. And what she said. So mind you, now here's the point where I'm inside. Now mind you, I've been up since 4 a.m. I've been connecting with God, dancing, doing all this other stuff. Now I'm like, okay, let me get my second plate of food. I'm like, damn, I wish I would have ate more. This food is so delicious, but I was doing something. But now it's the end of the night. I'm sitting where there's just conversation going on inside the house. It's nighttime. And at some point, I heard like something. I look up, and the conversation was about me, and they were like, "Honey, you anointed my home. This is the homeowner." She's telling me, she's like, "You, that was something else. That was something else." It was so loving and so genuine, and I knew and I felt like it was like a part of the celebration, like confirmation from heaven and earth, like communications, like things that's hard for me to explain, but I knew it was true because I know what I was thinking and what I was saying and what I was putting out and what I was manifesting and what I was hoping to happen. So why would she come to me and say that when that's exactly what I was thinking? That let me, I hope that I'm doing like, and I was working for it, like give it all, give it all, give it all. Like if for whatever time I have in this woman home, I want to leave her nothing but pure, unfiltered joy, peace. Like I want it to be like, and for it to be palpable, like that you can feel like. And if I do that, then that means that she's understanding what I'm doing with God to bring into this. Like, it was crazy that she said that. She had a whole, and it was beautiful. I'm like, she don't know I'm sentimental. Let me not. And I was like, let me not. If I, because when she said that, I really was like, I'm at a loss for words. Really, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, for real. Because that was my intention, to bring your home peace and love, and to really show you, like, we didn't know each other. You welcome me into your home, like, just to be, you're being gracious with me, be gracious back, and to just show with pure joy. Like, I don't know that I know that's, I don't know how we're gonna do that in mass, but I know it's real because I've done it now. Anytime God calls me to do that, and I do it, it's always people telling me that, and I know that that's a part of the mission, to really show that it's real. It can be done, and you'll know it when you see it. That's what I'm saying. Oh, you are a weirdo. My tenant, because he couldn't have known that I had come from a barbecue doing the exact thing. He was gonna be like, "You're so weird." Like, but even if that hadn't happened, though, my neighbors people love my dancing. Period. That's not something. It's just showed me that really you just exposed to me how you feel on something that's really on a personal level. The things I'm talking to you about are about my home, like fucking up my home, my dryer, my washer, and your dogs. But you were on a whole other level of thinking like something else. But that's okay because I don't need your approval. You're not no one who can keep me from nothing. As they say in Color Purple, only God can keep me from it. And anything I get kept from, I don't need. So how about that part? It's like it's all working in perfect unison. You said, hold on, damn, I be missing the comments. Let me scroll up because I missed some good ones. Let me scroll up. Okay, you said, hey baby. And look, now I'm hoarse. This, me being hoarse, is from earlier today. Um, let's see. Yeah, you said, what's up? Yes, Boy Wonder. It was amazing. I told you. I told you. I told you. Now all the nigga got to do is play his cards right, and we gonna be good. You said speaking truth for real though. Yeah, what you talking about? The thing I was saying earlier about people wanting to lock you in, or what we talking about now? Because I be so behind on the comments. I have to punch it in. Like, where does this comment fit? Let's see. Today I'm going over to cook him dinner. Oh my god, I'm so happy for you. I'm very happy for you. You deserve it. Good. I knew it would be good. I felt that way. I'm like, you're a good man. You know how to cook. You're cute. You have a good spirit. You have a lot of character. Like that other guy you was telling us about, I'm like, forget it. Let it go. Because that ain't going to do you no favors. This right here, I'm like, go into a good, like with a positive spirit, and it'll be fine. It'll be fine. So much real love to you. Yes. Miss Rosalind. Yes. You said, yes, it can and will be glorious. The glorious. The, 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 the glorious. Bitch, what's up? See, these girls are now. And it's 444. Girl. These girls really just do not know. That's what we're giving the girls. The glorious. The, the, the glorious. Bitch. Boom. I'm telling you, this next record about to be on point. Because I got too much shit. I'm like, all right, Lord. Now I see why you have me resting up. Because once I start, this shit about to just, I'm like, yeah, I got a lot. It's 444. I'm like, the numbers lining up. It's all in unison. God is good. It's all about God. Like, all I gotta do is my job, and God will literally. Because I keep thinking, I don't want to mess it up. I don't want to mess it up. Like, because it's really beyond me. Because I'm not gonna be around forever. It's about laying it down to where people can follow, walk the line, like, and know it can be done, and you can be a good person, and do, and be able to do all the things. You can be kind, stand up for yourself, be smart. You can be innovative, the ingenuity of it all, like you can be that, like, and figure it out and have the confidence and be humble and be uplifting and be affirming, and that can happen. So it's beyond. It's about walking the line so that people can do that. That's it. And I'm like, just don't mess it up quite here. God is laying it out. Just walk the line. That's all you got to do. It's not hard. That's how I feel. Okay, so let me read this comment. You said, Q, I watched the video of Russell Brand interviewing MIA, and what she said reminded me of you. Basically, she said that she was an artist. I already know. So just reading that, I know. Whatever else she said, I'm pretty sure I'll resonate with that because I know the difference. I know what she's saying. There's a difference. A lot of people like to say I'm an artist, but she's no. I'm an artist, like an artist. I get it. Already, because it's another thing. It's another struggle because you care about really putting something that is true and that is sincere and that meets all the marks of what you expect and know and anticipate to come from a true artist. No matter the level, a true artist is gonna make a way and still leave you feeling for whatever they didn't have. The effort is there, bitch, and we can hear the hits. The bops are there, or whatever the medium. You get what I'm saying? Oh, I couldn't afford a canvas, so I started painting on these cinder blocks. Bitch, that shit, we can still see you, and you may even pop off on the strength of that. That you didn't let nothing stop you. You kept going. As an artist, you can't be stopped. No canvas, fine. We'll use a rock. We'll use a brick. We'll use a wall. It's art. Like when we talk about art, not commercial. Like art can be commercial, but 9 times out of 10, when it is, it loses the true essence of whatever. If to begin with, that was an artist, because you maybe didn't even come in as an artist. You're just an entertainer. You're performative. Like you come in ready to take on like an actor would do, but then it's a totally different medium. Because an actor is acting. That's the art form. But as a musical artist in particular, it's like you coming in more with the mindset of an actor, of what character is going to be required for me to commercially be able to sell and be in the position. That to me is the glaring difference between an artist and an entertainer or a quote unquote commercial artist. Is that they're not really like artists in the way of what I would imagine MIA or myself is talking about. They're more along what's the trend so that we can follow and transform and do this. Evolution is going to happen, but it's a difference when it's not evolution, it's business. Let's run the metrics and see, okay, we're going to go from the gay to the black to now the country. Like there's a difference in that because it's calculated and it's intended to tackle certain things commercially. Artistically, for me, it's just more like that's what's lacking. You're not writing, you're not producing, not in the way of, okay, let me really sit down here and really write out what I'm feeling. I think maybe once she did it, Dangerously in Love, could be wrong. And when the time when she did it, I'm like, so you're just lazy too. You rather have someone else write for you a song and then change a word and then say you wrote it. It's the difference. I imagine that's what MIA is going for. At least I can say that's what I'm saying. But I imagine that's what she's saying because there is a difference. People who struggle for their art and really fight for their art versus what do I have to do to be down? So far as, do I need to cut my hair, grow it out? What look, what sound, what do you need from me? Now you're just an actor that sings. You just didn't know that. It's like, you get what I'm saying? It's different. Because Miles Davis wouldn't have showed up and gave a fuck what you wanted. Realistically, as an artist, maybe even as a human, but I would say definitely as an artist, let's set it up, let's get it right, and girl, that's what it's. Oh, this is a new trend. That's cool. For the girls who like my music, they'll continue, and I'm gonna still be paid. Like, it's not about, oh, what is the new? And maybe he could dipple and dabble, but it's just a difference. I can't. It's a difference. She do got some cute songs on that record, though. I wish she would have just released it instead of making a big deal about country, because it's not really country to me. But it have country elements to it. But I think it would have just did better as, oh, putting the record out and then, oh, these are some different sounds on here. You have no ballads in there, which to me, or if she did, to be honest, I haven't heard the record, so let me not even say that. But look, she's Beyonce. She can try if she wants. I'm not mad at that. I have my issues, but ultimately, I'm not gonna lose sleep over it. Oh shit, let me get some of the comments. You said, let me see. Okay. You said, but does not get any credit in return. Yeah, that too. That too. That part too. Okay, let's see. I was referring to how God provides. Oh, 100%. Agreed. Amen. 100%. You said, I'm trusting the ancestors and my intuition. Good. You got this. I'm not worried. I told you then. I'm like, you got this. Don't be nervous. Why? You're you. Ease into it. Be comfortable. If this is a person that's gonna be in your life, you want to be comfortable. So let's start the way we want to finish. Be truthful about who you are. Be sincere. Be kind. Be you. You know what I'm saying? Like, and however it's gonna shake, it'll shake. And but either way, don't be nervous. And but I wasn't worried. And I'm glad it went well. And I'm glad it went so good that we're doing date number 2 today. I'm like, okay, good. Hey, sweetheart. Now I gotta be like drinking tea and all this other stuff for my voice because I can definitely tell. I'm like, yeah, because I don't get down like that often. But when I do, now it's like, now I'm gonna be hoarse. I can feel it coming on. And you said, like, of using different tools and mediums when I'm creating. It's the best part of art. It's your imagination and essentially your soul print. Right. Like, to really get in the thick of the creation and really make something. But again, people gonna see that different. And I'm not even mad. Like, if you got where you got, that's how you got there. I'm not mad at it. You able to provide for your bills. Like, I have my opinions, but ultimately I'm worried about what I'm trying to do. But I have my thoughts here and there, but I'm like, ain't nobody gonna be losing sleep and putting too much energy into any of these characters. But good for them. They're paying their bills. I hope they're happy and not giving a fuck about people's opinions, really, including mine. Like, it's my opinion. Like, so far as the character things like stealing and all this stuff, that's one thing. But musical taste, okay, I have my feelings on it, but I'm not gonna give a fuck what you think. So I just gave an opinion and my thoughts towards what's an artist, what's not an artist. But ultimately, I'm glad you're able to feed your family. And I don't want to see nothing bad happen to no one unless you're a shitty person. And even then, I wouldn't say I want to see something bad happen. It's just I wouldn't care. Like, okay, you're an asshole. So don't care. What did I just do? Why did I push my vape all the way down like that? She wants to win that genre. To me, that's ego tripping. Girl, just put out a fucking record that you really love and stop trying to be like, oh, I'm about to storm this category. Like, just create something, please, and just make good art. And on her level, it'll speak for itself. Like, you're not gonna have just do it instead of it being like all this campaign. Like, oh, like to me, it was like overkill. Like, let's just hear the record, see if it's what it's given. But my one friend, oh, see, that's all I was gonna say. When we drive places, it be nonstop Beyonce. So I don't know if I heard the whole record, but I heard a lot of it. And I was like, there were some songs in there that I'm like, okay, this is a song people are obviously gonna like. Like it's just a good song, a good feeling to it. I like people are gonna like this song. But then a lot of other ones, I'm just like the harmonies are all over the place. Like it's they were good. There's just too many. Like it's just showing like I can do harmonies. I can do this. It didn't feel necessary to me. Like too much, too many voices. Like. But again, my taste. Because other people were like, I love that. That's one of my favorite parts about it. Fair. What makes a good country song? I'll tell you, in my opinion. Because I got a few. I'll tell you what I think, and then well, let me name these songs, and I'll tell you why I think this makes a classic. And it don't have to be exactly like this, but just to keep it simple. We'll start with number one, Patsy Cline, Crazy. Okay, what makes that song great? Number one, it, foundation, the music itself. Before you get to the lyrics, beautiful music. Okay, the harmonies that are there are add to the song and are not overpowering the song. The voice lay over the song neatly. The lyrics of the song are soulful. The lyrics to the delivery to the performance all match up. As so far as feeling sincere, like maybe she been through this. Another song, Leanne Womack, I Hope You Dance. Great content matter. A good country song is a song that means something. Whether they talk about bar fights or they talking about I hope you dance, no matter what happens, I hope you still choose to get up and try again. That's a message. And it's a deep message that lays nicely with the music. Those words with that music, that composition, and the harmonies that do not overpower the song. To me, what makes a good country song is a song that is when it needs to be. When it needs to be powerful, it is. It's a bunch of unnecessary runs. It a good country song, in particular, as far as delivery, to me, is more on the subtle side. Another good one, Shania Twain. From I Feel Like a Woman to That Don't Impress Me Much to Still the One to what's that one song she got? From This Moment. Again, all songs that have great composition where the lyrics lay nicely with the music, the vocal is strong when it needs to be, not show offy. Like, I can do this, I can do this. Watch me do this. We know you can sing. We know you know how to do that and harmonize. But it didn't even need that. Let the song, the lyrics, the delivery, and the music speak for itself. That's to me country music. Whether it's upbeat or slow. With jazz, you can get away with more. R&B, you can get away with more. Gospel, you can get away with more. Country, to me, don't need all the extra gospel runs, especially when it just didn't make sense to me. Dolly Parton's original, here's another example. Now, let's just even compare apples to apples. Dolly Parton's Jolene, Beyonce's Jolene. Okay. Dolly is, I see her as a confident person who does what she want to do. But in that song, for the content matter, from music to the delivery of it, her tone of voice, she knew how to give the song the embodiment of what it was. And it didn't need a whole bunch. All it literally was like her guitar and her singing the song. To me, this remake of Jolene is overkill. Because that's not it's a country song. It's like a classic country song, unless you chose. And then she even did a version of Patsy Cline's I Fall to Pieces. I'm like, you're not getting that. You're kind of killing these songs. Just because you can sing and you can sing well, don't mean that you nailed that. Yeah, the notes were right. You weren't off key, but the song is just, to me, for me, it didn't land. At least for me. For me. Now the songs that here's the irony. For the songs that I did like were more the hip hop songs. Because why? In those areas you can be more like that. It lays nicer. That Tyrant song, I'm like, oh, this gonna be a song because it makes more sense. And when I say make sense, I'm saying for what you're trying to do, that lays with this beat. Like it makes sense with this. But you trying to take this energy into something else. Jolene didn't need you talking about you was gonna beat her ass. If you didn't want to sit up there and let Jolene know, because you already said Becky with the good hair had your nigga once. So if you didn't want to put in this song, Jolene, please don't try it again. You already took him once. Please don't try it a second time. Can't you see I got a family? If you don't want to be vulnerable and really give the song what it actually was calling for, then what you should have did was moved away from Jolene. Not say, to me, that was just ego. I'm like, so you could be everything but an artist. It's ego, it's everything else, but you don't want to be an artist and actually just really hit. And I would expect it for her to do, if she was really going to give us a country song, why don't you give us a slow, real, down home Liam Rhymes? Give us a ballad. You don't want to do that. You want, it's like, but that's fine. She's her own person, so I'm just kikiing right now, but that's my feeling on it. I'm like, Miss Thing. But she know what she's doing because she's like, first we gonna give it to the black girls, then we gonna turn around and take the diaspora, okay? Because I want to bring the African girls in too. Then let's get the gays. We got them already, but we need to put it for Lock and Key. Why not? Is Davy Jones available? We may as well. Why play around? Because you want to come about this like you're gonna be 1,000 leagues under the sea, sweetie. I don't know if you want to do that. And so you're either with Mother B or you're nothing. So what are we doing? Yeah, let's get those gays. We gotta get the white girls now. We got those girls too, but we got to put it under Lock and Key. Jay-Z. Oh, my poor wife never won Oscar or Grammy of the Year or Album of the Year Grammy. My wife deserves. I'm like, this is the unicorn in this situation. Beyonce is not like any other person in here. You wanna know why? Because she is being favored in a way that nobody else is being favored. So we're not about to sit here and make her into she's the victim. She got most Grammys in history from any other artist. But she didn't get this one Grammy. The world got to stop. And then when he was playing the record too, here's another part. To me, what I didn't like too, as far as the subject matter, I'm like, okay, Beyonce, I get it here and there. But you're getting too much into this. It's all about me. I'm the one. I'm like, it's one thing when you set it like mother, 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 but it's going to another level that I'm saying like, no, God is number one. We can rule the seas and the lands that God gave us to be in charge of, but you taking it to a level of like, the lyrics was giving me like, girl, what are you saying? Like you making it like you on a whole nother tip. Like I'm a god. Bitch, do you know me? I'm cozy. Bitch, I'm the one. I'm the girl. Do you know, like, I'm like, what's happening? You talking a little too crazy now. Cause there's a level of, again, in the art where it's like, okay, you can talk your shit to a point, but it's like, you still gotta make it clear, like, I'm not a god. Now you going too far. You're not a god. If she even wanted to go and say she was a messenger, I mean, I wouldn't believe that just because I'm like, girl, please. But I would have took that better than the implication of what it feels like she's going into. But then again, she grown. She knows what she's doing. But it was well put together, though. But you would expect that. And when I say well put together, I mean like you could tell like she in a real studio. Cool. I mean it's Beyonce, so respect that. But and she has some bops on there, like I said, that Tyrant song, good song. I'm like, just put out a record. You don't have to make it like, oh, it's a country. Like, you're already on a level. Why do you need to be like trying to feel like, oh, you got people just trying to have an opportunity to be a true artist and to put something out there and you, oh, I didn't. And you know what? Someone was saying something. I saw something on Instagram. I think it was. I don't think it was a YouTube short. And it was an old clip. I was scrolling and then it hit. First, it was a Diane Carroll interview. Then when I scrolled it, it was a Destiny's Child interview. And something really stood out to me. I'm like, everybody was just like, oh, Kelly wasn't having it. Kelly wasn't having it. I'm like, Beyonce was loving it. At least from this clip, she was loving it. She acting like she frustrated, but no, she was loving it. Because you could see her do that kind of narcissistic grin thing that they be talking about, and you know when you see it. And maybe I saw that interview before. I don't think I had. But the woman was like, it was Beyonce, Kelly Michelle, and she said something like, so Beyonce, what's it like to be the favored member of Destiny's Child? And the other two girls were like, oh my, like it was some kind of like, here we go. And she was grinning like she had a response like, oh my God. But I could still ascertain like, you was low key loving it, girl. You ain't that actress. Let's be for real about it. Like, that's why Kelly had that song Dirty Laundry. Because deep inside, I think she's probably sensed it too. But ain't no point in her saying nothing about it because at this point, what good would it do? It would just make her look better. Beyonce gonna continue to sell through the open waters. And what good would it do? Like, but in truth, you wanna know how she started feeling that resentment? Because it was set up for Beyonce to be like that. That's true. What's wrong with that? It wasn't an equal footing. Whether she was gonna end up being Beyonce, this how we know her now or not. The point is, we're not gonna act like the major opportunity because to me, Michelle had a very unique voice that should have been used for more than just the cute little ending part that they like to stick her into. That I feel y'all did that to her just so y'all can say, see now, we got rid of all the bitches who couldn't sing and everybody in the group is singing now. But really, everybody knew Beyonce is getting the chunk, Kelly gonna get that part in the middle where it's like the bridge, and then Michelle gonna get that closing. Then we gonna spin around and all three harmonize together. But we gonna make it clear that Beyonce, because Beyonce not closing out the song and Michelle had the majority. Kelly not getting that major part and Beyonce's in the middle. We can move y'all around this picture, but ultimately Beyonce is still singing lead. And when the performance comes, we gonna stage it to where, okay, yeah, y'all part of it too, but we gonna make sure that the choreography we give to Beyonce is extra, where she can really step to the front and shine. Because bitch, we could have gave Kelly can dance too. And we know she could sing, but y'all gave her those kind of weak. Because I saw a clip back in the day, years ago. I saw this clip, but I remember it, where I'm like, I didn't even know Kelly could sing like that. Like her voice, I'm like, I always kind of saw her voice as kind of weak, singing wise. I always felt Michelle had a strong voice, but unique voice that I had never heard before. Kind of like she don't sound like Fantasia, but I see Fantasia that way, where her voice, don't nobody else sound like her. Where even if you had never heard the song, if it was Fantasia singing it, you would still know it was Fantasia. To me, they could have utilized Kelly and Michelle way more. But that was a concerted, like that was a decision that was made. That's what happened. And Kelly also know ain't no point because if I say anything, then it's gonna be an honest. She knows what time it is. She may be Kelly. She's in good graces right now, but if it ever came down to it, it's gonna be off with her head too. Hmm. If the girls had to choose between Beyonce or Kelly, bitch, even if Beyonce was wrong, to say, Kelly, we love you down, but you walk in a plank hoe. Mother B is not going overboard. She may be wrong. She could be wrong, but Mother B is not going overboard. You said, hold on, let me scroll to some of these comments. It's giving Bruno Mars. You said it's subtle and comforting, right? And then there's different genres of country within that category. But my point is, for what she was trying to give, she didn't hit any of the marks. She should have just released it and it been like, oh, it's an infusion of hip hop and country and different elements instead of flat out calling it a country record, because it's not a country record just because you called it that. I couldn't say, oh, I said a few Spanish words and had some bongos, so now it's a Latin record. It's not. Wasn't country. You had some country elements. You played around with some sounds. Cool. You should have just released it. And then people would have, then it would have been a conversation piece like, what? Huh, this is interesting. Instead of trying to brand it and make it and be like, oh, she's trying to storm the category. Like, girl, you starting to show me you slipping. Mother Empress, I agree. I agree with this comment. We know the lady can sing. No one's debating that. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you don't have her. To your point, she don't have a point to prove. We know you can sing. So it didn't. But I think she just was leaning too heavily on that because I guess I don't know what. So the girls couldn't clock her. She couldn't sing. Like they're not gonna come for my voice. But we know you can sing. But what would have been more legendary is if you would came through here and stormed it and landed it, and it would have really came across the way you intended. Then it would have been a real genuine country record where it's like, wow. Then it would have been more impressive. Like, and especially the songs would have been good still with less. But Beyonce can't do less from performance to her songs. Clearly, she can't do that. That's okay. But it's just observation. And again, she gonna do her 1-2s, and when she gets going where she gonna do what she got to do, and that's cool too. It's just observation. We talking. But yeah, so those are my feelings on that. But then I've been, like I said, I've been hearing some new stuff where I'm like, okay, this is pretty good. I don't like to be too influenced, but here and there, when something gets through the cracks, if it makes it to me, I'm like, okay, this is a good song. What's her name? Tyla. Especially with the song that broke through, I'm like, oh, this is cute. And it's giving me what I want as a water sign. You know, I'm quick to talk about water in a song because that's my element. So I'm like, oh, this is a vibe. But again, even on that, I don't get too indulged. I'm like, okay, just because I am an artist. It's different if I was just a listener, but like because I create too, I don't want to be too in that. I want to be able to just, what am I feeling? What am I genuinely sensing? And then let something create, and then it always is going to be what it need to be, as long as it's genuine. So I think it'll reinvent itself just naturally. How things happen, it'll just happen. Like as you take in life, things, experience, like we don't need to do market research. You know what I'm saying? Like now I can see once the record is done, like, okay, let's do a few focus groups where we bring a girl in, like 30 girls in, play the song, see what they think. But the art is done, and that's a whole other thing that have nothing to do with me. And then at the end, it's like, okay, here's what I'm feeling. Here's my favorites of the record that I think should lead the record. Now let's see if your focus groups have good taste. Then hopefully they do, and boom. You know what I'm saying? But as far as what type of record are we gonna make, let's research that first. I believe in evolution, but I don't believe in, like, what do you call it? When you there's a word I'm looking for. There's a word I'm looking for. Well, for lack of better words, because it'll come to me. Um, when you it's too like put upon, like it's a gilded lily part. It's the gilded lily for me. Too much. Too much. Let the beauty shine on its own. It didn't require all what you put to it. That's how I feel. Just be natural. Be sincere. That's never going out of style. These other things come and go. Kindness never goes out of style unless it's disrespect. Then it's like, no, 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 nope, not gonna happen. Okay, let me scroll down. Okay, it's giving Bruno Mars. I couldn't get into the new Lion King because of Beyonce. She's just Beyonce everything. I just wanted like right. They made such a big. That's what I'm saying. Like she's not like any of really the I would say other celebrities. Like she came into that film and then it was like all about her. She was a bigger part of that film than the film itself, in my opinion. And then it was stupid shit like, oh my god, Beyonce wasn't. They had to Photoshop her in. She's so legendary. I saw some of the film. Maybe I'll watch the whole thing one day. But yeah, I was like, you could hear Beyonce talking. I'm like, she was trying so hard to get rid of that country drawl. Just follow your heart, Simba. Let it lead you wherever you may go. Like, y'all should have just got Regina King, and then you wouldn't have all this controversy, and the film would have been bigger than, and have Beyonce do the record. Because that record she did for Lion King was cute. Even though there was controversy behind that, but still, I'm saying sonically and the direction, I understood it. But it would have worked out better that way. Like, just hire her for that and let her put legendary visuals behind it. That will ramp up visibility for the actual film itself. But to put her in the film is going to overshadow the film. Because then it's all about, oh my God, Beyonce's in the film. It's not even Nala no more. It's Beyonce. Yeah, there go Beyonce. Everybody else was who the character was. Oh, it's Simba. It's Pumbaa and Timon. When you saw them on the screen, you didn't say, oh, it's Seth Rogen. You said, oh, it's Pumbaa and Timon. What's that? Geechee Bamboo or Baboon? I'm gonna get off Beyonce. She living well, good for her. So that part is good. I don't mind people living well. Plus, with what I'm saying, it's not the worst thing. I mean, it's artistically it's one thing, but as a human, I'm like, you got bigger issues going on. Let the lady walk. Not a big deal. Oh, this one is dead too. Damn. Okay, let me get. I'm like, what's going on? This shit ain't hitting. Let me get my other one. I'm like, but when we talking like table talk, like kitchen talk, kiki sessions, like it's whatever. But in real life, in the grand scheme of things, it's light work. Whatever decision she makes, she got to live with them. And if she happy, she happy. What else? Like, I'm not gonna sit up here and go all day about it. I had some clips that I'm wondering, do I want to put those up? What y'all think? Let me get through some more of these comments. Said like Whitney's eh, interpretation of "I Will Always Love You." That is a great example. Although she's saying it different, all the elements laid perfectly with each other. When you hear Dolly Parton's, it's a different sound, but the lyrics are still the same. And the feeling of the song, as far as you don't hear hers and think, oh, it's about what it's about. And then when you hear Dolly's, you think, oh, it's a totally different subject matter. She took that song and it elevated. That's how you know. That's how you know she did it right. That's how you know. Nobody thought, oh, this was not a good interpretation of that. In fact, her version was so good, she added so much to the song that hers outshined Dolly's. Beyonce Jolene not gonna be outshining Dolly Parton Jolene no time soon. That was who said that? Cleo Blacksher. Okay, yeah, I agree. I wasn't thinking that, but that was a great example. Now, here's the other part, though. When Houston wasn't making a big deal calling it a country record, because guess what? It wasn't a country record. However, it was a remake to a song that was out by a well-known artist. People knew who that artist was, and still, that second version was just better, like the preferred version. It shows you that she, number one, knew what the element needed to be, wasn't trying to contend, wasn't trying to call it a country record, didn't make no big announcement about it, and let the music speak for itself. But here's what she did do and did right. What I told you before. When it needed to be more, it was more. When it needed to be soft, it was soft. You felt the soul of the song because she didn't feel the need to just prove to you she could sing. When that song opens up, it's soft. It's sensual. It builds. By the time we make our way to the middle, we're crescendoing. We're going up. We needed more. It called for more. We gave you more, but just enough. When we get to that ending, we hit you big, but it was necessary. Made sense and fit. Simple. She did it right. That's how you're supposed to do that. It's like if it wasn't a country record, I'm not gonna call it a country record. But I assure you, if Whitney was gonna do country, she would have did it right. She would have did it right. That's the difference. Because I Will Always Love You is a good example. And that's literally the same person. So Dolly Parton wrote Jolene and performed Jolene. Dolly Parton, get away from her. You know she don't feel like getting bothered right now, Miss Thing. Dolly Parton wrote Jolene, performed Jolene. Dolly Parton wrote and performed I Will Always Love You. The difference is you wanted to contend with Jolene. Whitney wasn't trying to contend. She eclipsed it. But she was doing, y'all licensed the song. She can use it. Okay. She did it her way. Ain't no point in trying to contend. But she still kept to the essence of the song, meaning she didn't turn it into something totally different. It was different, but it was still sensual. It was still, you could feel like the song, it'll make you cry. If you when you really listen into the beauty of it, and the performance. But that's not what that Jolene gave. It didn't give, oh my God, this is it's totally different, but not better. And it just wasn't it. Can she sing? Yes. It's not the debate. Was it good? But again, like I said, she did have some cute songs on there that I heard, but they were more hip hop to me, with maybe a little country element here or there, but I wouldn't classify that then to be country. You should have just put it out. I don't know why she did that. It would have been taken better that way, I think, if it wasn't this high expectation of a country record. Then you get what you got. This is not country. Even for the songs that have country elements. It's not country. And it's not because it's racist or anything like that. If it was country, it would be country. Simple. If it was K-pop, it's K-pop. If it's Latin, it's Latin. If it's giving that, it will be giving. But it's not giving that. So it didn't get, it wasn't given. Oh, so we supposed to just act like just because it's Beyonce, oh, it's totally a country record? It wasn't. It wasn't. That's not a hater. That's only a truth. What's wrong with that? People are crazy. Oh, we're upset about it. Why? It would have been taken better had she just would have released the record, in my opinion. I mean, there would still be criticism there, I'm sure, but that would be anything. But it just would have been better because it wouldn't have been this expectation of a country record, no less. That's like a very distinctive. All the genres are honestly distinctive, but it's like, okay, to me, that little country record that K Michelle made, at least for the songs that I heard, where it was a country song, I'm like, okay, this is a country song. Whether it was my favorite or not, okay, but it was a country song. Didn't listen to the record, so was it a country record? I don't know, but that was definitely a country song, and it wasn't overkill, even though it was spicy. I don't know. But like I said, it is what it is. With stuff like that, it's gonna be upon taste. Everyone's gonna feel different. Because my friend loves it. I get up in that car and I'm already knowing. I'm gonna have to hear this Cowboy Carter shit. Which when it gets to the songs I'm okay with, I'm like, all right, this I can dance with this. I can move with this. But then when it gets to them, I'm like, girl, I can't even do it. I'm so hoarse. But I'm like, girl, but I'll be just sitting there. But now he got to see because when we was leaving the barbecue, we was in the back seat and I mean, some of them songs, I don't know who the artist was. I'm like, girl. But hey, I have my opinion. Who cares? It was just funny because I'm like, I know you're not feeling this music, but I'd be like, it was just funny to me. Like I said, Beyonce do have some cute songs though. Just whether it's this record or just in general, she got some cute songs. But so far as this record goes, those are my thoughts. Do I want to put some clips up there? I'm trying to debate if I want to. Oh damn, we have more comments. I'm thinking it stopped right here. It didn't. It must be it's not going over where they okay. The girls are like, Kelly, you gotta go, girl. Cause respectfully, we can't tour on what's that song she had with Nelly? I catch you on my flip phone, girl. She did have some cute songs. I said, I told y'all I was gonna bump like this. I'm like, we need a better marketing. That's why when you join Beyonce brand, I'm like, girl, you should know by now. She's too focused on her own brand. She tried, but she was like, oh, here's a little video. It's coffee. I'm like, Beyonce, no, you need to do something more to wake the girls up. This little coffee cup you put on your page is not enough. Cause I'm like, Kelly, you need it. But now she's probably like, oh, I'm too tired to really. I'm like, I wouldn't give up because if you really feel you can do it and you really just make a good record and just really kick the door in and say, I don't give a fuck what the comparison is gonna be. I'm gonna just serve legendary. I feel like she could come back because I feel like even though she weird, the little clips I've seen, I'm like, okay, Doja Cat be going out there, she performs. You can do that too, Kelly. Not like don't do it like her, but an energy. It's an energy. You can do it too. But you feeling like, oh, Beyonce is the only one who can do it, and I think you low key are afraid to shine because you on one hand you want to do it, but then on the other hand you don't know what you would feel like if people really were like, oh my God, Kelly coming back swinging like and made it to where you was on equal footing with Beyonce. I think you're nervous about that. I could be totally wrong about that, but I think in the back of her mind she be thinking she's used to. She don't like it, but she's used to and knows. And she's like, Beyonce can handle the pressure and take all the like she's comfortable now. She's used to it. She's made peace with it. So it's like she's not gonna really push for it the way she could. Where am I looking? Oh. Yeah, she can push, she could, but she's not gonna do it. I don't think I'd like for her to prove me wrong, but she's not gonna do it. Cause they be getting to her still. Like, she trying to do Mia Copa and they talking about, oh my God, Beyonce's doing a country record. My feeling is Beyonce low key be loving that. Maybe not totally loving it. A part of her may not like it, but then another part of her is like, I am the girl. Cause it just when I saw that clip, I'm like, and that's what it was. Somebody was saying in the comments and they jumped on her. They was like, she was like, what I don't like about Beyonce is she let everybody else fight her battles. So her hands can stay clean and her image can stay clean. But she got her sister fighting, Kelly fighting, her husband on the stage saying like it's always someone saying something that maybe she was feeling, but someone else said it. So now she can be still remain Beyonce without coming across the wrong way like I should have won that record or I should have won that award. She's not better than me. I'm the best. She didn't have to say it. Kanye said it. She says it in her music though. You bitches down before me. You want to be me. She be saying low key. Where I'm like, are we still saying like, oh, what I feel I put in my music, or are we in a different thing where it's just, oh, it's just art. I'm just talking shit. Because if we still saying how we really feel, bitch, you on a whole nother level, sis. You on some other shit now. Because she's really buying into the hype. Like, I am like, it's one thing when it's like you're truly rooted and grounded, but when it's starting to come across like, okay, girl, just simmer it down. Like, you can still hit them, but just you. Even if like it's like you can still even talk shit, but you make sure you don't start buying into this shit because it's starting to come across like you are. But then again, I don't know this lady. I could be dead ass wrong. And I normally don't be wrong about these things, but I could be wrong, really. But I'm telling you, from that clip, from the clip that I showed y'all about Beyonce, you know what's crazy? Now that we have this, I can pull it up now. We can see it together. For real, for real. Hold on. I just thought about that. We gonna do it. Because I want you to really see, like, it's out there, but people just don't want to see it because they don't want to understand what people are saying about her. Beyonce. Should pop right up. Okay. This clip is longer than this, but why is only the short one? It still is the clip, but I'm wondering why. Hold on, let me pause. Rewind. Okay, no, this is okay. I guess this is the whole thing because we'll see. We'll see once we get to it. Hold on. Let me. Yeah, we about to do this, bitch. Because I want y'all to just see and understand what I'm explaining. Okay, we gonna do. What do I gotta do? Share screen. Boop. Bop. Bam. Blam. Okay, hold on. Okay, because I want y'all to see and really hear what she think is funny. This is where the artist, where we're coming from, where people don't understand because they're just a consumer and taking on, oh, we like her presentation. But this is where we as artists are coming from when we're explaining about her in this clip. And then I want to see if I can find that Destiny's Child clip where I'm like, bitch, you low-key like this, don't you? I see through that fake nice shit. Bitch, you like it.
Nobody gonna want us to go to their shows, Frank.
Why?
Because we gonna take everything.
Yeah, but everybody does that, though.
No, everybody does.
Yeah.
So look at her and look at her. Bitch, you know what you're doing. You think it's cute. And she laughing about it because we gonna take everything. She said, nobody likes for us to come to their shows. I said, why? Because we gonna take everything. And then here you have this person in her camp saying, well, everybody. No, you know there's a difference between theft and being inspired and like not jacking somebody that they have taken the time to build. Where you take their entire concept, you know that's not the same thing. You know that. Because Michael Jackson was Michael Jackson, even if he was inspired by James Brown. Nobody was getting them confused. Because they were totally different. But you can see where the inspiration came from, like where he could have been inspired. But you were not getting confused because they were not the same. And you know what you be doing. That's the problem with this woman. And people let her get away with it because, oh, it's Beyonce. And they can't get past the fact that this lady is still a human and have motives just like a lot of niggas out here. Oh, she's a what, Madonna or something? She's just totally pure and clean and don't have thoughts and ambition. She just sat up here and explained why artists don't like for her to show up. Not a fan. She's about other artists. Why they would prefer for her to stay away. And you think that just came out of thin air? She been doing this shit for a long time. Taking from other real artists who conceptualize and build something. And because she have a bigger platform, she gets away with it. She got the money. She have the influence. So she can run with your idea and make it like it's her own. That's funny to you, bitch? No, it's not cool. I don't give a damn about no Beehive. That shit is whack. I don't give a fuck. Because truth is truth, whether you like it or don't. That's funny. She should know how hard it is for artists to make a living, earn a living, to build something. For this bitch to turn around, shake somebody's hand, and steal their act. That's never been cool. But people can be, oh, Cedric the Entertainer took one joke. If he even did that. You bitches have to cross-examine to even see if it's true. But right here on camera, this bitch admits. And that's totally okay. So that's when I say you niggas fake. Because if you was real, you would have an issue with that too. But you not, because she's your favorite, so you're going to overlook what she just told you.
Nobody gonna want us to go to their shows, Frank.
Why?
Because we gonna take everything.
Yeah, but everybody does that though.
No, everybody does.
You know? But it is gonna be fresh.
But we go and meet everybody and say, hey, great show. And then still live.
That's funny. So she just explained to you something. She was so not only is she knowing she trifling, but she just explained to you a truth about herself. Oh, him trying to justify her being a thief. Oh, everybody does that. And then she came back around to say, oh, that's true. But with us, we'll go and meet you and shake your hand and then steal your show. We'll go and meet everybody like, oh, good show, and then take it. And she sat up here laughing about that, but it's Beyonce. I don't give a fuck who it is. You don't like it, you don't like it, but it don't change that that's what this bitch just said. And she did say it. And she did it. It's not about what she said, and she's done it. You think it's like they make it like everybody else is delusional, not her. So all these stories about her, it can't be her. Like, girl, fuck out of here. I want to find that Destiny Shaw interview. Because when I saw her face, I'm like, I must never saw this interview before, because this would have came to my mind when I think about her. Like, it's something with you where you know what you knew you was being pushed out front and you liked it. Don't all that fake humility, like, no, my sisters. Honey, you was Audi 5000 the moment you could be. When it was like you felt strong enough to do that, you was gone. And you was the only one being set up to be that way. The other two weren't being set up to be that way. Because when Kelly was trying to do something, y'all made sure she got on BET at midnight. Beyonce tried to do something, y'all made sure she was on BET in the daytime, at nighttime, MTV, and VH1. It's a difference. You made sure she had the right press. Kelly was only going through the Chitlin circuit. I remember that because I was there. Like, I was around at that point. So that did happen. Michelle got even less than Kelly did. So I'm like, nah, we're not going to keep acting like everyone is delusional. She just sat up on camera and this is old footage. It's not like, oh, we didn't know about it. No, y'all knew about it. Y'all just keep like acting like you didn't hear her just say. Admit to stealing and being trifling about it. Like, we'll go, they don't want us to come because we'll come, meet everybody who worked hard to make this happen, shake their hand, and then steal their show. And then we'll be the attraction, and then their shit will close out because it's Beyonce and she's putting on this innovative, and then it's going to turn into, she's so creative. Wow, she's like getting all the credit. And now these people looking crazy because, oh, she took it from us. What she need to take from you for? Now they're looking crazy. But when in all actuality, it was true. Let me see. Let me scroll down to some comments. Right, nobody asked for this, and she's trying to force the project narrative. Right, like country record, TV. I don't know what that F stands for, but or to be honest, she did say it wasn't country. It was a Beyonce album on Instagram before it released. Oh, she said that? Okay, well, good. Well, but again, that could be another one of those tactics where it's like she not saying it, it's other people saying it, but it's still under her. You get what I'm saying? Because even like with her mom, I'm like, when her mom left that comment about that Janet Jackson show to that lady who's in her circle, and she was like, oh, Beyonce, I can see charging these prices. Janet, for that show now. And Beyonce mom was commenting and liking that comment. And then now she want to talk about, oh, I did it by mistake. Or did she just like it regardless? You didn't do that by mistake. in all truth, you feel that way. And you feel like, although you know the lengths y'all had to go through to really step over people and take other people's ideas instead of letting her ideas stand on their own, is why a lot of people have issues with y'all. That's the reason. Nobody's hating on you. Because we all can understand the performance is on point. She can sing. Y'all have branded and marketed this to a point. Cool. But you also have to accept and take that you've done it over a lot of people's backs and other creators who were fighting for an opportunity and to really do create and get their art off, and you totally undermine what they were doing so that you can take it on and run it a different way on a much higher level. That would then make it difficult for this person to earn a living. That also exists, and that's fair observation. Nothing wrong with that. You said at least Beyonce is being innovative. But how is it innovative? How can you say this is innovative? And here's the thing. But everyone is saying, as far as people who are other artists or people in the industry or people who have worked with her and she didn't give them the proper credit or took more credit than what she would do and they had to sue her or this or that. That's what this is about. It's not about she's not innovative when she's doing that. How can you say innovative to say this?
Nobody gonna want us to go to their shows, Frank.
Why?
Because we gonna take everything.
Yeah, but everybody does that, though.
No, everybody does.
Yeah, you know?
So she's saying, so they're justifying her saying she's going to steal people's act, and they're saying, oh, everybody does that. How's that innovative? Admitting that you steal and take other people's ideas as your own. That's innovative? I don't see that.
But it is gonna be fresh.
But we go and meet everybody and say, hey, great show, and then steal it.
She said that, and then steal it. I don't see how that's innovative, baby. But again, to each their own. For people who don't want to see that, that's their own fault. But when you literally have her out of her mouth, and then that's what I'm saying, the fake insult. Oh, this person stole a joke from Cat Williams. I'm like, y'all so fake and phony. You so mad about, you want people to be, oh, honesty matters to you. Creatives shouldn't be taken from each other. But here you have her on camera, laughing and joking about knowing what she's doing. She's not clueless. She is not. And you can like her all day and night. That's cool too. But it don't change the fact of who she is and what she's doing. Hold on. I am just streaming. Yeah, if I don't check in after so long, I'll be like, but that's fair because I'd be like that too. Like, are you good? And it just be because he's my family. So I want to make sure he's okay. And so I get it. But anyway. Yeah, so that's all. Like I said, she can perform, she can do all these things. No one's arguing that. But the ethics of it are the issue. That she has risen on the backs of a lot of people who she took from, and she knows that's true. And when people make that claim, they're not coming out of thin air with it. Whether people want to dig into the facts and really see the truth about it, that's everybody's own personal choice. But I know, I've done the research and I know it's true. Sabine, relax. Calm down, the two of you. You said, okay, so hold on. Beyonce is the one. Now, the witchcraft, I don't know about that. I mean, I'm not going to go that far. I don't know what proof people have of that. The things I'm talking about is the things that I know. Like, I know she's an art thief. That is true. Like it or don't like it. Mad, sad, indifferent is a fact. Is a fact. She herself knows it and has admitted it openly on the footage I'm showing you. So this don't get erased just because or just because the narrative don't fit her brand of being the almighty queen who's like, no one can, you know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of what she's doing are things that she's taking from other girls. Can y'all hear them dogs? I'm about to call the police again. But he's claiming the dogs don't bark. He's saying that they don't bark. And what I'm saying is my tenant nor I should have to hear that all day. Unless there's a real reason, because dogs are dogs. If there's someone coming to the door, I understand barking. The initial sound of another person who you don't know to live in this home, cool. But he didn't want to believe when I'm saying the dogs bark when you're not here. When you go, they have anxiety, they miss you, whatever the issue is. But they do that, and they stomp around, and they're right above my head. That is true. I don't. Why would I have to? You're nobody for me to lie to. I'm not a liar. So it's what are we talking about? And like I said, it's just a disruption on my peace at this point, especially because I'm just like at a limit where I'm like, I'm tired of dealing. I've been too nice with this. I can see that now. Should have shut the shit down a long time ago. She's saying about it in Black Parade. See, I haven't really heard it. If I did hear it, I didn't hear the content matter. I don't think I heard that song. I don't think so. Is that on the new record? Because I know I've heard a lot. I'm thinking I've heard a lot of songs. Have I heard that one? I don't think so. But even with me saying that, I still don't want nothing bad to happen to her. For her to, I don't want to see her fall from grace. But I just think that the credit that she gets to me exceeds the contribution in the way of she's this artist. She's an artist. She's innovative. She like giving her the credit for a lot of things she has taken then and now. Meanwhile, the people who she took it from are struggling. I told y'all about how she on tape, and I'm about to be bored with this conversation now. But the last thing I'll say is she on tape again admitted, and people say, who are these people that for her to steal from? Who is this person? I'm like, she sat up on camera and explained how I saw these two African dudes dancing, and I put it in a file because I knew I was gonna want to use that at some point. And I had never seen this dance before, and I tried to bring everybody in that I knew who could, a choreographer, and none of them could get it right. The motions just weren't right. So I just decided that I was going to go and find them and have them teach the dance or whatever, how she said it. Only until she couldn't have someone else interpret that dance the way she wanted did she reach out to the source, because she had no other option. None of the people she had on staff could do it. So out of necessity, she reached out to these niggas. Otherwise, she would have done the dance herself and had y'all thinking, oh, she is so innovative, just like she did when she took that computer and had them wings and that ball and all that stuff that she had going on. Another idea that she stole. And the artist was not happy about, by the way. But who cared? Because it's Beyonce and it was legendary. And oh my God, we're living. Isn't she so different? Like, and she lives for that. Because you don't think that she is hearing what people say. She said herself that people hate for her to show up to her show. So that means she's not clueless to it. She knows that people don't want her around because they don't want her to steal their idea. She knows that. Hold on a second.
For like 3 minutes.
Well,
Yeah,
okay.
If I lift it by myself, it's gonna be bad.
No, that's fine. Hold on, you guys. Let me take my headset off because y'all know it'll disconnect. That's what I said. I don't mind helping. Especially if it's to get these niggas out my house. Sweetheart, be careful. Wait, when he's done doing that outside, I will let y'all out. Okay. Yeah, I don't mind helping him set it up. And I will give him that because after it was all said and done, then he was being more reasonable, but still, that it had to get to that level. So it was like, oh, can you help me with the tent? Which I told, that's what I'm saying. I was being reasonable. I'm like, I have a tent that you can put over the dog kennel so that when it does rain, they won't get wet. It has like a tarp over it. It's like a gondola kind of tent. So he's like, I need you to. I'm like, okay, I can do that. Especially since you're asking me for my help to kind of honor what we already talked about. I don't mind helping. You know that. You know that. So he had a different energy and just respectful. Like, I could use your help and only take about 3 minutes or whatever he said. I'm like, all right, I don't have a problem with that. I'm not gonna be no, do it yourself. No, because you need my help so that you can honor what we talk. Move, sweetheart, so that you can honor what we had already discussed. That I can do. Okay, let me see if I can find that other clip. But I may not, but because I'm not gonna break my back about it. I just know that I saw it and it's out there. And when I saw her energy, I'm like, girl, you lucky like this. Interviewer, or what should I say? Kelly. Let me try it a different way. Kelly Rowland straightens out an interviewer about this is too long, but I'm just gonna see what turns up. What interview is this? Okay, I do want to pull this clip up, but I'm looking for a very specific thing. I'll know it when I see how they look. No, that was too long. Kelly Rowland. What's it? How would they say this simplified? Kelly Rowland. Oh, let me try this. Awkward. Destiny's Child and interview. If I can't find it this time, I'm gonna be over it. It's not that big a deal. But just to kind of like show you what I'm talking about, I'm like, I never noticed that before, and I really didn't, because I don't think I had ever seen anything. I wasn't really looking for it, but it came across my desk. I'm like, when I was scrolling, I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm going too far down. It's not that deep. Although it's a lot of so-called awkward interviews, I just never looked for it. It's all good. I ain't sweating that. Um, but yeah. Mm, like, let me keep my peace, Allah. Especially, alhamdulillah. It's like we're just doing now what I asked you in the beginning. And crazily enough, now that he's setting up that tent, when I went upstairs, my other tenant was just making her way in. And I had just told her, oh, normally we have issues. We've had issues here and there, but normally when I ask him something, you know, like I said, with those things, the other things that I told you about, breaking down my door, this and the fourth, like, w- we said what we had to say, but it wasn't a big blow up. And so I told her, I said, it shouldn't be, I don't think it's what I'm saying to him is reasonable. I don't think it'll be a big deal. Because I mean, I think he'll understand. In the past, when I've told him different things, like, okay, we need to put dogs here, we need to try this, like, to try to work with them, you know, again, it's very nuanced because on one hand, it, where I had to straighten it a little bit because you're like, well, like, if your dog escapes, when it gets out, it will be your job to go catch it, not mine or anybody else's. And if you got to go to work, it's either A, you got to make sure you keep hold of your dog, or you just gonna be running late today. You can't just be like, oh, I gotta go to work, so he's just gonna be out all day in my front yard chilling. And as people walk by, running after my neighbors and just being in people's face. No. So although it's like we had some words first, you see my point? So it was a little, but ultimately and so I'm like, ironically, I'm telling her, oh, he's pretty. We've had our issues, but overall, we try to keep the peace. And then today, I'm like, well, I don't give a fuck because if there's no peace treaty, there's no peace treaty. Meaning, I'm not about to beg you. It's gonna be what I said. We're not doing that. So, but anyway, because I'm settling it down, because like I said, before I went live, that happened. And I'm like, that's not how I wanted to begin my day. But I'm like, But like I said, now that he's honoring what we discussed from the beginning and not acting stupid with me, okay. Because I've always been reasonable, but it's gonna go the way I told you. We're not about to play around. I'll give him that because even we never had a blow up this big, but you know, after anytime like it's something where it gets a little tense, like he'll always say, "Oh, that was," because even when the police was here, and because I told him, I'm like, I told you in the text message you could use the tent when you address the rain, because I'm not. It's not the dog's fault. You're not. But they also can't tear up my house, and they can't just be running around my neighborhood, and it's not their fault. But we are where we are. Bottom line is, I have another tenant. They can't be in here working. Just what it is. And I got to be to work. I got to be up at 4 in the morning. Can't be. So if the rain is the issue, I think I have a solution. My last tenant left like this. Like I told him, it's all in the text. So he did say when the officer was here, like, thank you for letting me use the tent. That is kind of you. And like it's like he's back to a level where it's respect. Like, and I'm not gonna now that it's like because now I'm still annoyed about my washer and dryer though. But my thing is I'm like, it's not worth me losing my peace over. I said what I had to say. I got it off my chest. And whatever I gotta do, I'm gonna do. But what I will say is if I have to shell out more money for this shit, especially it's like now I was just saying, oh, once I do this, then my money will clear. But now that's gonna be another major thing I have to pay for. So if that is gonna be the case, he can't use my appliances. Now that is gonna have to be something. Because at this point, I don't have confidence that you know what you're doing and won't break my shit. Because you can say, if something happened, that same response, well, why are you asking me about it? And I'm not, to simplify that, you just can't use it now. Because now it's two dryers and now my washer's acting crazy. So because of that, you can't use it no more. If I have to buy more, if I have to buy another, you can't use it no more. What's poppin', Beyonce? Anyway, yeah, we can shift gears up off of Mother Beyonce because, like I said, that's all what I had to say. I mean, I'm saying what I've been saying, and like I said, we all know she can perform. Like that's not what we are. That's not actually what the discussion is about, truthfully. But I think because she's a great performer, that people are forgiving of the other really travesties. But it is what it is. It's gonna be what it's gonna be. It's nothing to lose sleep over. At least not on my end because I'm like, I have my own shit I'm trying to do. And whatever it's gonna be, it's gonna be. But it definitely not gonna be that way by me losing sleep over things that are unimportant. You understand what I'm saying? Like, just let it be what it's gonna be, and you do you. So you can, whatever you meant to do will happen. So that's it on that. Yeah, I really need to like recenter. Like, I'm already recenter, honestly, but just on the level of, okay, calm down. Things are okay. And yeah, I haven't had to do that in a long time, but I also understood, like, talking to myself, like, I did what I had to do. I've been the people who know me, like, who I talk to and who are well aware of this situation, let me tell you something. When they find out about this, they're gonna be like, girl, I would have been, because I'm, it all kind of came out on this live, but this is stuff that had been going on where I'm like, oh my God, I'm trying to keep my peace. When that flood happened and I had to get my wet vac and handle business, I'm like, so is this what this nigga think I want to be doing? Well, I, I got to get ready to get this job. This when I first got the job, like get myself together for this job, and now my dryer broke. I'm like, right behind that, like the next day, suddenly my dryer don't work no more. Now I got to have this man come into my home and break the crown molding off my thing so he can work on the breaker. I'm like, and then and breaking my door down, this, that. I'm like, and all of those, I never came in. I'm like, let me just, because I really don't like to be in that energy, but I do have that energy when I need it. But like I said, since he was being nice just then and he's following instructions, I'm like, let me let the nigga live. Let me let him live. Cause I'm like, ain't no point going on and on about it if he's on Taylor. Taylor Swift is annoying to me, honestly. This whole thing with her and Travis Kelce, I'm like, she to me is another overrated person, honestly. She may have some cute songs, but for her, honestly, I don't think I know if I like any music. I'm sure I've heard it. I'm sure even some of the songs I've heard, I'm like, okay, this is an okay, but not enough to put any of her music onto my playlist. I don't have her on anywhere on my phone. Like I didn't think enough of it to like, oh, add that Taylor song. Um, she might be sweet. She's not somebody that I look into. But what I at least can give her is she don't have the same accusations of theft and taking from other artists. So there's that. So on that level, she can walk because I'm like, she not, whether she's annoying to me or not, at least she's creating something. She's making something. All right. She's not my favorite. She's not my cup of tea. She got what the songs I've heard, what I can pull from it is she's a good writer. Like there's things about her that are good. It's just she's not someone that I gravitate towards. It's nothing direct about, oh, her music sucks or nothing even like that. That I don't have her on my phone is not because her music is bad. It's because she just doesn't resonate with me. Because the song, like I said, the songs I've heard, for example, here's one that just came to mind. That Bad Blood song, not a bad song, but it's not a song that I'm requesting. Or I'm thinking, you know what we need here? Taylor Swift Bad Blood. But if I was in somebody's car or at somebody's house and they put that song on, I would dance. It's still a good enough song. I can still enjoy it. Because again, I could dance pretty if it's a decent song, I can dance to it. And I just like dancing period. So I can still find joy if it's decent. But I know the type of stuff I like and what I'll be requesting, and it won't be Taylor Swift. There wouldn't be a song that I would say, "Oh, can we play this?" Yeah, I'm like, okay, at this point, she's still writing about, "Oh, I broke up with this man. He wasn't good enough. He made me feel small." I'm like, okay, that was never really my, because I'm like, girl, fuck these men. Like, not like, all right, like that man hater thing. I mean, don't give him that. I mean, okay, a few records maybe, because you and Adele both. I'm like, and that's another person I didn't gravitate towards. She got that song rolling in the deep. I'm like, you know what? When I hear this song, I can dance to it. I may even sing along with it, but I'm not requesting it either. And all this other stuff, I'll see you on the other side. Girl, well, I won't be there. It'd be too slow moving for me. But that is an aesthetic, and people do like that. It's just not my cup of joe. Um, but they both be singing about, oh, this man broke my heart. Let me say something. The song need to be, bitch, I'm out here living, shining, climbing, thriving. What we talking? Bitch, I'm out here. I'm outside. I'm living my life like it's platinum. You bitches, we're elevating rose gold, diamonds, rubies, emeralds, opal, pearls, gems, and rhinestones. Bitch, we're giving you luxury and it's coming from the celestial heavens. This cannot be matched. Why so? Because this is pure source. So what you told me you put a price to, bitch, this is priceless. The diamonds in my ear, on my neck, on my wrist. All of it, girl, priceless. See, these girls can't take it. But that is true. Be like, all right. True artistry, commercial artistry. All right. There's mediums, there's levels, so there's a place for her. I mean, I could say because it's still music, so there's a place for her. It's just a difference. And then there's, okay, she writing, but it's just this particular artist is not resonating for me. Because for definitely for sure, the subject matter, I don't feel like hearing about a bunch of niggas who broke somebody's heart. Like a song or two, okay. Whole album is showing you need therapy. 3 albums in, we need psychotherapy, bitch. Because we got to take it back to childhood. 3 records, we still sing about niggas who broke your heart and you can't pull it together. It's just all in shambles. Let's take it to the couch. For real. At some point, someone needs to call it. What we talking about? We still gonna act like this bitch don't need help? She's calling out for help through each record. That's stuff for the love. Through each record, hey, well, okay, I spoke to Mother Beyonce, okay. You said he's the one that broke the Russian. Mm-hmm. Mm. You know, he claimed, oh, what the heck? I'm like, so you making it to where I gotta put cameras in my home. I don't want to do that. But I'm about to. Like it's showing me, oh, it's an investment. If I'm gonna be having niggas live in my house, nigga, we need some accountability. I know I take care of my shit. I don't give a fuck. I know it's true. Taylor is still singing about Kanye and Kim. I'm like, girl, girl, get a life. Who's trying to hear that? I mean, her fan, oh, they gonna do her just like they did Beyonce. Oh my God, the greatest thing since sliced bread. I'm like, you bitches ain't tired of hearing about this bitch singing about how she went on a blind date and then when it didn't end the marriage was upset. We went on the first date, thought it was lovely, then he ended it, didn't get married. Why did he come for me this week? Why didn't he pick me up this week? Sitting in the backseat of his Camaro, hair blowing in the wind, butterflies, having sorrow. Why didn't he pick me up this week? We trying to hear that for a whole album, just with a different strum, a different. I'm like, girl, I got time. Society sucks. I think of such mediocrity in music. It's the nerve to do. Ooh, Jeremy is throwing the hammer down. Oh, I already clicked on that one. Let me see. You said the songs Beyonce wrote herself on Cowboy Carter are horrendous, especially the one called Spaghetti. Girl, and the gag is, I think I may have heard that one, and I thought, girl, you know what it's giving me? Who was it? Who was it where it was like they had a team, and then when the team broke up, we got to see, bitch, you can't write. These songs are not good. See, Mariah Carey can come through when she wants. I'm sure Mariah Carey has sung some other people's songs, but no one's gonna ask the question, can Mariah Carey write her songs? Because we know Mariah can write, and the girl's not trying to sue her over a song that she said she wrote. The girl said, I wrote it. Mother B has. And again, if she wrote Dangerously in Love, I'm like, Beyonce, if you wrote that, are you just being lazy? Because that's a good song. And it's also a song where the levels are right, where it's like it got just the right amount of what it needed to be. She had her runs, but that was okay for that song. Like it made sense. There's a time and place for everything under the sun. That was okay. And it was a good song. And then even when she would perform it live, how she would perform it, it was good how she did it. But then some of these other things, I'm like, why be lazy when you actually, if you wrote that for real the way you said you did, that shows me you can write something. So then you're just being lazy, which is worse because you have the ability and you're just flat out saying, girl, fuck it. We'll take the easy way. Let another bitch write. Let another bitch conceptualize, come up with ideas. Now, I don't know if she could do that part. We at least knew she had the ability to write if she did Dangerously in Love. Now, as far as coming up with ideas, I can't speak on that because I've always known her to be a thief. Like, that's been out about her forever. I think that her being a thief is what made it easy for people to come at her and say different things that they said about her being a bitch, and because they were like, you would have to be that way if you could sit somewhere and laugh about taking from somebody else's plate, knowing that you did it. It wasn't by mistake. You did that on purpose. So subconsciously, consciously, however, wherever they fell on the scale, I think it made it easy for people to hit her with that because it's like, she's a bitch. Of course. Look how she be moving. Look how she don't care about the ramifications as long as she can get what she need out of it. Because that's how it came across to me. Why is that funny to you? If you're a true artist, you would know what that feels like to feel like you create something and then don't nobody know who did it. It's everywhere. And this person, oh, this innovator, this person, like that happens all the time to artists. And then, oh, he or she is so incredible, so innovative. We never would have thought of that. It's like, it's just, if you're not in that world, it's a little bit different, but it is an annoyance that many artists, not just me, many people have to endure. Because when you're battling against resources and support and all this other stuff, you got to get through certain hurdles before you can even be in the arena. And that's just true when you come in at it from an angle of really wanting to do create something and do something beautiful and really affect change in your own way, with your energy, with your writing, with your ability to connect and do something different. But God knows best in all matters. So from this to that to all. So it is what it is. It's gonna be what it's gonna be. And then let me see. She got millions and stay crying over a man. Right. Who wants to hear that with Taylor Swift? Who? Who wants to sit up someplace and listen to Taylor Swift all day sing about men that it didn't work out with? Like, can you get over it? Like, or deal with it outside? Like, I don't know what to tell you. Get a diary. Because you can put it in your art, but when it's excessive to me. Like, it just goes on and on. Then again, she can do what she wants. If that's the way she want to express, that's what she want to express. My own taste, it doesn't gel with me. Because I don't want to hear about that all day. I want to hear about like stuff that's gonna make me feel good and want to dance, look out, and be out and like feeling good and like feeling it. Not why did he leave me when I cooked for him? Washed his clothes, blew his nose. Why did he leave me when I prepared a meal? Made him chamomile tea. Why did he leave me? Why did he leave me? Now the harmony's kicking in. Down, 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 like bitch, one song. You get one Taylor. That could work. That actually could work. If she really wrote that, like something like that, and it made it into a key, bitch, I don't want to really hear you say like be like, girl, and I rubbed your feet. I'm telling that nigga. You best not stay away. You best come for me. Come for me and comfort me. Who has the time to listen to her sing about that? Come for me and comfort me, honey. Don't stay away. Come for me. Girls be like, don't come for me, sweetie. She be like, don't stay away, boy. No, yes, come for me. I want you to come for me and comfort me. Make me my beans and rice and collard greens. Don't you stay away. Come for me. Yeah, come on, church. Come for me. Come for me. You better not stay away. Better come for me. Come for me. Come for me. Yeah, come for me. You best not stay away, boy. Come for me. Come on, church. You best come for me. You best. You best. You better stay away. Best come for me. You best. You best. Girl, you know. That's what I'm saying. I can do shit all day. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm like, when I have the creative freedom to really do what I want to do, these girls, like, and we're going to have fun with it. And it's going to be real art, observations, real fucking shit. Like, and we going to laugh about it and get into it too. You best not stay away, boy. Come for me. Comfort me. One last time, church. Come for me. You best not stay away, boy. Come for me. Come on. Come for me. You best not stay away, boy. Come for me. Ow, sweetie, you stepping all on my stuff. Okay? I'm telling you, it's a hit. The vote is in. The vote is in, baby. It's a hit. Bet you if that was on the record, the girls would go in. If Taylor really came through and was like, come for me. You best not stay away, boy. Come for me. That's not a hit. Especially if she did it how I was telling you, like, I made your collard greens. You best not stay away, boy. Come for me. Oh, we not living for that? Lies, fallacies, delusions, and grandeur, girl. I will not. I cannot. I'm not standing for it. Am I lying, y'all? It is true. You know, if she came out there singing that, the bitches be like, what the fuck is this? I live, bitch. And they're gonna be right there in the audience. Collard green, comfort me. You best not say, oh, wait, what? Comfort me. That's not gonna happen. Exactly. Confirmation. When I get paid, I need to get me some weed, child. This is just not gonna do. And when I get paid, I need to buy those teeth chews for him since I being did eat them. And get my car up and running. Pronto. So then figure out this fucking so annoyed. But like I said, let me tell you right now, if I gotta shell out money, you may not use it no more. You may not. And that's a fair thing because I'm not a, oh, you break it, I buy it. No. So if that dryer is truly broken, okay, because I gotta wash my clothes, dry my clothes, I'll do what I gotta do. But you may not use it anymore. You're gonna have to go to the cleaners. That is true. Now I was off today. I worked yesterday. I went to the barbecue. I got to the barbecue after I got off work. But I get off early because I go in early. That's why I have to be up by 4 a.m. But I get off early. So it honestly, I'm like, you know what? Now that I'm working this shift, I'm okay with it. And I don't want to, and I actually prefer it because I would like to show up and do what I got to do, get things in order for the next shift, and then be gone. So yeah, I don't mind it. I don't mind it. But I was off today. So the barbecue, that's why I got to like really party and celebrate as long as we did because I knew I would be off today. That's him taking the dogs out, I believe, because I feel like I hurt the kennel. So yeah. But like I said, I'm like, ugh, my clothes, this is like, I need to be able to wash clothes. But I'm like, okay, now I gotta go into problem solve energy again and like figure out how I'm gonna get another fucking dryer in here. And then what? And have to pay to have it removed again. That was like $100 and something to do that. So it's like, nah, if I have to do that, you won't be able to use it. And that's fair. No one's gonna fight me on that. Like, oh, that's wrong. He should still be able to use it. Especially not when the response was, what it got to do with you. So since that was the response, you may not use it no more. Especially if it's truly broken. It didn't just break itself. It was working just fine. So, but like I said, I appreciate him taking the dogs out because that's what I asked you for in the beginning that you agreed to. So, at least that part could have been avoided for sure. But it is what it is. I'm just glad that now he's in accordance and like not trying to tell me, oh, I'm not gonna do this. Like he was gonna just do what he wanted. I'm like, Allah, Allah, astaghfirullah. No, 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 no. Come on. Let's not do that. Let's be smart. There was a show I was watching that I wanted to put y'all up on, but I'm like, damn, every time. And I'm like, I need to start writing this shit down because it's been a few things. I'm like, this would be a fun thing to just keep about because this show is so stupid and interesting. But I can't remember now what the show was. But it's when I go on Hulu, I'd be like, this should be so dumb. They be having so much shit on here. They just be like kind of like good stuff, but that's interesting and just stupid and good for conversation. So I'm like, ooh, damn. But now I'm here and I'm like, what was that show again? Because it actually is a shit. I'm like, I want to tell y'all about this. Shit is silly. Mm-hmm. You said period. Not fixing the plate. Mm-hmm. Abso-fucking-lutely. She was mad about it. Made a whole record about it. Said, you said, watch Diara from Detroit. It is holding my attention. Diara. Is that a show? Watch Diara from is the show called Diara from Detroit, or is this like what, a creator, or because I've never heard of that. Honestly, is it on Hulu also? That's another question. You said, and then we got Ariana stealing people husbands. What? You mean about Ariana Grande? What you mean she's stealing people husbands? Oh my god. See, that's what I'm saying. I tapped out. I'm like, I'm doing my own thing. These bitches, if whatever they doing, what they choosing stupidly, like I'm like, that's fine. I don't know nothing about that, honestly. It's on BET Plus. Hold on. On Hulu, they have a section that is BET Plus, or are you saying, because I don't have cable. I only do like Hulu, Netflix, and like those type of things. But are you saying like Hulu and BET Plus are a partnership? So if I have Hulu, I have BET Plus, and I can see this show. I may have read too deeply into that. I'm just trying to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying. Because I'm like, is that what I just read, or are you saying it's on TV but it's on BET Plus? Ariana's album is great though. I've heard some songs of hers that I liked, honestly. Um, I don't really have much, but she's not someone who stuck with me either. But then again, that's just because, like I said, I've heard the girl can sing. I've heard some songs. I'm like, this is a good song, but she's not someone that I have. I'm trying to think. I don't even think I have none of her on my. But again, that don't mean nothing because there are still songs that I like that I have not added to my phone. But yeah, so but I don't have nothing to say about her. I mean, with this husband thing, I don't know what it's all about. But as far as music, no, I've heard from what I heard of her, she got some good stuff. There's a number of them that have some have good music and that be really creating something. Now I don't know if Ariana does, but I think, and I could be wrong, but I think don't Doja be writing her own stuff? She got some cute songs too, and it just feels it just there's just a different feeling to it. But her, I like more. And actually, there is a song that she got that just because I'm thinking about her, I'm like, I will put that on my phone because it's a good song. But then I do think she's odd too, but that don't got nothing to do with this song. Yeah, this is a good song. I'll take this one. It's a good song. Calm down, everybody. Um, what was I saying? Yeah, I'm over that Destiny's Child interview. It's out there. It's out there. Oh, but this, I will see what this is about. Hold on. I'm over that interview because I'm not about to break my back about it, but this I will do with y'all. Hold on. Okay. Let me get it going and then.
In an interview with Kevin Frazier, R&B singer Kelly Rowland opened up about her new single, Dirty Laundry.
She was up, I was down. No lie, I feel good for her, but what do I do now?
The tune, which features Kelly's revelation that she was once jealous of Beyonce, sparked online rumors of a feud between the two women. But Kelly tells Kevin that's just not the case.
People wanted those stories for years. You know what I mean?
Right.
I think that people wanted those stories for years, and that's just so sad on them because it's not like that. You know what I mean? It's so crazy. And I just think it's so sad that we live in a world where people don't want to see women get along and encourage and empower each other.
But here's the thing that is annoying what Kelly's doing right now. She acting like people not responding to a song that she put out. Now it's so sad. It's so sad that people think like what are you talking about? You put out a song where you made this lyrical content, and of course it was gonna get picked up, girl. You had to know. And for her to sit up there like, she not really even saying nothing. Like, it's not even. Oh, they have it so wrong. I'm like, do they?
And that's what we do for each other.
The 32-year-old also dished about Beyonce's initial response to Dirty Laundry after she heard it for the first time.
She looked at me and said, "It's incredible." And said how proud she was of me, and then said, I never left.
Kevin's full interview with Kelly airs tonight.
That seems so PR friendly. Like, Beyonce heard the song and she said, it was beautiful, darling. I've never left your side. Because we're sisters. And that's what sisters do. I ain't going nowhere. Dirty laundry, clean laundry. I'm here. Girl, I can see you been crying, been jealous for a long time, baby. Girl, it's not giving that. That was so PR. It was so PR. Oh my God, she loved it. Girl, I don't believe you. And she left you in the wind hanging. She was like, girl, I'm not gonna speak on it. I'm like, whatever people think they think you're jealous, let them. She was so happy with it. Why didn't she say, I'm so proud of my sister? Oh my God, did y'all hear Dirty Laundry? Girl, I was like, that song didn't even exist. Other than people making insult to injury, bringing you on the show just so they can ask you about Beyonce, which I'm sure was good for her. Like, oh, baby, don't worry about it, because in the end, they're going to say, what did Beyonce think about it? They will know what I thought. So it's going to still come back around to me. So live, get, and serve your life, bitch. Serve it how you want to. You just put your dirty laundry out. I'm not. That's why when you came to Parkwood, bitch, she put you right on the bench. She was like, Kelly, don't worry. You can get off the bench once we handle this dirty laundry. Oh, you thought I forgot? I love you down. I still love you. You're my sister. But ho, bow down, bitches. You gonna stay in your place. She was like, no. She was like a hostage. Like, she loved it. It's silly that people would think. It felt like Kelly blinked 6 times. No, I'm kidding. But seriously though, it's like how could she sit up here and make this sound like people are making this up when you sitting here singing about it? Now it's like, oh, that's so sad.
I was down, no lie, I feel good for her, but what do I do now?
The tune, which features Kelly's revelation that she was once jealous of Beyonce, sparked online rumors of a feud between the two women. But Kelly tells Kevin that's just not the case.
People wanted those stories for years. You know what I mean?
Right.
I think that people wanted those stories for years, and that's just so sad on them because
you saying they wanted those stories for years. You singing a song that's igniting that situation. Why even sing about it if it's something that you think is sad to like? Why not make a song then that's like, my sister is thriving and I'm happy. She on top, they don't see me. Okay. Michelle did a commercial where she was like, I was in Destiny's Child and these girls don't know me. And it was like, Michelle. And then it was a dog. And then the other girl was like, Michelle Williams. She was like, yes, it's me, darling. She was like, I think this is your wallet. And basically, she was like, girl, I'm going to get my coins, and I'm not about to make no song talking about I'm jealous or anything stupid about Beyonce, where it's like I'm giving her, just at this point, get your money and live good. Because Michelle, she damn near cut your mic off on the Super Bowl. She was like, now pause. She gave y'all the challenge. She been doing that challenge. She did it right live on the air for y'all about, what, 2008? She came out there and said, we was harmonizing in the beginning. Then when she gave the signal, bitch, the mics went off, bitch. Oh, it was a power outage. Oh, the type that make everybody else mic go off except for Beyonce? How's the power outage? Power outage would mean that everybody mic went off. Everybody might start acting funny and we can barely hear these bitches but Beyonce. I'm like, oh. So you're gonna make these bitches work hard for it, huh? You want them to shout into the mic now, huh? So they might could be a little off key, just to remind the girls, this is why Beyonce is the one. Because Kelly is winded, Michelle is winded. Michelle almost fell off them hills when they threw her up out of the little elevator, bitch. She almost landed wrong. And now we having BET flashbacks when she fell and Beyonce stormed the castle, bitch. She was like, now that was BET. This is the Super Bowl. So, bitch, if you tumble on this stage, you will fall directly into the audience and you will be crowd surfing. They might land you back on stage, maybe not. But Beyonce was not about to find out. She was like, bitch, you have best land this, stick this landing, bitch. Because when she kind of landed, she did that on Coachella too. I was like, bitch, Michelle, I know she always be thinking, I bet you that be in the back of her mind when they do those little performances, she'd be like, bitch, give me a thick hill that got some width, that got a circumference, because I can't be popping up on them thin ass hills no more. Because after that BET performance, she said, bitch, ain't nobody got time for that. Hell nah. Put me on a stable shoe, bitch. But Miss Thing was like, cut that mic off at the right time, not at the beginning, because first we got to give the girls the effect. Then after that, just in case, in the event these bitches start fulfilling it and want to do a little extra, and then after that little montage, I love you so much. I love you, Beyonce. You're the best. Coachella, she said that same speech the same way both nights. I'm like, that shows me it was staged. If you're gonna say a little something, just say it and be natural. Like, I love you, mama, kill it. These girls don't know. Like, I would have said it should have been natural, but to me, when it's like, I love you, whatever she said on Coachella, she said the same thing both nights, which made it feel like, okay, here's the approved message. I love you, B, Queen Mother. Hail Mary, full of grace. Like, she had the script. Just make sure she didn't say nothing stupid. Kelly, say it like this, please. Here's what we have for you. I love you. I love you, B. You better kill it out here tonight. Like, that's how we know it's staged. Just say something. Somebody got it. Hey. Calm down. These last 2 days have been something else, child. I tell y'all what. But God is good. I ain't even complaining because, you know, inshallah. Things are leveling out. You know, we got some bumps in the road, but I'm like, I'm really doing my best to really just, on all fronts, be righteous, but do the right thing by myself. Like, I'm not gonna, I try to let a lot of things go, but certain things just got to be nipped in the bud. Yes. Do I like having to be in that energy like that? It's not preferred, but I know how to do that. I prefer to not have to be that way, but should I have to, then that's okay too. But I'm like I said, other than my dryer and my washer tripping, I'm like, I'm okay with shit being at a level. But like I said, I've already made up in my mind. Whatever I got to do with that washer and dryer, if I have to put out any money, you may not use it, and I better not catch you using my shit. And that's fair for me to say because I'm not landlord by trade. This is something I'm doing out of necessity so I can stabilize financially. That don't mean for all the money I'm earning to be putting into shit that you breaking up. Because then it's like I'm not getting ahead. I'm just paying to fix things, paying to repair, paying for this, paying for that. So it's like, no. If I got to pay any money, that case is closed. My sister had given me during the month of Ramadan maybe. She does these demos here and there, but anyway, she had given me all these. She was doing like a pizza gyro, I don't know, some type of demo that was required or a part of it. Pizza crust, all this gyro meat, which you'll put in a gyro. And she knew I was low on food, and like I do what I gotta do. I'm like, all right, it is what it is. I gotta get to work, so I can't get groceries right now because I need this money to be able. I gotta go. And at this point, since I got this job, it's probably not even worth me trying to do food stamps. That would help, but I don't feel like having government people in my business. Oh, you work? I don't feel like dealing with that. I would prefer to just pay for my own food. Someone's gonna say, "Oh, that's not smart. You should just get food stamps." I'm like, okay. So, but anyway, so she had brought me those ingredients, and actually in the beginning, she had brought me some pizza sauce that I guess was part of it, and some like mozzarella cheese. So I was like, wow, I can believe that time. Actually, then too, at one point she had brought me some meatballs from the she did. So I had that food and I was very appreciative because I'm like, even when I ran out of pizza sauce and some other ingredients, I'm gonna figure some kind of way to make this into a meal, like a sandwich or I don't know. And it really came in handy because I'm like, oh, it would have to be a choice between food or getting to work, and I have to get to work to be able to get food. So she came right on time because somehow I feel like that came up in conversation. I was just like, yeah, whatever. And then when she had the extra food, she brought it, and it really came in handy. I really want, and it's still lasting now. I have a few, but now um, I'm eating them a little bit quicker because now I'm like, oh, I got a little bit of money. I can buy some pizza sauce, get some cheese, go with that. And let me tell you, those pizzas have been delicious. It's like it came right on time when I really needed it too. I was like, it's food, and it's like seems like pretty good ingredients. Yeah, we don't have as much pizza sauce, as much cheese, but we got enough. Plus, we have all this pizza crust and we have all this gyro meat. Certainly, we can figure some kind of meal with this. I'm like, I felt good about that. Like, okay, we can make something work with this. And so, since I've been working and I'm in rotation getting paid with this job, um, I've like, oh, I can get like, and because I already have the pizza crust and all this gyro meat, I don't have to really buy too much. I can just buy sauce and cheese. And I was like, okay, good. And it's like, I'm okay with that because it's like, and honestly, even if it's like, okay, I'm just eating pizza on all these times, like, because that's what's around and that's what I can eat because that's the food that got provided by way of my sister. In my mind, I'm like, in all honesty, to go from having like no food to being able to make like these gourmet pizzas as the meal is not the worst thing. Because how I make it is I've learned after making a few of them, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get the consistency right. 'Cause I want my crust to be kind of hard, like not burnt, but like a level of crunch, especially on that first go round. Because once you refrigerate it, then it will soften up, with the humidity or whatever's happening. Um, but initially, I like for it to have a little crunch. Now, what I found out was because at first I put certain level of sauce, I put the meat, the meatballs, the gyro meat. I'm putting spinach. I'm putting too much cheese, like too much ingredients. And actually, what I did too is before I even did all that, I put butter on the crust. Like, just wanted to like, cause I'm like, I know there's something with the crust because when I'm eating other pizza places, I be liking the crust, but it's probably because they put butter on it. So I was thinking that. So I'm like, but that pizza was delicious, but it was too like soggy. Cause I'm like, and I left it in the oven for a long. I'm like, bitch, how long do I have to leave this shit in here? But what I figured out was, okay, you don't need as much as you think you do. Put enough sauce to be across this pizza. Like to have a solid, like you don't have to be thin with it and stingy, but enough to where it's not a lot of sauce. Then how I did it was I put the spinach on top of the sauce. Then I put some onion on top of that. Sprinkle some cheese on top of that. Sprinkle a little more spinach on top of that. Then I put the gyro meat because now the meatballs, we ran out of that ingredient, but still delicious. And it was incredible. It was just the right consistency, what I wanted. At my job, I ran into the girl who who came to the show that I did, the one stand-up comedy thing that I did at that club. She came out and the story I told y'all, she was there for that. I ran into her at my job and she was like, "Do you remember me?" And she was like, "I was there that night when you did that stand-up act. That was so crazy." She was like, "You was going off." I'm like, "So at least you know it was true." Because people be thinking that I be making these. So I'm like, why would I have to do that? Really? But okay. So she was like, "I remember that was crazy." And something came into my mind. I said, "You know what? I should go to that same club and do it again. Invite her out and her sister if she's available. And at this point, I'll be okay with any making it open. Like, if y'all want to come, y'all can come. But I want to go and tell the story of what happened when I came to that club and how they never gave me my DVD. But I bet you it's legendary and they still have it to this day. Like, I bet you they pop it in here and they're like, y'all have got to see this shit. Because it was legendary. It was a hot mess, but it was legendary. Because I was like, girl, I should have stayed on this queen. But a part of me was like, one day, maybe I will go out and this time, just not think about, oh, it's stand-up comedy, so I need to the way that stand-up comics do it. I'm gonna just go and try being me and see what happens. Maybe nothing will happen. Maybe I'll go up there and be another train wreck. Or maybe I'll tap into something. Just go up there and start talking how I normally do about just whatever it is. And just, okay, whatever these motherfuckers think about it, bitch, just give my observation. Something came over me like, maybe you should try that again. All these years later, and she was like, honey, that was something else. I'm like, okay, but did I lie when I told y'all what it was? Or when I told the story, wasn't that what it was? She was like, girl, Miss Thing, that was something else. I'm like, I know. But it left me thinking. Maybe I'll try that one more time just for fun and not even put no pressure on it. Just be like, girl, I'm gonna sign up and just do it. Not put no real thought into it because honestly, I don't care enough to where it's like, it's just out of curiosity to see what would happen because I remember that first time I did it, I really took it serious. Like, okay, let me not think that, oh, just because I know how to, because all my life I've been doing that on or off camera. But I still was like, no, it's more like people, what I do online is just me talking. But if this is a whole other thing, it's stand-up comedy. So you have to like structure a bit. I'm like, that's not actually what I do though. So that's where I really went wrong, is trying to like squeeze into what I perceived that to be, instead of just doing what felt natural, what I really just do naturally. I think that would have fared for me better. But anyway, so the curiosity of what would happen if I just did that? What if I just did that? And really not have nothing on the line? Like, it's not a big deal either way. Win, lose, or draw, it's like, if it goes good, then that just showed me something else. Like, maybe I can go a different way. Who knows? Like, depending on how I felt about it. But And then if it didn't, I wouldn't be mad about that either, because I'm like, that's not really where it's something that I feel if I really wanted to tap into it, I could be good at this. It feels like it will be a natural thing for me to do if I really and just sculpted my own brand of not feeling like I have to do a bit and have and time it out this way. Like, I'll be on a roll. You'll let me do more than 15 minutes if I'm really on that wave. And you can see the club is cracking up and falling out and all this other stuff. You're not gonna be like, oh, wrap it up, girl. You can be like, bitch, if that's what it's gonna take to make the girls shake and bring the house down, then like but it's like, ugh. But you never know what would happen if I tried it again. It's like I'm open, is what I'm saying. Because I'm like, either way it go, I'm okay with that. But it might go okay. May not, may. I won't know until I try it. But when I saw her, it just came into my mind. And really, here and there it'll cross my mind. But when I saw her and she recollected, like, bitch, I was there. Do you remember me? It was my sister and myself. I have a twin sister. I'm like, girl, of course I remember you. I only you, her, and maybe one other person that I was from, like, my kin that knew my work. And the person that I think they came with a friend, maybe. I'm trying to think, who was that guy? Why am I sensing a guy was there? I can't remember if he was their friend or if he was just another person was like, I'm in the area, I'm gonna come. But it was so. Of course, I remember. hmm Just really get up there and let loose. Like, girl, let me tell you, for real. Let me tell you about this. Let me tell you about that. This is what happened. Let me tell you why. Do 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 blah die, and that's my time. And I may just once I get to a point, bitch, I may just naturally just let me wind down, leave these bitches on a high, bounce up out of here. Because if I do it a few times, bitch, you have to start paying me on that fourth visit. Because the first time it's like maybe it was a fluke. Like if I really went up in there and let's say I went there and it was like, oh, okay, so she did it once, but anyone can get lucky. Okay, that's fair. If I turn up again and do it again, third time I do it and brought a crowd, fourth time we need to start talking about facts and figures and how big this check about to be. Because we can talk about it and we can negotiate, but we need to have a discussion. Because I love you down, I want to be loyal to you, so let's talk about it. Because now that I know I can do it, I really could take this act to any place I want. Don't forget. So let's be fair with each other. What we talking? Because it was about 150 additional girls that wasn't here before. When I first started coming to the club, it was 10 girls, and they spread the word. Now we got 200. It's packed to capacity. So what are we talking about? What's the split? We're gonna do it real nice. Tina Turner. we gonna do it. We gonna start it off like Tina Turner. Nice and easy. Then somewhere around the middle, we're gonna give it to you hard and rough. Not fast and loose. We're gonna serve it to you. You need to add another about 2 more zeros on that. I love you so much. Make it out to Quadir. That's right, Quaadir Howard. Thank you. I love you so much. And I love you, baby. I love you so much. Okay, you can let go of the check now. It's one of those things he's like, let it go. Thank you. Let me let the ink dry so I can cash this motherfucker. We're not post dating nothing. Did they come today? So you're not gonna pay me tomorrow. Okay. Okay, well, I was just making sure, Carlos, because sometimes you be a little questionable, girl. I love you down, but okay, sweetheart. Mwah. I'm heading to the bank. I'm kidding. That would be hilarious. I'm not. I will get straight to business, but I'm nicer than that. I'm not gonna be like, oh, give me my check. I mean, for real though, give me my check. Like, I'm not gonna be not like I'm not gonna be like super nice about it, especially if you're not trying to run me my money. And do you remember Brandy tried to warn her about being under her shadow and her and Brandy fell out? Because I do remember some kind of story about that, but I don't remember. I don't remember. I got, girl, these comments, I'd be so bad about it. You could put a lock on the laundry door or a camera. That lock, oddly enough, that laundry room does have a top lock to it, which if it came down to it, I could actually put a new lock up there, get a key made, and then have like a laundry key for people who should have access to it. I could do that. Not a bad option. But again, when I say, because if it has to get to that, it's just going to be because what the officer was saying is, oh, well, if it's month to month, this month is coming to a close, so you don't have to renew with him. You don't. And I was like, I really don't. So how you want to do this? It's the 21st. We renew. We do month to month. I haven't got my rent for next month, so I'm not obligated. You sure you want to continue to give me issues, my friend? But no, like I said, it calmed down. I'm not happy about my washer and dryer though. I can tell you that for sure. I'm not happy about that at all. Cause I'm like up here trying to be responsible and really like let me do I want to have a functioning house. I want to have my washer and dryer in the home. I'm not trying to have to do laundry outside my home. Let me be able to wash my clothes, do what I got to do in my house. And I'm not beat for it. I'm busting my ass trying to like really do what needs to be done, take care of things, and then I'm having to go behind grown people and do repairs and come out of pocket to like I never had these issues, and that is true. I never had these problems. But like I said, right, I'm letting it calm down for my own peace of mind, like for me. How they say, oh, forgiveness is not about the other person, it's about you. It's that type of thing. It's like I'm letting it go for the benefit of my own sanity and what needs to be said was said. What needs to be done was done. So I'm not. It's not something that I want to like, because then I would be in the wrong. If I just went and kept reaching and now it's back inflamed and now I'm no. It is what it is. Now he's reasonable, so I can be reasonable. Well, I'm hearing a cat. Or is that a bird? Almost like a kitten or something. Or was it a bird? Because I don't hear it. Seems like it got further and further. Hmm. That barbecue was so much fun, and I really appreciated the people who took the time to say what they said. It was very genuine, very sincere, very authentic, and it was very affirming. And that was my intention to really bring an energy into that space that was a clearly a pure like not I don't have no agenda. I'm here. You open your beautiful home up to all of us, and just I want to enjoy the food that because they didn't have it catered. They all cooked that food, and this person cooked this. This person was grilling, and y'all took the time to do all this. I want to enjoy this amazing food, and really, my gift back is like what God put into me to really share and bring positive energy and share and really give and leave that and not just when I'm gone, the energy to still be there and for you to be able to tap into that and remember that and just know that like you're gonna be okay. Just we're doing the right thing. I know someone who's not understanding what I'm saying is gonna be like, you got all that from dancing. Like I know that sounds I don't know how else to explain it. But by them saying taking the time, oh, that was that was a spiritual like and they were being and I didn't tell them that. I was on my I was having my thoughts and having it was a lot of things going through my mind. But where they were concerned and what I was doing was concerned, the reason for that was for what she said, really. She said it in a different way, but all I knew is I'm like, I wanna I'm pulling, I'm giving back. I'm just having thoughts and really trying to bring a good energy here. And it's just from, and it didn't cost anything. And it was a priceless thing to happen because it was real and it was sincere. And they picked up on that. And they were like, and that was her home. Cause she was like, and I heard people saying, he has touched every blade of grass. But they were saying it like, he is anointing her home. There's something happening. And there was something happening. And I'm grateful that it was received and it wasn't like, oh, that's odd, because it was nothing odd about it. Truly. So that is agreeable. Okay, I'm done with this Beyonce shit, honestly. Ain't nothing more to be said about that. That's a dead horse right there too. Like, ain't nothing to be said. Any more to be said, rather. Oh, I gotta be to work tomorrow, I think. What? I work the next 2 days, then I'm off again. So or no, let me just check my schedule instead of trying to guess. Girl, what's going on, phone? Okay, let's see what we got. Schedule. Okay, I work. Okay. Oh, that's what it is. Okay, so I get paid Tuesday and then I'm off the next day, which is great. And in the meantime, too, that's another part. In the meantime, I'm not rushing to replace all that stuff. That's another part too, because I may wait for him to get up out my house before I replace anything. So I don't have to go through. I'm like, temporarily, I may be okay to go to a laundromat temporarily, especially since I have my car and there's a laundromat right up my street. Not trying to replace nothing else. And then the officer was like, when he leaves, then you can take him to court about the washer, the dryer, the flooding, and all that. I'm like, don't worry, that's what it'll have to be. Because a person like him, I don't think he's gonna be willingly like, oh, let me pay for the floor, let me pay for the damage. Especially when you wanted to take me to small claims over you breaking down my door that I have footage of. So I'm like, you're not gonna. What judge would be like, yeah, me, talking about me, you should pay him. But honey, I have lived, honey. I have seen a lot, experienced a lot. I have a lot of fucking crazy, wacky stories, bitch. That people would think that is not true. There's no way. I'm like, girl, okay. Mhm. Mhm. All right. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I'm like, honey, please. And they be like, oh, you get off at 12? I thought you were supposed to get off at 2. You want to speak to somebody about that? I'm like, for what? I'm happy with my hours. I got my check. I saw what the check was. I don't need to be like, if I made more money, alhamdulillah. But I'm my time is worth more than them few extra dollars. I'm happy to leave out of here at 12 and to be able to get back to my babies and my energy and get on with my day. I don't need to be here till 2. 2 would still be early. And in the beginning, because what it was is in the beginning, that's how they were going to schedule me. And then when I started, and I was okay with that in the beginning. So at first I would come, I would leave at 2. And then I started seeing on my schedule 12 o'clock. And I'm like, oh, that's different, but I'm not going, we'll see how it goes. And when I left at 12, I liked that even better. So then when I started to just see that they were scheduling me at 12, I was like, ooh, I'm actually so happy about that. Because if they would have had my schedule, if it would have said 2, I would have honored that, but I would have been like, damn, I wish it was 12. So I have no complaints there. So when they were telling me, I thought you were 5 to 2. I'm like, mm-mm. I'm 5 to 12 now. And actually that's perfect because when I saw the check, I was okay with that. It's like, it's good. Not like, oh, it can be more. Like, I'm okay with that. And that's how. But they were like, "Oh, you went." I'm like, "Talk to who?" No, God knew best. God knew it would be more suitable for me to get off at 12. I don't need to be here till 2. 12 is good. 12 is still early to me, very early. So I'm like, I'm like, when they first told me 5 a.m., I'm thinking, damn, that means I'm gonna have to be up at 4 to really be able to get up, be able to take care of the babies, let them out, feed them, get dressed, just wake myself up, wash my face, brush my teeth. Like, I need to be up at 4. Especially because I knew I had to get Uber, which I have to calculate into my commute. Where it's like, okay, typically that early, the earliest person can get to me about 15 minutes. Sometimes it'd be 13, but I just average it out now to 50. I've had it enough to know, okay, about 15 minutes it may take. Sometimes a little bit less, but whatever. And then, so you see what I'm saying? So I have to just, it's a lot going on. When I get my car running, I may be able to, probably still be a 4 something. Like I say, maybe 4:15, 4:20. Cause then, because I'm very punctual. That's one thing that my mom was like, oh, you get that from your dad, because my mom was always running late. Me, I'm always on time. In fact, I go places early. Although this early in the morning, I'll get there on time. But typically speaking, I show up where I need to be on time. Um, so once I get my car running, I'll be able to get to work on time and, be able to uh, execute my job and not be uh, paying Uber all my money that I'm that I'm making, or a fraction. I'm like, I'd rather pay my insurance and ride Uber when I need it. Going out drinking, I'll get an Uber for that. Going to work right up the street, don't need an Uber for that. Uber, in my mind, is more of a luxury that you use when you need it. I'm coming home from the airport. I don't feel like paying for airport parking, and I don't want to be here all day. So I'll treat myself to and from the airport with the Uber instead of having to think of having to have the stress of we gotta find a park. We gotta pay for the park, and it's gonna be however long for how many days, however long we're gone. Like, just get an Uber, pay that flat rate, but to and from, and you're good to go. Yeah, I think I'm about to wrap up. I need to get something to eat. I'm about to chill, probably game, get my shit ready for work tomorrow. And then I'll probably see y'all maybe tomorrow. But probably definitely Tuesday. I need to hang out with some of my coworkers. One of them are about to, she's like, I'm about to leave. I'm probably leaving on the 10th of April. I'm like, damn, I really like you. I hate that you're leaving. She's like, but you got my number, so we can hang out. And I live not far from you, like down the street. So she was like, and I like her. She's a good spirit. So I'm like, hey, I'm about to take you out. And I took you out before I went live. How long have I been on here? Okay, I've been on here for a while. Okay, calm down. I am coming. I'm coming. I know. Okay, so listen, I'm about to wrap it up. I love you guys. Is your stomach growling? When I fed, that's what I'm saying. What's going on? Because I know I fed y'all. We're not about to play around. But with her, why her stomach might be because to me, maybe she was a little bit smaller in the beginning, but she really always been this weight. Even my mom was like, oh, she's a little bit chunky. I'm like, is she really? To me, but I'm like, is that what people really see when they see her? Like, she's chunky? I don't see that. But she gets that all the time. Like, oh, she's a little chunky. I'm like, is she for real? So I cut back on her food to see is it that I'm overfeeding her? Because I don't want to be that person like, oh, I'm overfeeding my animal. And now they're out of shape because of you, giving them too much food. I've seen that before. I really have seen that. I'm sure a lot of us have, where you see those videos, it be them cats. And how can a cat be overweight? That's, to me, unusual. It does happen though. And there's enough of them to where I'm like, is it unusual? I think a cat that have a healthy boundary will be healthy. Like, She's not gonna be out of shape. Even if she got more weight than another cat, she's not gonna be like what these cats we're talking about. Matter of fact, when I was in middle school, maybe a year before I went to high school, I'm trying to think what grade was this, but a long time ago, my neighbor across the street was a different family living there at that time. And anyway, one day, how did I even start talking with them? Next thing I know, I'm over there gaming. That's where I found out about Dynasty Warriors, was playing that game at their house. And I loved it so much. I was like, oh my God, I want to play this every day. That was so much fun. Like, I had a good time. But the point is, they had a few little dogs and some cats. But one of them cats, maybe even two, but definitely that one, was so large, it could barely walk. And when it would lay down, it would be like, for it to try to adjust to get up, it was like it had to go through all these steps. I'm like, how is that possible? This cat can be this big. That was actually probably my first time seeing that, because at that point the internet wasn't popping. So when I saw it, then it was definitely unusual. And then I had a puppy that I had brought over there one time, like, oh, she got some friends now. But bitch, she went over there and got parvo and died. I was like, bitch, I ain't bringing no more animals over here. My dog got sick over here, bitch. I remember that. She went back there and she was in the backyard. She was having so much fun. And I do remember her sniffing around, but I was so young. I didn't know about parvo at that time. But she all of a sudden started acting all weird. And just over that week, it just was like nothing. She was just getting clearly sicker and sicker. I'm like, what could be going on with this dog? So it got to where I'm like, I've tried anything I know, and I'm pretty good about stuff like that, like knowing just what it is naturally, like out of feeling like what to do. Just like with them eggs, with them birds that I hatch, like no one taught me that. I just knew what to do to make them eggs hatch and what to feed them and to make them grow. But with her, I'm like, nothing I'm trying, I really don't know. I think the dog something is critically wrong. So on the day we was gonna take her in, she died. She passed out and she died. And I was like, I can't. And when we took her in, they was like, she had parvo. But this is quick, and if you don't catch it really quick, that's why you got to get them shots for that. Because that's one of them things that by the time you see the sign, by the time I saw she was sick, she was already too far. Even if we would have took her in right when I saw she was sick, he said it was too far. He said that disease is so serious. He said you either need to throw her away, because I'm like, no. Because when the results, because that's what it was. We took her in, they took blood or whatever they took from her, and then they had to run tests. But by that point, I had already buried her and gave her a service in my backyard, in this backyard. So now when the results came back and he told my mom, oh, you need to take that dog out of the ground, throw it away, or burn it. I said, I'd rather try to cremate her than to throw her in the trash. I'm not putting an animal of mine in the trash can. I need to hurry up and get paid, because I know it's little bills here and there. I'm like, another expense. I'm like, I'm not trying to, I got to take care of some other things. I just took care of that. Now I'm like, I got other bills, other things I got to take care of. I know they probably saying something like, oh, this, a notification, this bill. Because I'm trying to get certain things set up so I can be more aware, like as different things are being, like, okay, all right, so I can account for that in my mind. But like I say, even with that, I can still see and after a few more checks, and and there's other people who want to move in here. And that is my next most viable room. So I know I can get that income back if I really wanted to. But it would have to be a lot of other things in place, what I've learned having gone through this. So as long as I keep hustling and really just keep trying to and being sincere and all the things that we already know, it'll work out. And certainly I'd say before the end of June, I'll be in a healthy place financially. June is not far off, which I keep telling myself, I know how I am. I know me. I trust me. So I'm saying, now you know how much money you're making through this. You have this going on. You have that going on with the tenants. You have the money that you get from mommy. You have what you get from your art. You combine these things and you can turn things around and then be in a situation that is healthy so that you can create how you really deserve to be able to create. You got to suffer through, like, I'm calculating and saying to myself with the plan that I'm seeing that God is laying out. I'm like, just stay with the plan. God, how much it's work, but what I'm saying to myself is God cannot make it any more easier than he's making it. You, even if, like I'm explaining to myself, even if you're tired, just know this. Everything you asked for, that and it was sincere, and you were asking and you were saying it to say, these are the reasons why I think I'm sensing this is what you're calling for, why I'm in agreement, is because it'll stabilize me. You made your reasons, you explained it, and it manifested very fast. We gave you, for the first time, you got this job that you wanted, your top one that you said. We gave you hours that make sense that you didn't even know you wanted, because until I started working those hours, coming early, leaving early, I didn't even know that I would like that. I didn't know. I was open to whatever they would have gave me, but God knew. Trust, and even with that position, I didn't know what department I was going to. It could have been, but God knew for this. This is the plan, and we're going to make it as suitable as we can, but it still is going to be a job, and you are going to have to be responsible and show that you can work this job and stick with it and really try and put your best foot forward in this job. And other things, trust, you do that, you're going to promote, like you're going to get to another level, but you just have to stick to the plan. So that's where I'm at with it. I'm like, I can see more than light at the end of the tunnel. We're closing out a chapter, and again, I don't want my peace to be disrupted. I want to go in true peace, joy, love, and feel good about it, and feel good about, like, I don't, that's what I'm saying. I have my issues, like I told you, with that one person at my job and here and there little things, but even with that, I'm not wanting to be there all day. Oh, can't stand, like, I don't want to take on that energy. I don't want to work in that. I want to, you know what? I want to focus on the things where it makes sense for me to be there. About, I like that I'm moving around. Like, I focus on what I like. And there is a number of things that I like about the job, even from dealing with the customers, when just speaking to them and being able to make them feel good, where it's like, good morning, how are you, my love? Oh my God, you're like, and I can tell that affected them in a good way. It's just all around. It makes sense, that position, that job, those hours. So I'm like, it can't, and then the convenience of it, like all the things about it, even down to my car. All it took was a battery. Like, it's almost like all the things necessary for me to really take it to the next level are in place. I really thought, oh, I haven't driven my car in years. I don't even know what's it's going to be. And then it was just that simple. So it's like, I can see that God set it up and he made it as easy as he can make for this next part of the journey, as easy as he can make that. He couldn't have made it any easier, honestly, because it would still be a job no matter where I was working. And I would still have to get there. You know what I'm saying? Like, there would be circumstances no matter what. Like, these hours, this. But this suits me. I like the job. And I even like, overall, like, even for the people I don't like, it don't annoy me. Like, even if they're annoying, it's like I can, once I get this next order, I can just be out again. I don't have to be around this energy. Like, it just works across the board. I really don't mind the job. And I'm also getting paid. And my thing is, okay, I'm just focusing on, this is helping me to stabilize so I can do my art, so that I can keep my lights on and not have to be month to month. This is helping me. This is a tool. Like, this is helping me. Like, that's what I'm focusing on. That'd be my mentality. And I want to do it with a good attitude. I don't want to be a person who's here like complaining and like giving people attitude all day and like, I don't want to do that. Like, being in a bad mood is what I mean. I'm very upbeat. I be dancing first thing in the morning, getting the orders, and throughout my shift. God made it as easy as it can be, and he gave me everything. When we were having that conversation and that discussion, like myself and God, like I believe this is what you're saying is the next move, but I don't want to make the move if it's my own idea. If it's you, then I'll do it. And if it is you saying that I need to get a job and that would stabilize my situation, then I want to make sure I'm applying for the right stuff and something that it's legitimate, I can do. I don't want to go for a job I know, oh, medical technician, X-ray. I can't do that. I don't know how to do that. I'm not trying to hurt nobody. I want to do a job that I can do. And that I can get to, and it's not going to be me having to travel across the city, like, because I know I won't stick with that. I know me. So if this is the next step, then I need a job that will be suitable. And you knowing me knowing me, that will not be something that's difficult to get to. It was just a big conversation, and it manifested. And it was the job that I asked for. I'm like, here's what I'm thinking. And if you see something else, that's cool too. Because like I said, I reached out to some people like, yeah, I'm looking for work, da 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 da. And they, they were putting some fillers out there for me. I'm like, whatever would have came through, there was one position. She's like, you can work for this school system as a teacher's aide. I'm like, huh. If I did work in the education system, that would be poetic. My mother was a teacher, and I would take pride in that. I would take pride in any job I have that's legitimate. But for what that would mean, I'm like, yeah, that would be kind of cool. But even with that, I'm like, God knew. Because what I said to myself was with the position that I ended up getting and taking, I'm like, here's why I'm saying, I'm talking about God. I'm like, here's why I'm thinking this is a good choice for me. Because it's convenient. It's convenient, and I feel whatever they will have in there, certainly they'll have something simple enough that I can do. And it won't be something like, oh, you got to go through all the files and put it in the system and use Excel and all these different things that I'm not familiar with. It'll be something simple enough, like I'm sure I can stock a counter or a display or whatever. I'm sure I can be a janitor. I'm sure I can do whatever. I hadn't even considered the position that I ended up in. Honestly, even though I order food, I had done it, like did many deliveries from this place. When I went in there, I didn't even cross my mind that, oh, for the people who do this job, like I didn't even know that was a thing, like a specific division. I mean, I make sense that it would be one, but I didn't think about it. I thought about everything else besides that cashier, working on the floor, like when people like picking things up when you see a steak sitting on a clothes rack, like weird shit. I saw a cake sitting behind a TV, a big screen TV. Like they grabbed it, oh, I don't want it no more. They just sat it behind the TV. And I've ordered that cake before. It's delicious. The point is any position. I was just like, I know it feels like you're telling me this is the move to make right now. And I can agree with that. I can see the benefit. I don't know. I'm an artist. I don't know what I can do outside of art. Like I know that I'm able-bodied. What can I do? And I'm thinking, I don't want to go to a place where it's something physical, but then I'm dealing with bullshit because they're looking at me like, oh, are you sure you can handle it? Because what happened before? Or, you can chip a nail. But also something where I can just do my job and be good at my job and be an asset and it be convenient because I know me. It can't be something cross town. Even if the check is good, I'm like, this is too stressful for me. I need something close by that I can get to. And when I'm coming home, traffic or not, I can get home quick. I don't know that I ever got stuck in traffic coming home from work in these Ubers. I'm like, has it ever been? Are we stuck at one light? Okay. I'm happy with it. And I'm happy with the steps, and it seems like to me, early projections, that this was the right decision. It was good on all fronts, and also just me being around people, because that's what I was saying too, the introvert extrovert thing. I'm an extrovert, but then after I do that, then I be exhausted. And I'd be like, oh, I can't talk no more. I can't take no more calls. Like I just be needing to be like, I need a game, chill, sit here, have some background noise, and just be with my animals and just be chill. Cause like even with last night, after it got to it, I had given and shared what I came to share. I had partook in the festivities and the delicious food, but then it got to a point where I'm like, just all at once, I'm like, I'm tapped out. I I I need to step outside and just breathe a little bit. I was ready to I was okay with it. Like, let me get some air. Cause it's just you hit a wall, cause you be going and it be so much energy and constant. Then it'd be like, okay, I'm tired now. You said it's always going to be that one person. Wait, what I miss? You said, see, they're so cute. They might want to go outside. Yeah, I'm gonna take them out, and then I'm gonna feed because it's about time. What's 7:28? It's about time. Every time I see 7:29, I always think that time. I always look at time and date. I've heard multiple people say that. For me, anytime I catch 7:29, I think that my mom is around because that's the day she passed. But yeah, I'm gonna take them out and feed them also, give them dinner. Um, but yeah, man, that's about that. That's about it on that. Like, I'm very social. I'm very jovial. I'm very cordial. I'm very kind. I know that about me, but I am a well-evolved, well-rounded human being who has had to learn how to be more and be able to pivot within, you know what I'm saying? Like within the realm of who I am and what I can do and what I'm capable of. It's like I know how to do that and I can do it with ease. But I do prefer to be at a state of peace for me. That's what feels good for me. But I'm also not a person who I've heard some people say, "Oh, I'm just not good with conflict. I'm not." That's fair because I've heard that before. I avoid because with me it's like I want to keep the peace. I want to keep the peace to a point. I have a limit. Um, but I'm not a person who's like, "Oh, I don't want this to. I can't say it because no." After it gets to my limit and because again, I know me and I know how I move. I know that I'm a fair person. I'm like, if I'm here, that means that it's been, you know, I shouldn't be here. But yeah, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. I hope that you enjoy the rest of your Sunday. The barbecue was incredible. I really had a good time, and I'm glad that we went out. It was far away though. She was like, "Yeah, I got me a condo in the city because, honey, this." She was even saying herself, "This commute is not to see." But her home was beautiful. I was grateful to be included. The food was so tasty. And here's what's making me upset. They had weed cupcakes, and I was like, I don't know if I need that right now, but at the end, I had a to-go plate. Went outside, everybody when I left outside, then everyone's coming out behind me. I was like, I was just coming out for some air and to vape and to just breathe and to just look at the moon, and I wasn't trying to signal. I mean, we could leave, but I wasn't really signaling that. I was just like I wasn't expecting everyone to come out behind me, but that's what happened. But the point is when they did that, I'm like, "Oh shit, we leaving? All right," you know. And then I just walked on. Then when we got to the car, because we carpooled, when we got to the other car, my other homie's car, and I rode with him. We got in his car, and I was like, "I'm so upset because I'm realizing now that I left my plate of food." So upset, so mad, so mad. But at least I have those pizzas that I can make and that I have. Although it'd be so good, I'll be like, "Damn, don't eat the whole pizza in one day." But even though Ramadan is over, because I really didn't do my best this Ramadan. I mean, I did my best in other ways, but where fasting is concerned, I there was one Ramadan in particular since my mom passed that I really was like, I was on point. But Allah also forgave me on that for the reason of you're in this new job, you're up at 4, you don't have time, like I don't have time to make myself breakfast. I'm on my feet all day, running back and forth. So what I would do in an agreement, go as long as you can go. Or until, you know what I'm saying? It feels necessary. And when I would eat though, it wouldn't be like, oh, let me pull out a buffet. It would be like, okay, whatever it was, let's have a sandwich and some chips, like reasonable. Maybe some juice. But it's all good. It's all good because it is what it is. But the point is, so now I'm still like fasting and just continuing on. And even if it's just something that is just, I can't explain it. It's just one of those things where it's like, you know what, since Allah was gracious with me, of course, I'm like, He's not asking that of me, but it's just something that I'm doing as a thank you for not, because I feel in spirit He could have made me, He could have brought it upon me to feel worse about that. Like, why are you're, and He didn't do that. It was more like, we're, we're going to be fair. Like, it was just the conversation. I appreciated that energy that I received back. Like, okay, it's a lot. Yeah, but we about to wrap it up, y'all. I think I'm about to get me feed them, feed myself, put some background noise on, game, and then just get myself ready for work tomorrow, and then just chill. Laundry would have been done, but of course now we know about that. Ain't no laundry gonna be getting done today. But my car will be the priority on this next month because again, that's something I already took care of, and now it's an issue again. So my priority this next month will be my car, so that I can get to and from work. Then after that, I'll be looking. But by then, maybe you may not be here, which would be preferred. We're just gonna be honest about it, but because I don't want no headaches and I don't want to have to be thinking, how are you using my equipment? Because now, and then that gives me a level of unease because it's like, I know I take care of my shit. I know that, period. But how I treat my things, how other people treat my things. So, but regardless of that, like I said, I was going to use this Sunday I want to go live with y'all, do my laundry, and then just tell y'all about the barbecue and just enjoy the day. Like what I basically just told you. Chill, unwind, just really just relax, thank God, all the things. And then just get ready for tomorrow. Pray Allah bring us to see another day, because hey, the clock don't stop. And be ready when it does, if it be Allah's will. That's how I'm rolling it. Life is so interesting. I'm like, what is the plan? Okay, listen, I love you. Well, hold on. I'm gonna finish getting through some of these comments before I head out. You said, see, there's like, okay, how about the babies? The cat is so cute, just waiting behind. Oh, she was behind me. See, I didn't know that. I was somewhere else. Yeah, I love these babies. These they'll always, even though I had a kid, like they would still be a part of my family, and I would treat them like my kids too. It would just be different, because then this would be my human kid that needs have different needs. But let's see, it's always going to be that one person and their cronies. They're always jealous. What are we talking about right here? What are we talking about right here? I feel like I got lost in the conversation and kind of forgot. I'm trying to place it, but I don't remember. But here's the thing, regardless of that, I love you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm about to wrap my day up and just unwind and just chill. It's been a long day. Yesterday was great. The barbecue was so much fun. And I just wanted to share that with you. Just connect, because it's always good connecting with y'all. Y'all are my tribe, my little tight knit community, and I do appreciate you. Miss Jessica, thank you so much for that seed, especially since I didn't have my shit going. So for the girls who catch the after show, please do if you'd like to sew in, and it does help. And like I said before, it means more because these are the people who are just coming out of pocket because they love me and believe in what I'm doing and my efforts. So it does mean something, even aside from what it is on its face. Just the sentiment behind it that you care enough about what I'm doing, what I'm saying, what I'm trying to achieve, that you would do that, take the time, effort, and funds to sow into it means a lot to me. So definitely, for the girls here now, and for the girls that will be catching the what do you call it, the after show or the playback, please do so. If you're in a position, means the world to me, and I thank you in advance. One other thing I was gonna say, and it's slipping me, I have to tell you next show. What was I gonna say? Okay, forget it. Be safe, take care. Um, oh, it wasn't about Patreon, but I'm glad you mentioned that. Number one, I'm about to have a podcast that I'm haven't put together, but that I'm like, do not, while it's fresh, make sure you talk about it. And I want to do that. Inshallah. So actually, that's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to go live tomorrow when I come from work. I'm going to do that so I can just get that out the way because it's been on my mind. And so that you're mentioning that is showing me get it done. So that's that on that. But no, just to thank my Patreon girls, not for now, just for now, but for always, for sticking with me. Truly. Because that too, I mean, even though it may have been less money, it was still there and it took care of what it needs to take care of when it needs to be taken care of. You get what I'm saying? So I appreciate that money was there. And for the people who were patient with me and understood what I was dealing with and enduring. And even now, everything is about to be up. But I think the season we're in now is like shit is happening. It's just a lot of adjustment. Me getting used to a schedule, getting up, and then trying to figure out, okay, how do I want to figure out this next record? Because I'm like, it's coming out at the seams, but there's things I'm trying to calculate that I don't want to get started a new record. Like there's a lot I'm trying to adjust to, but it's going to happen. And now that we have the funds, it's going to happen quicker because that frustration, my home is clean financially, that's not going to be a stressor. So now things I imagine are going to move a little bit more smooth. We'll have our occasional hiccups, but I think that things are going to move a lot quicker and a lot more organized because I'm playing it from the back, moving to the front, meaning I'm trying to get into a schedule and get into a pattern of taking care of this. Now you got the money. Let's get things, because here's another thing I want to do. Let's put this shit on auto. Let's put the notification, like I'm doing little different things so I can be more organized and so I can, to alleviate stress in my life. To eliminate stress in my life. Like, let's be organized. And so that it's starting from, when I say the back to the front, what I mean is from the shit that is the stuff that is the foundation. Let's get that straight. Let's be organized. Let's get it running and get a system going. Okay. We're comfortable with this. Now we can go up and start organizing some of the other things that need it, but just haven't had the time because of all these other things. Organize my house, this, that. Like, it was just always something. And for the first time in a long time, it feels like there really is nothing in the way. Really. So, by me knowing that, I'm like, this next move I need to think about. How do I want to begin it? How do I want to execute? Because it's not the same energy. It's different. I've always been inspired, but it's just different. It's a whole new set of circumstances, experiences, things that I want to say, observations, like, and I'm just wanting to figure, how do you want to deliver this? How do you want to get this across? But bringing it back around to my Patreon too, all the different things that I've had to do, paying this, paying that, I wouldn't have been able to get those things done had that money that came in from those people who stuck by my side. That's him breaking down the Kindle to take it outside. All of the things that I had to do, was made possible because of the people who stuck with me. Because that money came in handy, like, okay, light, gas, water. Okay. And then the tips and the seeds and all the other stuff that added up, it was like, boom, this is between it, mom's money. Okay, we got the mortgage. We have this, we have that. Like, and that all came from grassroots, coming directly from the community. Like, the people who believed in me, like, kept me afloat. They really did. Little by little, like 5 here, 10 there. Like, it was just, and it was something that I needed and I appreciate. We got through it. We got through it. And that, and now that I'm able to like think on that and contemplate it with some calm, it's like it's like it's always been that way, but now it means something different. Like, I can really just focus on like the love, not like, okay, bill, okay, I can put this towards a bill. Because it was always like, I appreciate it, but it's like, okay, even though I know people say, oh, it's whatever you want to, but in my mind, I'm like, I know people send this so I can enjoy it. Like, get you a plate of food, do this. But I'm like, until I can see that, okay, we got this covered, we got that covered, I'm like, I got to be responsible. I can't do like, oh, let me treat myself to a new pair of shoes. It will be nice. And I know you wouldn't mind. I know that's what you want. But I had to take care of like the business part so I could make sure we even had some place to operate and to come and be able to chill out and do what we do. So I had to do, But now that I have things going, it's like, now when they sew, although right now it would definitely help just so I can, because when I get my car back, like, I keep saying, I need to fix my wording on that because it's not back up and running. It is running. When I get it legal, like insurance, all this stuff, I just feel like things are about to open up. I believe that. But anyway, until then, yeah, getting those like Uber trips, I'm like, mother, these things just add up. They really do. But you got to do what you got to do. Like, I'm not going to always be riding Uber to work. I know that. And look how it's this job that's the thing that's making me get back to driving. Like, this job has worked out for me in many ways. Bringing me around people, just like being in fresh air. And then I'm thinking, now, if I didn't have this job, that month would have went by and I just wouldn't have had no money for it. So now it's like I be telling myself, like, this day is going to come and go either way. But now you will know that this day you have something to like put towards and take care of things. I don't know. It's just a different mentality where I'm at in my mind right now. And I can see the way to get through it is, at this point, is not to be like hooping and hollering, fighting and fussing. It's more like really making an intention to stay on this side. Yes, as humans, we'll have our moments. And when it's necessary, that can happen. That's fine. I'm not going to beat you or myself up about that. But the modus operandi, the general principle needs to be stay in peace. When you can do that, do that. Don't go off the beaten path, trying to aggravate people, don't be vindictive, don't be petty. Do the right thing. Stay on the right path. When you have an opportunity and you can make a choice, make the right choice. Be fair. Like, it's just, to me, the things that make sense, that are just easy to know. But, that's where my mind is. And just showing about God through how I'm living. We can talk about it too, because I love talking about God and just what I've experienced. But the biggest way to show it is through how you live and how you treat people and how you affect people and how you impact your space. To me, that is the biggest proof of God. A proof about God is when you see his true servants out there living by what they're saying and treating people with kindness, which sounds so simple, but we all know it's not something that have to be broke down. We all know that's not the case. and being sincere with people. It is the case, but you have to seek these people out. They're not in the majority, is what I mean. Like, just everywhere you turn, it's a good person. It's just a person who's sincere and I've learned, and these are reports that I'm sending back to the celestial heavens. Like, but the point is the way for me to really deliver that is to live that in real life and mean it and really mean it. That's how you do it. So, on that note, I love you guys. Jessica, you made it back. Oh, you talking about at the workplace? Oh, you talking about that lady at the workplace? My job. She was a hater, no, for sure. She was, but it's okay. Because like I said, when she saw me the second time, she heard my music and oh hey, we like I said we made eye contact. I'm like hey, because I'm like no friend, associate, acquaintance. We can go down the list. Girl, I met you in passing. We don't even got that. So, because I couldn't tell you your first name, and when I was trying to describe you to some other colleagues, they was like, who are you describing? Like Miss Coach. Honey, the only thing you're giving where Coach is concerned is on the plane. It gave Coach because it's certainly not first class. If so, service has truly fallen. The quality of service has fallen. This first class? Where? Because you didn't even offer me a warm towel, a pillow, a blanket, peanuts. Can I get that? Because I thought even Coach got peanuts. Someone told me we was going to get ice cream. What do y'all got? Oh, we don't got. I'm like, damn. I thought every time y'all landed, you bitches made sure you was stocked up for you took the next flight. What you mean you did? We ran out of food. It will be the one time I get in first class, these bitches don't have the menu. I thought you said you had a Southwestern onion, like some cheeseburger with Cajun fries, mashed potatoes, and mac and cheese. Where's that? Oh, those are for our international first class flights. Oh, now you making stipulations. It's only for flights that are over 24 hours. Okay. I'm gonna just let the bitches know, right, Coach? Because they're gonna give you some stale peanuts anyway in first class. You just paid $1,000 more for it. Right, Coach? But she was definitely giving Coach mentality, just not the way she thought she was. I'm a coach. You riding, Coach? Girl, you're in the undercarriage with the luggage. Because really, Coach is too good for you too. The girls in Coach don't want you either. They said put her underneath the plane. Then the girls that were in the undercarriage said, put her in the landing gear. She could fit. In that little bitty space, that little cubby that happens when the tires come up, put her there. Why she gotta be around us for? What did we do to incur this type of punishment? Because I'm like, girl, you are miserable. Leave me alone. Why are you talking to me? I am working. I am on the clock. You are stealing company time. Do you get that? But like I said, I'm not gonna be the dead horse. Since she didn't speak to me again, I let it go. I'm not about to see her the next day and be like, "What's up, girl?" Like, But if she would have came to me, I would have addressed it. But she let it go. So I let it go. Not about to be stressed out over this lady and what she got to say. Or you just gave me content and potentially 1 or 2 songs on this new record. You don't even know that. So when the girls are living down in the club Getting down to these new bots. She gonna be dancing too. She not even gonna know. A big pumpkin head ass bitch in my face. Girl, I'm fixing to catch a case. Girl, I'm fixing to catch a case. Girl, I'm fixing to catch a case. I said, a pumpkin head bitch all up in my face. What, girl? Yes, I'm fixing to catch a case. I'm fixing to catch a case. Like, nah, I'm kidding. But it is giving me pumpkin head with a cap on. But we're not gonna go there. No, I'm kikiing. But I'm just saying, Q, you're a good songwriter. You should write a novel. I think you really enjoy the experience. One day I did say, if I just wrote a page a day, by the end of this year, I really could have a book. Whether it was something about my life or just something that I'm creating, because I have ideas. It's just I don't ever have outlets to really express them the right way, like to really get it off. Which I'm like, just focus on this first. And when you achieve that, then you can move to other areas that you can do and that you feel. I've thought of that. But that's like something I'm like, yo, that'll come later if God intends. Inshallah. You said, love this long stream queue. Alhamdulillah, I'm so glad Silver is. Yeah, I don't know if there's so many legends in here. Forgive me if I didn't acknowledge you straight out, because y'all know how I get when I be talking. That's why if I had help, then it would be like something where they can be just clicking. And at some point, I'm like, I'll even bring a girl on here, but we got to figure out how to do that and where I can really just be involved. And when the comments pop up, we can have a system. It's like, let's bring some comments on, and then it'll be easier for me. Like me knowing me, I can see how it would work, where it would, with just a little bit of help, it can go a long way. Okay, that's the comment I just read. Okay, listen, I really love y'all. I'm pulling a mommy. This is what my mom and I used to do. Okay, we about to go. Oh, one more thing. Another 30 minutes later. Okay, we about to go. Like, we used to do that all the time. So this time, I really do got to get ready to go. Listen, I love you. You said I've been playing Sublime X. Yes. Let me tell you, when I can really deliver these songs in concert, like in real life, and really give you the full. See, they didn't know about my music. They just saw my dancing. The combination of the music and the performance, the way it's supposed to, where I can really, and I really have the things I need, where it's not like, oh, just show up and I don't get no sound checks and I don't get to really get comfortable in the space and see it and like, okay, let me move around, let me spin around, let me see how it feels. It's more like, but that's okay. It'll happen when it's supposed to happen, the way that God intends, and the way that really I deserve as an artist, as a creative who really has something to say, really is trying to do something good, to really have the opportunity to see it through to fruition and be able to really show that I was right about it all the way along. Like, people will definitely enjoy it. It's not something I'm really confused about. It's just a matter of opportunity and resources. But like I said, I sense that something, I can't tell you what, but something just tells me something's about to happen. What that is, only God knows. I pray that all of the preparation and hard work will make me as ready as one can be for whatever comes next. But I sense something. Anyway, listen. I love you guys. I'm out this beat for real. I got to go. Okay. So I love you. Take care. Inshallah, I'll see you on the flip. Okay. Bye, family. I love you.